to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you forever tuning on in, whatever you're doing, what you're watching, that's what I appreciate. So thank you for watching and tuning on in throughout this whole off season, especially through this quiet period. We've still had some great viewership numbers at this time when normally everything really goes quiet, but things are starting to spark to life. And that's great to see as we see now we're about 11 days out here from the start of training camp, ever closer. And we're just this far away maybe to a season that could potentially be a really great run for our Seattle Seahawks if all goes well, or where we're hoping it will, or where we're has kind of aligned to appear to be going. Today, we're going to be talking about undrafted rookie free agents. Now, this is not often the most scintillating of discussions when it comes to fandoms and consideration of these type of players. It's been long held a thought by many NFL franchises that the undrafted rookie free agents is cannon fodder, practice squad. That's all you can really expect from it. It's going to be very rare that you get any that make the team or even have an impact on the team if they do make it. Well, here in Seattle under Coach Carroll and John Schneider throughout their time period here, competition has been a mainstay. And what competition is going to breed sometimes is a player who isn't necessarily allotted to play in a position or start in a position who finds himself there nonetheless because he won the competition, because he was good enough, he worked hard enough. There's a variety of different type of players that we can go through the years. Ricardo Lockett came in here in the same actually undrafted rookie free agent class as Doug Baldwin. And both of those guys ended up being key contributors on that Super Bowl team in their own ways, and still good players beyond that. The reason Tyler Lockett right now goes by, or originally went by No E, was because he was the Lockett without an E on the end of his name because Ricardo was here first. So you've got a couple of those stories in there with it. Poona Ford a couple of years ago, an undrafted rookie free agent out of Texas. And what stood out with that one when you drafted him is so many people saying, this guy's going to play 10 years in this league. I don't know how he went undrafted. This is so strange for his production, for where he's going to go in the league, what he's going to do. Don't know why it happened. And certainly right now, as you look at Poona Ford, he does appear on a trajectory to be one of those guys that's going to play 10 years in the league. And that's why we use those phrases to say, this is a guy, when I'm scouting him, I don't see a star. I don't see, a guy that's going to be necessarily a difference maker, but a good player. He's going to play 10 years in the league. You can see those kind of players out there at times, and Poona's proven to be that. He's on now with the Buffalo Bills. We'll see how he does there. But there's been some good success stories. Last year, Joey Blunt, the kid out of Virginia that you got, the safety, he was coming to this team on a team that looked pretty stacked up with safeties, from Quandre Diggs to Jamal Adams to Ryan Neal. Yet he was able eventually to end up making the roster and found his way onto the football field for a couple snaps here or there. He's going to be back in the mix again, of course, this offseason. So we don't want to undersell these undrafted rookie free agents and saying they're just not guys that are going to make the team. There's no chance. There is a chance with all of these guys. And each story is a little different. Each guy's a little different. I think what's going to be a little bit unique about this undrafted rookie free agent class is that the Seahawks were one of the most active participants in the rookie free agent class of any of the NFL teams. We signed a whopping 25 players. So for the sake of time, and to not dole you guys too much on guys that, there is very much the long odds, I tried to go through and look at most of the tape that I could find. Some of these guys are small school guys where there's not as much there, or they didn't play as much football. So it gets harder versus easier versus others. But I think I've narrowed this down to a set 4 guys I really want to lock in on here. We can talk a little bit about some of the other guys of maybe who didn't make this list. I looked at Arquan Bush out of Cincinnati. He certainly is a good tackling cornerback, but he's a guy that just kind of stays on top in coverage. I think he's going to, have really his only viewpoint to making the roster is potentially as a special teams guy. And if not, that can maybe into the practice squad as a guy that can develop with some of that coverage skills. But he just wasn't comfortable trying to jump on top of routes ever. Certainly his ability to stay on top will appeal to Coach Carroll for what he looks in corners, but it wasn't enough for me to think that with this pretty stacked corner room, he was going to get up in there. Tyjon Lindsey, Oregon State, 5'9", a guy that's going to have to play out of the slot, I think, at the NFL level. He certainly has some shades of him at times of like a little of a Tavon Austin type, but I just didn't see enough from him in production, and I think the road above him is too high, and I'm just a little bit higher on a couple of the other receivers we're going to talk about in this draft. So you may have a guy that I might have missed on this list that I narrowed down from, and if there is a guy that I have overlooked, feel free to post it in the comments or here in the chat. We can always go back and double back before training camp and take a look at a guy that you might have thought I missed out on. Some had recommended to me O'Connell out of Montana State. I tore through a lot of his tape, And unfortunately, he's just doing a high propensity of blitzing. And when he's not blitzing, he's not doing a whole bunch on the film that I watched. Maybe I don't have a lot of access to Montana State tape necessarily, so I don't have endless streams I can go through. But with what I watched of him, there just wasn't a lot there to really go off of as far as trying to put together even kind of highlights of what he is and what he does. He sort of just kind of rushed and blitzed a whole bunch and didn't do a lot with that blitzing. So, he's a guy that had some productivity in Montana. He's got an open road to making this roster as much as any of these undrafted rookie free agents, because of the fact that there is so few middle linebackers on this roster right now, especially when you need two of them when you're going to run the 3-4 defense pure. The four guys that I locked in on: Matt Landers out of Arkansas, and before that, Toledo. We're going to go with Jake Bobo out of UCLA, another wide receiver, and before that, Duke. So he's another guy that's transferred to these two receivers in that respect. Jonah Tavai out of San Diego State will be another one I look at. And then we're going to look at, finally, Noah Gindorf. And what I want to do with these particular guys is do kind of a deep dive. So folks in the chat, I hope you guys are ready for some film study today. I've put together, I think, about, we got a good probably 60 some odd clips. I don't even know if we're going to get to every one of these, but I'm going to try to get to as many of these as I can on this, because I want to give you guys the good looks of these guys, why they separated to me as guys that could potentially come in and do something rather than just be those camp fodder, practice squad, will never make the roster kind of guys, as I sort of saw with some of the rest of what I was looking at here. But let's start out with Matt Landers to begin things. We'll go to Jonah Tavai after that. But these are guys that I'm legitimately excited for. That's why I wanted to bring them up. I don't want to just go, well, this guy could maybe. Here, I'm going to try to show you some of the reasons they could have an impact, what they bring to the table, and let's just go through it. So we're going to start out with Mr. Landers. Get my deal going here. And this is going to definitely be one of those things where I'm going to have a few moving parts going on today. So bear with me, folks, on the back and forth with a little bit. But we will be a little bit late to the chat. I'm going to let you guys know in the questions. Please hold those off for now. I will respond as soon as these get done. But we got so many clips we're going to go through today. We're going to probably need some time to go through all that, where your comment might get lost right now if you do a comment or a question in there. So please do bear with me on that. But let's begin with Matt Landers out of Arkansas. The first player we're going to take a look at here is going to be Matt Landers. And boy, is this kid intriguing. 6'4", 200 pounds, 32.5-inch long arms. And he had a really good combine overall. Ran a 4.3 740, a 1.5 110-yard split. So he's got the speed and the explosiveness, which was backed up by the vertical leap and broad jump, where he went 37 inches on the vert, 10-10 on the broad jump. So the kid brings some tantalizing physical ability to the table. And when you look at his career in college, he progressively got better throughout his time. Started out as a 3-star recruit that went to Georgia. Georgia was just on their rise to winning back-to-back national titles. A lot of receivers on that roster, hard to crack into the lineup. He eventually had to transfer out to Toledo for a year. Went there, 500 yards receiving, managed to average 25 yards per catch, started to come along a little bit. Then he entered back into the transfer portal once again last year, going to Arkansas so he could team up with KJ Jefferson there at Arkansas and continue to take steps forward. 900 yards receiving, 8 touchdowns, 47 receptions, and also averaging 19.2 yards per catch. So this is a big play machine waiting to happen at times on the college level, at least this last year. And this is what he potentially maybe offers here when he comes to Seattle, because one of the things that does stand out is that 4.37, that 1.5 110-yard split is not merely a track time. This kid is legitimately fast. So let's get into the tape and let me show you a little bit of what Matt Landers can do. When beginning the film study of Matt Landers, you first have to start with his ability to take the top off the defense, because it's what he does best. On this particular play, he's going to be stacked up between the slot receiver and the outside receiver to the top side of your screen. And what's interesting about this is that the corner that's in off coverage and responsible for him is in pretty far off coverage, isn't he? You'll notice he's a good 2 yards even further back than the outside corner to his right. And I think this is because, of course, Matt Landers has that scary speed, and you want, as a cornerback, kind of cheat and get those extra steps back so you can stay clean over the top. What's interesting about this particular play is Matt Landers kind of slow rolls this a little bit. He doesn't just try to eat up that cushion post-snap instantaneously as fast as he possibly can. Instead, he almost kind of like a slight jog here to it as he waits to reach, he waits to get even with the cornerback, and then he goes to gear 4 and 5. Then he turns on the jets. And by doing so, creates that instant separation and makes it a nice, easy read for KJ Jefferson to hit him right over the top. Another go route for Matt Landers, and you'll notice him here at the top side of your screen. Also, the cornerback opposite him here is in press coverage. What's interesting here as well is the corner is aligned pre-snap here with sort of an inside leverage. And so he's giving a soft outside release here to Matt Landers by his alignment. But watch what the corner does just before the snap. See that little step he takes to his right, removing that outside leverage freedom that Landers would have had to be able to get free from. And Landers seems to react to this. He's a guy that is going to struggle at times to get off the line of scrimmage, especially when he's got to go lateral a couple of steps. But he does find a way to build within his game to still get really nice releases, even if he has to kind of stay linear in order to do it. And what he does here is just a hard stab to the ground and then a shock inside release. And it's very telling that he is still able, after taking that inside release, to get clean and free over the top. That's those guys that are really fast that can still take the inside release and still generate that separation, especially when we're talking about this being from the 23-yard line. This is not a 40, 50, 60-yard ball. He's got to create that separation very fast on this play for KJ Jefferson, and does so. Matt Landers is not the best contested catcher that you're going to find out there. It's a place that he can struggle with, especially when he gets those moment of truth manglers at the cornerback position that just get very physical at the catch point. On this particular play, he's going to be on the outside top of your screen here going up against this corner, and he's actually going to win in this contested catch situation, and win in a way that I think does show up in other places on his film. And that being that it's his speed and his ability to put the cornerback in a position of having to recover right from the start of the snap that then allows him to win this contested catch situation. And what I mean by that is this corner, as you can see from the start, is already probably a little bit too close for a guy that's a 4.37 guy in the 40, and also because the corner's not going to have any safety help over the top. Corner does seem to recognize this, as you can see him retreating all the way up to the point of the snap, but it's not enough. And you see Landers get really already starting to get past him about 10 yards up the football field, where that cornerback's now scrambling to try to recover and get back into the play. What this really means as a bottom line is that the corner's actually there with Landers. They're very close to each other when the ball actually does arrive, but because he has spent all of his time trying to recover here, he never gets his head turned back around for the ball, and Landers has a pretty easy contested catch. When you've got that big 6'4" frame, it's sometimes harder for those smaller cornerbacks to even try to make a play on the ball deep. It'd say nothing in the fact you don't have to high point the ball even at times. You just have a guy that might be 5'10" and you're 6'4", and you're just going to have naturally more length and more size to go get that ball, which is the case here with Matt Landers. He gets off the line of scrimmage, suffers a little bit of an illegal contact here in my opinion, because it's about the 6-yard mark. He gets chucked, but he fights through it, gets up the football field. The KJ Jefferson does a nice job in his ball placement of putting this to the middle side of the field, which then just allows Matt Landers to then utilize that big body to sort of put him in between the football to where the cornerback has no route to even go up and make the play, no route to go up and jump and knock this ball away. He's just too big for him, and that's something you see with these bigger bodied receivers who also happen to be lightning fast. That 4.37 speed is real. That 1.51 10-yard split is real. Again, an inside release here where he just easily takes the top right off the defense. Called it an inside release there. It's an outside release on that last play. And I want to show you a couple of other little just signature things within Landers. So you see right out the gate, we establish he can take the top off the defense. 4.3 speed, great acceleration, certainly good ball tracking skills, an ability to use his body, like I've often compared down to those power forwards down the paint, at least the way you used to play basketball, where you put the power forward down the paint and he can get the ball inside, just sometimes using his body as he's backing a guy down. Another place that showed up that was really strong from Matt Landers was his ability to run some sluggo routes. Sluggo, of course, is slant and go. That's where the name itself comes out of. So sluggo, slant, go. And it's something that he does on a couple of these points in the tape that I watched, and he does a really nice job of it. You can just see the smooth body control where he sets up this slant, and the corner bites it, corners in off coverage, and really jumps at the first movement he gets up inside of this, and then he's right back to getting vertical really, really quickly. A couple of these in his tape that were really impressive. This was something right out the gate, for instance, that DK Metcalf had in his bag, is another guy somewhat of similar, certainly a lot heavier, but similar speed, similar kind of pluses and minuses to their game a little bit. But that slant and go route was something that we could see with DK Metcalf that he had from day one. This kid's going to have it as well. Here's another slant and go, bang inside. I don't have as good an angle to show you on this, but if you watch at the top of the screen there, as he leaves screen coming off the line of the scrimmage here, you'll notice that he gets the inside, bam, just a little inside, and then the corner is completely bought in. Look at how much separation he's created. Almost 10, 12, 13 yards of space here, if you look at it, just because he gets that corner to bite in on that slant route so good. So the guy's got some some route running to him. He's not just, again, a guy just going to be just go run the 9 route, take the top off the defense. There's also some decent route running on the short stuff. Can he work off the deep stuff back to the short stuff? That's what you always like to see with those guys, because they can make their job so much easier, even if they don't have a full route tree to fall back on. You know, you can keep things pretty rudimentary even for those young guys if they make the roster at that point, because it's all kind of going off the speed. They don't even have to sometimes run the short routes great. They can just run it, you know, decently. But here you got him bottom of the screen, just a nice little short route here. It shows off the yak, which I'm going to show you a little bit here as well. He's got some yak to his game. But you can see here, bottom of the screen, corner's in off coverage. Corner's really worried about his speed, just sits down, makes the catch. Nothing fancy, but it doesn't have to be fancy when you got that speed. Again, bottom of the screen, back on a comeback route. Has that corner bought up on that 9 route, right? Even look at the bail technique post snap by the corner. Flipping the hips, dropping into his bail technique, right? I got to get on top. I got to stay on top here against this guy. That means all he's got to do is just sit down and he's open. Go through a couple of these here. Again, we're going to get him inside. This is a little bit more of a tougher, yeah. Again, you see how wide open he is on these comeback routes? So he's starting top of your screen. He starts again with the off coverage, presses the guy to make it think it's a 9 route, then just comes back and it's wide open. A lot of this on his tape. Here we got a post route. Using that body, top of the screen. Watch how he uses see how his body gets to be, because he's so big. When these guys are big and they're going on a 5'11", maybe 6 foot corner, and that ball, it's ball, man, defender. And there's not a lot the defender can do. And all this route's really attacking, of course, is again that bail. Guy's going to bail, start to bail, worry about the 9 route, which gives Landers then the inside leverage on the play to make it an easy post route. It's not necessarily a sensationally run route. It's kind of a rounded off post route, but it doesn't have to be sharp when you got the speed to threaten him. Let's see another one here. Again, a little just sits down in the zone kind of route. Nothing fancy. I'll show you a couple of these. Let's go to a little bit more of his yak, because the guy is able to do some things with the ball in his hands after the catch. We got KJ gets it in, breaks the first tackle, second tackle. Able to get on there 6-7 yards up the field. Not bad. A little bit more yak that I was able to see here on the tape. Just another element of his game here. Just a little in-cutting route. Look at that. Flips himself. The guy flips him around, still stays, keeps his feet. He's got pretty good balance with the ball in his hands. He's capable of a juke. You know, he's not just gonna go down. Got a little bit of fight to him that I like to see in this yak stuff. See again here. Here, just top off the defense here. Just Jefferson catches him, kind of some soft coverage. Probably the corner's thinking his safety is going to be there over the top. But as I've already shown here, he can take the top off the defense. He eats up that cushion. The corner kind of lets him by. That's more kind of blown coverage than anything else. Another yak here for you. Catch inside, pivots, gets up the football field, creates a little bit more after the catch. So he's not just going to die easy after the catch. Another little part of his game. This is a little part. It's not just the guy getting deep, not just the ability to use the body, not just the ability to go up and go get it, as he also was able to do at times with some of the contested catch stuff. Let's show you the ball skills a little bit here. Look at the ability to get up over the corner here. Corner doesn't get his head back around. Jumps up, high points the ball. Brings it in. So in the body catch, pretty tough, difficult degree of difficulty here. But he knows that corner's not turning around on the play, so just got to get up high. Here's another one here with some ball skills from Landers. Look at that catch. Guy's hanging off of him. Bottom of your screen. Guy just hanging off him on the catch. He's got to reach out fully extended here. This ball is not on his body. And when you have KJ Jefferson, something that stands out with KJ Jefferson, I remember I've said a lot, he reminds me of Cam Newton, both in the good and the bad. And the bad being that the accuracy isn't always there. It's not that it's a bad thrown ball, but it'd be nice to get this on the body, wouldn't it? And maybe KJ's throwing it to keep it away from the defender there, but still a fantastic catch. He's capable of sitting in a zone, find a spot. He has a couple of these touchdown catches where he's just got to kind of find the opening in the zone, not keep moving, be a little bit smart about where you're standing, bottom of your screen. Can't see a lot of what he's doing on this play, but just take my word for it. Just kind of sitting down the zone, finding that open hole there. A couple of those on his tape. He gets a nice little touchdown here from KJ on the play. One more here. Last little cut again. Another end zone, similar to the last play a little bit. Find that open hole in the zone. And I don't have the all-22 to show you on some of these. I'm sorry about that, but kind of can show you what I can show you on this. So that's kind of Matt Landers in a nutshell. You first and foremost have a guy who can take the ball off, to take the top off the defense. That's what he does best. And he can take the top off the defense both just simply running away from the corner, or if they're even and the corner's in recovery mode and can't get his head turned around, he can go up and still take the ball and still pluck it at that point. He doesn't need to be essentially wide open on those deep routes to make the catch. He can run relatively good routes. There are certainly some negatives here, which I'll more talk about than try to show, because I'm trying, for the sake of this, not to make this 5 hours tonight. Just on the breakdowns, but he certainly is getting lateral. That's one of the issues with him. Both, you saw a little bit in the route running on that one that he rounded off. There's a little bit of rounding off the routes. There's a little bit of that DK Metcalf straight line speed, but you don't know what you're going to get from him in the 3-cone. And if you noticed, as on his combine stuff, there was no 3-cone stuff. There was none of that short area quickness kind of stuff being registered, because he knew it was probably going to be to his detriment. Probably one of the reasons that he went undrafted. He was a guy who originally went to that Georgia, couldn't make it there, went to Toledo, really kind of found his feet with Toledo, and then went to Arkansas this last year and then really found himself back. But it's hard to find guys at 6'4" who have some ball skills, who can track, who also are 4.37 type guys. That's a combination that's, as we've seen with DK, we don't find too many of these guys floating around. And this is a guy to me that should look very scary to a guy like D. Eskridge, because of the fact that he can play probably, I don't know if he can play as much the slot. You can maybe make him a big slot. He's got the burst down there, that's for sure, but you probably want to more keep him on the outside. But he, unlike Dwayne, can play on the outside, which I'm not sure is something that you would be able to see in out of Eskridge. I think he is a pure slot, even if he's healthy and rolling and doing his best stuff. So this is a guy who I think absolutely could push Eskridge in the respect of he offers something that Eskridge doesn't quite have, and the Seahawks maybe have a little bit more redundancy for that Eskridge type player that they need now, being it in Derek Young and, of course, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Let's look at the next guy here on our list, and let's go to defensive lineman before we bounce back here to sorry, the thing went crazy here on me. There we go. Stop it. So we're going to look at Jonah Tavai here. And Jonah Tavai is a San Diego State defensive tackle. And this is an interesting guy. You talk about Poona Ford. You've got a guy probably with similar dimensions to a Poona Ford. He is a 6-foot guy, 290, short arms, not super long in that respect of things. You look at here, these are his pro day numbers, 5.06 seconds in the 40. Broad jump was 105, 29 reps, he's very strong. Good to see there. Shuttle 470 and 765. None of these are really great scores for a defensive lineman. The 3-cones, I guess, maybe a little bit better than average, but he certainly didn't put anything up in his pro day that made eyeballs pop. What you do notice here is on his PFF scores for the previous year, was actually not just solid, but tremendous. As a pass rusher, specifically, 92.2. As a run defender, not bad as well, though, 87.9. Both of these are outstanding numbers for a defensive lineman. We talk about league average for our PFF scores, and the pros is 65. It's probably a little bit more higher at the college level, but these were numbers that initially, before I looked at the tape on him, stood out to me when I was just about to turn the tape. Go, whoa, hold on here. You can see a lot of these college defensive lineman numbers you look at from the PFF standpoint. I know there's some that hate, love with the PFF thing, but no matter what you think, it's a lot of guys that they rate pretty rightly. I mean, Cameron Young was not rated very well last year. You put his rating, now he had a lot harder competition, different tasks he was asked to do in his defense than Tavai. But these numbers are legitimate, and I'm going to be showing you guys quite a few cut-ups here of Tavai, because he was a guy like Landers who might have been, if not right there with Landers, the second most impressive guy that I watched off the tape. He was popping every which way but loose. They used him all over the line of scrimmage there at San Diego State. So we're going to see him over at the edge. We're going to see him inside. You're going to see him as a zero tech at times. He was bounced all over the place. Certainly he's not going to be able to play zero tech at the pros, being that he is 290 at 6 foot. He's just not big enough. I mean, you'd like to have a guy 330, 340 in there. So he's not going to be that at the pros, but I do love the versatility this guy brings. And when it starts with Tavai, the thing that jumped out at me out the gate, the thing I really liked about him, I think the thing that's going to appeal him to Coach Carroll is the hustle, is the willingness to just play balls out every play. Here he's dropping in coverage. He ends up 15 yards away from the line of scrimmage here. And on all these, I should have it flashed to where you can see where he is on the field by the little blip you'll see there that shows where he's at. But look at how far he covers to go make this play. You start to go, well, why does the guy get high rated? How do they get? Because there's no business a defensive lineman has prior to making this play, even dropping back into coverage. But he finds his way over there, makes the tackle. Here's another play here. It's just hustle with him. Standing up here over in kind of the B gap. Doesn't allow himself to first get cut and gets over to where he could make the play. Now, I know he didn't make the play here, but watch this. First, he removes himself from being cut, keeps his feet, gets back around the man, and he's there to go and make that play. That's where a lot of these plays he comes and makes or plays. A lot of defensive linemen give up in because I'm not going to have an impact on this play. There's nothing that I can do. But he always is coming back around on his tape to go and hustle and try to make that play. And often he's able to come in and make an impact, even though he didn't on this particular play. Another one here, this time with him from the edge, top side of the formation. Just unblocked this time. Looks like he's completely out of the play, right? I mean, fantastic. Look at this. He's completely out of the play. Unblocked. He's to the quarterback. 99% of defensive linemen give up right here. But he still comes the whole way, comes down to make the tackle at the end of the play. One more time. I just love this play. This is this part what gets me excited about this guy. When you play like this, when you play hard like this, if you've got the work ethic, part of me wonders a guy can't find his way to the league with some of his pass rush ability he brings to bear with this too. But just a fantastic play on his part to stay with this play. He beats all of his other defensive linemen down there. Stands out over and over again when he's the one guy down there kind of hustling and moving. Here we got him in the inside, kind of zero tech, dispenses the blocker, stays with the play. Not a big flash play here, but he does show that he's pretty stout here at the point of attack with the first block. Doesn't get moved too far back, still makes his way back into the play, showing that hustle. These are all just basic hustle plays. I'll show you the different track here in a sec, but this line of plays are just hustle here. Just him finding a way to get himself back in. Here showing a little bit of that strength there with just a one-arm tackle of the running back. Again, coming off the edge here, kind of in a 5-tech roll. First got to set the edge. Remember, we talked about this. You set the edge first as an end, right? So his responsibility is I got to make sure that guy doesn't get behind me. When he recognizes that's not going to happen, when he's not coming around his left side, he goes in and makes a play. So he's not just going to be an assignment correct kind of guy. He'll feel it, read it, and react to it. Tremendous play. That goes for probably 12, 13 yards if he doesn't make that tackle on that play. More Tavai, hustle, again, off the edge. Stays with it, right? Stays with it. He's getting blocked, bounces off blocks. This guy's just a bowling ball. Look at him. He just bounces off this block. Second guy hits him, no problem. Just keeps rolling on the play. Just keeps on rolling on the play. Bam. Bam. Get him. Love it. Love the effort from this kid. Stands out all over the place. I didn't mark this right. He's in the middle of the line of scrimmage here, zero tech in it. It's a nice splash play here. So right in the middle of the line of scrimmage, keep your eyes that you got the two guys slanted kind of. He's the guy, the bottom side guy. Comes right around active, makes the play. Let's get a couple more off of him, kind of edge or his defensive end. Kind of stuff he'd be doing right here, Seattle. Fights off the block, go make the play. Simple. Nothing wild about this, just simple, but he makes the play. Takes right on the block, heads up, fights off of it, finds the ball carrier. How about another one here? He's on the top of the line of scrimmage on this one. You see him one gapping here off the snap. So watch how he explodes to a gap here off the snap. He's not two gapping. Back to what kind of stuff we're going to be doing. I don't know if he recognizes this off film, knowing where this play is going to go, or just great instincts. But he's right on top of where this ball is going and there to make the play. See how he attacks that shoulder? That's what you got to do in this defense. That's why I like him as a fit as defensive end here. His quickness allows him to really get into that gap that he wants to go attack really quickly. And just another tremendous play. Another one here with him off the edge, kind of a 5-tech roll there. Got to set the edge first. Set the edge first. How do you do? Quite well. 2-yard gain. Looks like for a moment here he's going to lose the edge. The guy's got him pinned here for a second, but keeps fighting. High motor player. And goes in again, finds the ball carrier. Here we got him kind of in a stand-up weird spinner roll here over the guard. Probably hard to see what he's doing here, so I'll roll this a couple times. Just sifting through the traffic, find the ball carrier, get back to it. He starts out one way here and then gets back to the backside hole. Another part of what I like with this on our defense, you got to slant first. Another thing I talk about, gap and a half, and how so complex it is for these defensive linemen. You've got to first attack one gap, get up in there, but always be ready to get back that backdoor gap. If you're wrong, if you guess wrong, if we guess wrong as a coaching staff and initially telling you to hit that gap with the play call, you've got to have a method to get back to it, which is what he does here. He attacks first to that A gap, but then, I got to get back over here to where the B gap would be here. That's where the run's really going. I go first to the A gap thinking this is going to be basically a strong side run here. Nope, they're going backside on us. And he's able to react back to it with that quickness that he has. That's what allows him to do that. All right, here we got him off the edge here. Again, this now kind of looking like a typical defensive end, just rocks the tackle. And then just keeps running to come make the play. Sorry, I didn't get a good angle on that one. Let's some of these, I was putting these together in the middle of the night, so it was probably a little rummy. Here we've got him getting up a little bit on the pass rush. Of course, he's got that 92 pass rush grade from PFF last year. Here he's going right after, kind of as a 3-tech. You see him just moved all around the place here on this line. Now he's as a 3-tech. Quarterback's able to get through the first guy, but he's there to clean things up. Not really a move here. He just gets past with some quickness, gets past the defensive lineman. Lineman doesn't get out to meet him quick enough to where he's going. And he's again attacking a gap here, right, in his pass rush. I mean, they know this is going to be a pass, I think, but he's just getting there quicker than the other guy. A little more pass rush from him off the edge. Now we got him again back as a defensive end. He goes after the guard inside. Bull rushes him through. One arms the quarterback. Pretty impressive play. Let's watch it again. Off that edge. Defensive end is going to take the linebacker with the blitzing linebacker right. So the guard has to now pick up Tavai. And Tavai just pushes him right in the backfield. So he's got a little quickness and power to go off of. The previous play was quickness. This play is just back to the power. So he can kind of do a couple things against these linemen as far as setting them up a little bit. But he does have some really good strength. That showed up on those bench press numbers, of course. If you're going to have the smaller arms, you better have the power. You got those little T-Rex arms. Back into kind of a 3-tech role here. Keeps working through. Finds his way to the quarterback. This is just hustle again. Motor. Nothing too fancy on it. Just staying with the play. He's blocked by 2 different guys, but just stays with it. And catches the quarterback kind of trying to bail there as he was getting some pressure up the front. Here we got again 3-tech roll. Defense tackle. This time he's using his hands a little bit. So a little bit of hand fighting on this play that I like, where a lot of this has either been him trying to get quickness or him getting with power. Here, you get a little bit of the swipe. Watch him swipe the hands. It's a little baby swipe. It's a little baby stiff arm. It's not a bad little play, but again, finding his way to the quarterback. He just kind of finds his way to the quarterback. Is it conventional? Is it unconventional? Does he just find a way to get there? It's the hustle. It's a little quickness, a little bit of power. None being any dominant trait, of course. I'm not saying any of these are going to come in and he's going to whoop grown men's butts on the football field with his power at the NFL level, but this is how he's doing it in college. And some of this might have a potential of being able to translate. Here's on the bottom side of the screen. This is a heavy-duty blitz look by the San Diego State. I'm such a crazy play, I can't even pronounce what names. By the Aztecs here. Look at, this is almost beyond wide 9. This is like wide 10. He's so far outside. But for a defensive tackle, not bad quickness, huh? For a guy at 290 pounds to get here this quick. Saw a lot of these guys at the college level last year all over the place. They should be pure defensive tackles, but those college teams like to kind of flex them out wide like this. But he's got a little bit of juice to him. A little more pass rush from him here. A little all-22 look. Locked inside. And hey, how about that? We get a little rip move from him, huh? Another little baby rip move. So starts out heads up, slides to the right shoulder. Little rip move to keep those hands off as he's trying to get clear. He's got a little bit of stuff in his bag. None of this stuff is, we've seen some better rip moves, right, from some prospects, but gets the job done. May not be pretty. Gets the job done again here off the edge. Another basically great rip move. I put this back to back with the other play. So you have this play. Watch this. Tell me this doesn't look familiar. Slide, rip, right? Slide, rip. Think about that for a second. So let's watch him here off the edge. So slide, rip. And it's a baby rip. It ain't a full, usually you get the rip coming up like this. It's kind of just like this, just to make sure the hands aren't on him. Where I can get through as long as you don't have good, solid hands on me to kind of push me out the back of the pocket. So it's slide and then a little bit of a rip that he's got. That's kind of his, when he does go to kind of something technical, that's what the main technical move is that he calls upon. Again, here's a defensive tackle, a little stunt inside, just a nice little hit. Shows the quickness here, right? He's got to get lateral and then get upfield quick. Right by the tackle, gets upfield quick. Able to get a little skinny here too. Because see, the guard does get a glancing blow on him, but he's still able to create a pressure in this situation, even with 54 kind of getting a little bit of hands on him. Because he stays skinny. He's staying skinny as he's getting through this hole, right? He's not giving them a whole man to attack as he comes through. See how he dips? So he dips his shoulder, so a little bit of dip to him. Watch the dip here that allows him to keep away from the contact so he can get the hit on the quarterback. Right there. Just these like the landers. You start seeing a guy that's not a one-trick pony, that's got a couple of things that puts together their game that makes them who they are, that gives them a chance to have some kind of impact and effect. Last one on the pass rush side of things here. Quickness just again surprises the defensive end. I mean, this is a tackle. I'm surprised the tackle. It's a right tackle, granted, but this is a tackle who's probably thinking, it's a defensive tackle lining up outside. I'll absolutely be able to meet him to the edge, no problem. And we've seen on a couple of these tapes, a couple of these cut-ups, he's struggling to get to that. They're struggling to get that edge. The man seems to have some kind of quickness to a degree. I think this will help. This is more about how that will translate to the inside with him, more than it's about us lining him to the edge and having him attack that manner. But I think it is notable that so many of these tackles are struggling with the defensive tackle on the edge, specifically not with his power, which is what you would expect with a defensive tackle kicked outside like that, but instead with his quickness. Let's go to his power, though. A couple snaps here with him. I want to show a few of these guys because I really do like this kid quite a bit. Here's some power here. Fights off. Look at him making the tackle from his feet, from his butt. Initially, you might get him with the first block, but that motor doesn't quit with Jonah Tavai. And if he got one arm on you, he's bringing you down. Look at that. Just sticks that one arm out, not giving up, right? It's not easy. You can understand pretty quickly why I love watching this kid play, because he's all heart. He's all Rudy out there. You know, this is Rudy. This is your Rudy type player, where you're getting everything they've got. They ain't the most biggest, they ain't the most talented, but you're getting every snap 100% from this guy. It was easy to find these cut-ups of him just going through a few games even, because you see it snap in and snap out. I mean, look at him, he's fighting here with violence, power, just trying to throw guys around here. Get off me. Get off me. Still getting in on the play. Two guys off. This gets me jacked up. Watch this. I love this. I love this first. Just get off me. Get the hell off me. Right here. Watch him. Watch this. Get your butt on the floor. You can't block me. You're too little. You're too little. Oh, I love it. And then fights off the second one. He doesn't just throw the man to the ground, but then he gets off the other block who's right there. That guy's got a blindside block on him. This tight end comes in, the second tight end comes down, and he's got him. I mean, he's just throwing this first guy off. He's like kind of admiring his work on the ground, and this other guy comes in, has a full chance to hit him sideways, and he just is absolutely immovable when that guy comes in and still goes and makes the play. Just a manimal out there. We got him again here, kind of a 3-tech, shooting that gap. This looks like initially here like he might be running out of his gap, but I would offer instead, this is the play call. This is what he's kind of supposed to be doing here. And he's right on his guess. That's the part that stands out to me on this, is that the play's supposed to go where he's going. Running back has to cut this back. And even once the running back does, it's only a couple yard gain. It's a little bit of a kind of slanting thing that he's doing too. This is what everyone who was the commenters on my Cam Young video kept telling me was, he's slanting. So, therefore he's doing kind of a job. He's not really one gapping or two gapping. He's sort of trying to just run off the lineman down the line so somebody else can come behind him and make the play. Again, we got 3-tech look here for him here. Gets into the center. Just fights right through the center. This is power stuff here, where center's thinking, I'm unblocked, I don't have anybody to deal with. He quickly just gets right up into the center. Look how he surprised the center with the quickness. I mean, he's right up in his chest. Tavai knows he doesn't have long arms, so he's got to get into these guys' chests like this. And that's just what he does on this play. Very impressive. Just how quick he gets lateral, and then how fast he gets into the center before the centers at this point is catching him like this, right? He's hugging him, right? He's not getting him like this like you want your center to get. And it's because Tavai is surprising him so much with that quickness. And then the power comes into play. Quickness to power. Love seeing it here. 3-tech. Again here, roll. Just blows the guy back. This is a very quick pass. So there's really not much of an opportunity for much pass rush. But just notice how powerful he is when he wants to really hit you with the bull rush. Walks the guy right on back. I mean, he's got him on skates here from the start on this snap. Quarterback just smart enough to get the ball out of his hands. All right, one last little power one. Here a little bit more in almost a 1-tech roll. How can you root down in a 1-tech? Can you hold your ground? Can you become immovable at the point of attack, especially when the ball's coming right at you? Yeah, it looks like you can, doesn't it? Again, another play where just not only is he being stout, he's coming in here to make the play. He's not just going to do his job. He's going to go find ball. So many guys will just do their job. Oh, I took care of my gap. Oh, I wasn't moved off the line of scrimmage. But he does the extra. I'm going to go find the ball. I'm going to go find the ball on top of this. Guys got him, but he's so kind of slippery there on the blocks a little bit. A couple extra here for Tavai. Here we got another little slanting of him here. Just trying to get down the line of scrimmage. Clears those linemen out so that his other guys can come behind him and make the play. See how he just sort of just like a bowling ball taking down the pins to leave the two guys to make the tackle. Nice stuff. Ability to find the ball is tremendous with this guy. He doesn't get lost on things. He doesn't, so many guys I was watching a couple of these young guys here on the tape for the future defensive tackle prospects in the next year's draft. And some of these guys just can't find the ball at times. Here you got him as a 0-tech. He's initially blocked and spun around on this play, but still finds his way to get back over to the ball carrier. Watch this. Gets blocked, middle of your screen, blocked, spun around, still goes out there and finds the ball carrier. He's always still able to go find the ball in this tape over and over again. And got a little stack and shed. So here's where the power comes in again. Stack you up, shed you, go get the ball. I told you can get skinny at times. That's always what you want with pass rushers. Can you get your body kind of turned side a little bit? So what you're doing is, you've got, when you go upfield, you got your whole body here as a kind of a contact point for an offensive lineman. You can get yourself skinny at times as you're trying to get through the cracks of that hole and then get back to full as you're trying to then go after the quarterback. You're doing it for a second just to get past the offensive lineman so they can't get a hand on you. So watch him get skinny here again. That's where he's got some little advanced things that he does from a pass rusher standpoint. That picking that hand up and turning himself sideways. It gives less of a strike point there for that offensive lineman to hit. And last little bit of tape here on Tavai. This is just a nice little spin move that just made me laugh. I didn't know he had this in his bag too. So just a nice little spin move. I didn't see him go to this very much, but he was pretty effective with it considering. He's an athletic kid. There's some stuff he's bringing to the table. This is why I'm so excited about him, and Lander's kind of at the forefront. And I'm going to show most of my tape with these two guys is I really like their games. I really like that they have a variety of things they're coming to bring here. It isn't just this is what you could hope to get from me if you can just maybe get me into the select special teams type role. These are guys who might eventually be able to find their way onto the football field. But that's Jonah Tavai. I think that he's got as much of an opening here to come out and make this team right now as it stands. When you look at the defensive linemen, you got Cameron Young, Jaron Reed, Draymond Jones, and Miles Adams as it kind of stands right now, along with the kid I'm blanking off that we got from Tennessee Titans, who's another kind of role player in there. But him and Miles Adams could absolutely be kind of battling it out for maybe that last defensive lineman position here on this team as a defensive end. It'll be interesting to see how that battle goes. I probably would give a little bit of the nod to Miles Adams, but I will absolutely be shocked if Tavai doesn't at the very minimum make the practice squad with what he's bringing to bear on the football field here as it stands right now. Let's go back over here to our wide receiver room. And we're going to go with the other guy that had me really excited as a receiver for potentially making this roster. A little bit more of an uphill battle. These next two guys we're going to probably spend. The other guy I've got some tape on too, so I can't lie. We're going to be long on this, folks, so bear with me. We got Jake Bobo out of UCLA, and this is an interesting kid who really kind of is more of that I bring one skill to bear, the thing that I'm saying that Landers and Tavai don't have, where it's, well, I kind of have this one thing I do, and I just do it really well. This is kind of more along those lines with this kind of guy, in my opinion. Solid grades last year all around in how he played. He was pretty solid in that respect. He's also played a lot of college football. So you go back and look at him. He's been playing college football since 2018. So 5 years. He had 74 receptions at Duke before he went to UCLA. So actually in 2021 at Duke, he was more productive than he was able to be last year, even in essentially, and these are just random highlights here. So if you don't see exactly what's going on, don't worry on this. These are just going to be some stuff I'm going to run through. This is his Duke stuff, where Bobo was doing a little more of the outside stuff. You know, he was catching stuff over the top. You can see that he is not fast. He doesn't have a lot of quickness. He's got some ability to get off the line of scrimmage with moves and whatnot, and he finds his way to get over the top on some of these defenses here on some of these cuts that I'm going to show. They're just, I'm going to go some specific ones as well, but I want to show you guys just some of his Duke stuff because he was doing some different stuff than what he had done with UCLA. UCLA, he is specifically only just an inside slot receiver. That was how they were using him. But with Duke, nice contested catch there. He's got some great hands, great contested catch ability. Good. A guy that you can kind of batter a little bit and he'll still make the catch, right? So a contested catcher who can deal with physicality. A little bit of the antithesis of what you have with Landers, who's at times, if you're going to be physical with him at the catch point, he's going to have moments where he might struggle with that. But you can see here a couple other cut-ups here I'm showing here of his UCLA stuff. He's great with one-handed catches. Good ball skills. He's a big target. I mean, he's like a thin tight end a little bit. Excellent at being able to really utilize his body to block out the defender. I talked about that being something Landers does really well, but Bobo does it even to another degree in certain respects, where he's just able to be so big, you can't get around him. And it shows up especially with him when you get down into the red zone kind of situations. But was a great slot receiver for them last year. 57 catches, 817 yards. What's interesting about this as well, as I was saying, he's playing on the outside with Duke way more often, had way more catches with them. He was only averaging 10.7 yards per catch there at Duke. Last year with UCLA, even though he's operating only really in the slot here mainly, 14.3 yards per catch last year with UCLA. So still able to be a kind of a big play guy at that point. But very interesting to see how UCLA looked at him as more of, we see all this production you've done at Duke. We see how good with you. We just don't think maybe you're fast enough or quick enough to get out there, and make it happen. And that does get backed up a little bit by when you look at his. Let's go back to his numbers here. Bobo ran a 4.9940. So that's not a great time for a receiver. And his 7.09. 3-cone drill. I want to give you a comparison here. So he's got 7.09 as a 3-cone drill, and he's a slot-only kind of guy, is how I'm kind of setting this up to you, right? So you see he's running a 7.09 to give you a comparison here with Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's also a slot-only guy. Jackson Smith ran a 6.57 3-cone to give you a comparative of difference. So the guy's neither fast nor particularly really quick in short areas. Was interesting that he was able to pop off with a 36-inch vertical leap, because this is a 6'4", almost probably, 6'5", actually. I think he's legit 6'5". So he does pop off in that respect of things, at least with those numbers. But 9.9 broads, just kind of about average-ish. Nothing tremendous there, but he's not a bad jumper. You can see where the leaping comes in with the contested catch stuff. That really stands out. Let me give you a couple of cuts here. We won't go as deep with him because he is a little more of a specialist. He has a little more of the uphill to go at to kind of get in here. But I want to show a couple of these slot. And what's interesting with me on him on this is that he just always finds a way to get open from within the slot. You watch guys with leverage in positions here where he would appear like on this play. You see the inside, it's probably a linebacker kind of allotted there. Linebacker looks like he's going to squat down right where kind of this route goes. He looks like he's got a feel for where Bobo is going to go. But Bobo with the route running and his body control, and especially with what he does at the stem of the route, that's where there's one kind of super special skill he brings to play. It's with his ability to set up at the stem of the route to where you don't know where the ball is going. I mean, one of those base skills that you want all of your wide receivers to have. You're running your route, and whether you're running an in-cutting route, an out-cutting route, a slant, a post, a 9 route, wherever you're running the route, at the point of that stem where you're going to make a different move in a cut, that corner can't read where that cut's going. I want that to be the thing that, that can be avoided. Don't want him to be able to read that. That's what Bobo does really well. And you better do that if you don't have the speed and quickness, which Bobo's missing. You better be able to set it up with body control and being able to get that defender to basically buy into you rolling one way or another. Again, here he's lied up against the slot, gets right up the field, kind of staggers his gait just a little bit, makes the catch. Doesn't give you really anything off the as far as yak goes. And I'm sorry I don't have any All-22 as much with this guy, so I can't show you like everything he's doing on his route here. Got a couple of those I'll give you and show you, but just finds his way to get to the cracks and openings in a defense. Good understanding here of kind of sort of stifles his gait a little bit here, right? Just doesn't run full steam, kind of little drop step, kind of let me feel the coverage a little bit. Let me feel where I got to kind of sit down in this coverage and find this spot. Here we got him top of the screen here. He's going to come, I think, on a little bit of almost kind of a drag, more of a crosser, I guess, is what we'll call this. This play, the corner's on top of him. And this is a little bit of a contested catch thing here where you get to see how hard his corner's kind of got an angle. I know you can't see it on this. Kind of got an angle to get around to the ball. But there's so much man to go through to get to the ball in this play. And that shows up on his tape over and over again on the catches he makes. Even if he's not creating the separation, he can catch the contested catch, and there's a lot of man to go through. These are things, again, you need to have if you don't have the speed and quickness that he does bring to bear. Also runs pretty hard with the ball, even though he's not got a lot of moves in his bag after the catch. Here we've got him at Duke, bottom side of the screen. Just like this outside release a little bit here where he gets creative to get over the top. Notice how he kind of just gets a little bit sideways here. It's going into the leverage of the corner. Keeps that just to a glancing kind of chuck there at the line of scrimmage and still gets him over the top. Strange to watch him getting over the top so much and outside with the Duke tape versus what you see from him on the UCLA tape. Here we go again with Duke. Again, just love the release. See the feet at the line of scrimmage like we saw in the last one? This is the one I want you to concentrate on, the feet at the line of scrimmage. Watch the dance. Pop, 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 pop. Gets to the outside. See how he pulls the defender with it too? See how he can pull that defender in? He gets the defender in, and then that's just to set that out on the outside, open up that out, and creates that really quick separation. This is a guy without quickness or speed, creating separation with technique. I got the corner to bite to take the cheese. That's all I needed. Now, where he's at his best, in my opinion, is at that stem of the route I talked about. It's when you get to the top of the route, and then you're able to just always get open, always create enough separation. And even if you're not wide open, he doesn't need much. If you're not a defender that's basically laying on his back, if he's especially this in-cutting route, if he's breaking this in-cutting route, if you're not laying on his back, he's going to make the catch. You see here with the Husky corner, he's kind of got leverage on this route. I know you can't see a super clear, but as the play develops, notice that initially here, the defender Husky-wise is at the inside leverage. But he's got to make that defender trust enough that he might go outside. That opens up the door enough for him to then get into the inside. Let's go over here then to back into the slot. Stem of the route. Boom. He's open. Defender, like that last play, defender's this close, right? Defender feels like he's on it where he can make the play and break this ball up. But he's so big, there's so much man to get through. I just can't quite get there to make that play. And then he makes the catch. A little bit of yak. Can't show you as much the All-22, which would have shown this, but it's him able at that stem of the route. And this one shows a little bit better. Boom. Watch how he puts his foot in the ground here when he gets to the stem of the route and cuts this inside. Watch how sharp it is for a man that's this big. Boom. And then the ball skills with the man hanging off of him. This is a play that really shows all of what he does at his best to me. The quickness, the route, then still with the defender hanging on him, catching the ball out away from his body, really sticky hands. But it's that stem. It's this spot right here. That cut inside that I saw on his tape so much, that's so nice, that This is the part that's going to be making it hard to cover at times on and again, right now, especially in the red zone. Same kind of play, huh? This looks like a replay on a different angle of what I just showed you, right? But it's not. It's a completely different play. But you see that same cut. Bam! That same cut to the outside. That same, I've got you bought into the fact I might go outside. So if the guy thinks he's just going inside the whole way, this move doesn't work. But that bounce to the outside that he does, and I've seen it so many times on his tape, that just always seems to clear him open, creating just enough separation. And if you put the ball placement in nice like Dorian Thompson-Robinson does here, put it out away from the body, the corner has never any chance. He's just not long enough to, even if there's a minimal amount of separation, he's just not going to be long enough to get to that ball. Get another one here with him at the stem of the route. Again with the Huskies here. Nice release, fighting off a little bit of a sub-press look there, and gets back open inside. See that there? See that same stem you saw in the last two plays, right? Let's watch it on again. You see the same play cut up twice. I got a different angle on this one to show you because I know in the first angle you can't see it as well. But watch here after he's tackled here. Watch again now, right? Boom. That stem to the outside. Look there. I mean, look where he's at on the field. There's the threat to the corner there. You shouldn't buy that route. In that play, you should not be buying it because there's only the sideline over there. He doesn't have enough room to go out there and make an out route cut. It's too tight, the place. But because he's so good with that bounce of getting that player to buy into that. Jackson Smith does this a little bit too with the bounce step. It's a bounce step to approach the defender. So you're bouncing on that last step on your approach to the defender before you intend to make your cut off the stem of the route. And the bounce triggers stuff in the defender's mind where he starts to panic. It's the same thing of what you get with the crossover dribble, where the dribble comes up over, and if you're Allen Iverson in it and you're high signing up here, right? You're just waiting as you go into the crossover to feel the defender start to lean. And as soon as you got him leaning, you're back up over the other side. And this is the way to catch him leaning, is with a little bit of that jump step at the stem of that route. But so impressive that he does it over and over again. And these guys they buy it every time. Another one here on the stem. Just very quick in getting turned around here. Which way is he going in the first 5 steps? Can you tell? Can you tell? You know when I showed you this that you thought he was going to cut it inside again here, right? I show you after last a couple, you go watching his gait, watching him run, you go, oh, he's going to cut it inside. Oh, turn it right outside. That's a guy 6'5" doing it. And even at 6'5", I know this isn't the same of a guy who's 5'9" running this route. But it doesn't have to be. If it's sharp for his size, if it's quick for his size when he's making that kind of cut, his body size, his long arms, his contested catch ability will make it more than enough. Let's talk a little bit about that contested catch ability here. He's going to be in the slot. Again, shows you the stem of that route. You've seen a couple of these, haven't we? By the way, my trigger's wrong. It's showing the lineman, so sorry, my little deal's off. He's in the slot here. And again, see that jump step I'm showing you guys? Watch the jump step again. He's going to press the outside from the slot. Boom. And he gets the corner to bite it. See how the corner bites on that jump step? Watch the corner now. Corner's going to be right across from him here. Watch him bite the jump step. Boom. He gets him to almost kind of turn his hips in the wrong direction. One last time. Watch that corner. Safety, I guess. Bites it right inside. Dorian puts it up high. Easy catch. A little different angle here for you. I just love the way that he gets these corners to bite with that jump. Boom. Just a step. He's not even showing body head. He ain't head body faking. He's just taking that 1 foot jump into the outside and then cutting it back in. Bottom of your screen here, another contested catch. Another nice release there. Showed this to you guys earlier a little bit, but just I love this catch here. Especially off the release. Bump, bump, bump. Inside release, clear myself out. Then I got to go make the contested catch. A lot of degree of difficulty increases along this play in a couple of respects. Last two ones I want to show you. Put this one in the highlight as well here. Just a one-handed catch, guy hanging all over him. Not hard to see why this one's impressive. Tipped up, bring it back in, big hands, big bear paws. Smaller corners hanging off him, don't bother him. Last one here, my little thing's off again. He's going to be kind of in the middle slot position here. But this is the catch we've seen a couple times from him. So he's the second guy from the bottom. You'll see him leave the screen here. First get through contact, and then have to fight through contact at the catch point. But he's got that big, watch the catch radius on this. See how he fights through to the slot corner here. Fights past him, gets past the physicality, but those long arms to reach out and grab it. And Thompson did a great job with him of always kind of making sure he's using that size to his advantage, putting it out away from his body. That's what those quarterbacks have to do. Sometimes those big guys, they get it down and low. It's get it up away from him, give him a chance to use his jumping ability, give him a chance to use his extension to get up there and get that ball. But I do like what I see out of... The first player we're going to take a look at here is going to be Matt Landers. And boy, is this... I can stop clicking things. I do like what I see out of Bobo. I think he does have an uphill battle. Some of it might be determined by what he can do as a special teams player. Part of me wonders if you just added 20 pounds to the guy, 25 pounds, if you couldn't, potentially move him in as a tight end. But as a red zone guy who can be kind of sometimes uncoverable down in there with that ability to kind of break those routes off at the stem and not be able to read it, and with his body size, with his contested catch ability and willingness to deal with physicality at the catch point, a guy that could be an interesting guy in this training camp to come along. He is probably, to me, only a slot guy, even with what he did out at Duke. I agree with what Chip Kelly did, and Chip probably did the best for him for his pro career, getting him kind of cemented in that slot role. And if you'll make the league, if you'll take to the league, it's going to be as this kind of guy with your unique skill set. But a guy that if you put him down by the red zone, I think could give you some interesting mismatches down there if he were to play. I think it's likely he's probably on the practice squad. But if you're talking about this guy versus some of the other practice squad guys we've had at the receiver position in recent years, Penny Hart or Cody Thompson, this is to me a lot better of a player than those guys for what he brings to the table. It will be an uphill battle for him because he is only a slot guy and because there's other slot guys up ahead of them. He's also a slot guy that can't really do as much of the bubble screen, fly sweep, and none of the fly sweep stuff. So that does limit a little bit of his value within that. But I thought he was very impressive with his route running, great hands, great body control, and what he does at the stem of his route made him unique in this draft. There weren't a lot of guys that controlled the defenders as well at the stem of that route. Some would win by just their speed, quickness, route running, catching, hands, what they did to the line of scrimmage, like I'd say Flowers and creating his separation there. But not many did it with where they did it, that stem point of the route. Last guy we're going to take a look at here is going to be Noah Gindorf, whatever you want to call it. I don't know, however you want to pronounce the darn thing. Another very interesting guy to take a look at, a tight end out of North Dakota State, and a guy that didn't really play last year. So the production that you look to go upon with him is going to have to be going back to the previous year because bring up his stats here, because he just got injured this past season. The first thing that stands out with Gindorf before we get to a little bit of his stats here is how big he is. This is a guy that's kind of Gronk size-esque in his size. And this is going to be very important to consider because what I really like about him is his blocking ability. And he's got a couple of unique things that he does as a blocker that really stands out to me, that interests me. But think Gronk-like size as a blocker, if you want. He's not going to be a pass catcher like that. He's got none of Gronk's pass catching, route running. I mean, it's just he's okay as a pass catcher basically. But he only had 6 catches last year, 74 yards, didn't play very much. The previous year, 17 catches, 193 yards. So never really a prolific guy as far as that goes. But what you're bringing him here to do is essentially be that blocker. Pro day wise, he ran a 4.89. So pretty interesting at 270 that he was able to run basically 10/100ths of a second faster than Jake Bobo, who was probably about 50 pounds, 60 pounds, 60, 70 pounds lighter. Pretty interesting there. 32-inch vertical leap, 4.83 shuttle, 38-inch, I don't know what power throw is. This is some of the Spark Score stuff that they had for him because, again, didn't go to the combine. So a little bit. So nothing really about him that's super athletically brilliant. He is a very strong guy, very powerful guy, and he moves pretty well in space. He's a comfortably athletic mover, even if he's not the fastest guy. He's not one of those tight ends that looks like he's just completely, just kind of lumbering out there, right? Can't move very quickly, can't stop and start, that kind of thing. He does. But there's some really nice little technical things within Gindorf's game as far as a blocker goes that really stands out to me that I want to show you guys That was what really got me excited with him. And it's blocking where it starts and, kind of finishes with him. I'm going to go through a few of these. This is my last guy, so thank you for bearing with me. I know we've gone well over an hour here on just the opening, but I wanted to show this. You're going to just look for the marker here. You see him in pass protection. Nothing too fancy on this type of snap, but he just sets up, roots down, stays in front of his guy. Very easy for him. Doesn't struggle with this type of stuff at all. Obviously, the level of competition at North Dakota State is going to be a part of this that we have to consider. But I also want you to know that this is something that through a lot of his tape, the consistency in his blocking, no matter what type of block you were asking him to execute, was outstanding. Here we've got ourselves a little bit of a pancake block for you guys. So he's going to be top of your screen right there. Watch how he just takes the defender and just flattens him out, pushes him onto the ground. And the play is going to his side of the field, which is very often what you see from this North Dakota State team. But he's got pancakes all across the board. He likes to stack them. Another play here with him on the outside. Another block here I just want to show. Back across the formation. Gets the lead block laid. And this play is wholly built upon him getting this lead block laid. There is no fullback. There is no extra tight end to go make this play. He's got to pull back across the formation and get to the block, get it laid, and he does. Frees up the ball carrier. A lot of these blocks I'm showing you are not just him merely laying a good block. It's him springing the guy at the point of attack. It's him being that lead blocker. Here you got him getting that Y tight end. He is a pure tight end, Y tight end type tight end. First gets his hands on the one guy, gets the next. Watch on some of these, the feel for it. Because I'm not going to block one guy. First get my hands on the first guy, make sure he's out of my zone, then peel down to the second blocker. So watch again. Okay, that guy's good. He's passed. Get down to this guy next. It's a 2-for-1 basically. A lot of 2-for-1s in his game. Here he's going to be the tight end right there on the in bottom of the screen. Kind of looks like he fails on this block, but he neutralizes his man enough on this play where the play is going right behind him for the touchdown. So he ends up somewhat partially, I guess you could say, if you want to nitpick. I'm not even losing the rep. You can see him. He stands up, walls the guy off. I was looking at the wrong guy. So just watch him. He just walls the guy off pretty easily on this play. One last time. Just want to show this here. Gets into the guy, gets his body turned. The ability to wall off and shield block is another part that I liked about him, where he's just got a good feel for when the ball carrier is going past him, how to get his body turned and keep himself between the defender and the ball carrier, even if he's not getting push up the football field. Here he gets a lot of push up the field. Look at him. Watch this too. I think this is one of my favorite plays of this guy. Is look at first how long he stays with this block. But then, like we saw with Tavai, there's that spirit of I don't give up on the play. I'm not stopping on this play just because I did my job. You push this guy 6 yards down the field. You've done enough. Does he stop? Nope. Keeps his feet moving, and look at this. Comes back in and puts 2 blocks down. It nearly goes for a touchdown if Hunter Lepke wasn't a freaking 4'9" guy. But just a tremendous play from Gindorf. He first gets an absolute dominating block. This would be an A+ block on the stat sheet. You think, okay, the ball carrier's by me. Like right here, the ball carrier's by him. But he stays with it and gets in front of 2 guys as he tries to block 2 guys at that point. Heady guy, smart guy in the way he plays on these blocks on top of it. Top of your screen. Another good block here. He's just down there feeling it. Boom. Guy's down, touchdown. The patience here. He knows where he's going. He knows the block he's got to lay. And then it is a key block that helps to get this thing sprung. Nothing monstrous here, right? But enough, and he doesn't whiff. And he gets himself in front of the guy. A couple of these are just all getting sprung for touchdowns. Bottom of your screen, another great block here from him. I mean, just completely, the defender here just doesn't do anything. This is a defensive end he's blocking here, right? He just takes this guy and pins him. Completely pins him. Certainly there's a level of competition thing here. But that's an end he's doing that to. Here they got him in a little bit of an H-back look. Off the line of scrimmage. Again, he's going to be the lead blocker for his running back. And just stays with the block. Watch how he stays with the block in the hole here. He's essentially operating like a fullback here on this play. And he's just in there fighting. He's going to root that guy out. So then it's just easy block for him. He's got to stay with it, loses his balance, regains his balance, right? Resets, stays in front of the block, clears the lane for the running back. Bottom of your screen. Back to the Y tight end look on the line of scrimmage. This is a play where the ball is going the opposite way, but if the quarterback had given the ball carrier the ball here on the read option, going to the strong side of the formation, going to Gindorf's side, he's got that, look at that hole that he's kind of freed up there. He's kicked the guy out. Very rare watching the tape of Gindorf where he wasn't getting his block laid. Top of your screen. More blocking here from Gindorf. I know I'm hitting this hard, but this is what he's going to be able to bring to play if he's going to be good with what he does. Down to the second level, gets his block laid. We got top of the screen here. Another one where the guy ends up on his back. Watch the guy he goes after here. He takes him and puts him right on his back. Plays again. Notice again with North Dakota State on this play, it's going over his side. It's going to where he is at. It's almost like they know there's going to be some success when we try to run over his side. Now, they didn't get success on this play, but it's not because of him. He got his pancake in. He put his syrup and butter on it. Let's replay the last play here to give you another little angle of it. Watch what happens to 5. Bye, 5. Bye-bye. Watch what happens to number 5 on this play. I'm going to go make this play. It's coming right at me. I've watched my film all week. It's coming right at me. I got this. What? No, I don't. A couple more blocks here. A couple more blocks here with Gindorf. I just want to show you guys. Just to hammer this home. Pulls back across the formation. Lead block. Springs it for a big run. This is stuff Seattle's going to do in their scheme, where they're going to ask their tight end to pull back across the formation post-snap. And now you're operating like that lead blocker. He's just got to pick up whoever comes in front of him and react to what's happening in front of him on the fly. It isn't pre-designated that he knows exactly who he's got to end up blocking. He's got to clear that hole out for that running back. Bottom of your screen here on the line of scrimmage. Gets down to number 5 here. Isolated. Another big-time run opened up. Again, as a Y tight end here, H-back right behind him on the line of scrimmage. See how effortlessly you're seeing a lot of these blocks so you can get it laid. Look at the push. He's got his man 5 yards up the football field, and the man never gets off the block. The man never recovers to a point to even stick an arm out to get a kind of a glancing tackle blow on the ball carriers they're going by. He just pushes his man right 5 yards up the football field. He's just kind of a hoss like that, you know? He's just a big guy. All right, let's go a little bit of his pass catching. There's not a lot here with it. Not a lot of productivity with it. A lot of what he did on tape in his pass catching that I watched was a lot of this. This is a little bit of a screen play, or they would throw out to the flat route out there to him. He's okay hands with that, but obviously there's not a lot he's doing here on the tape as far as the pass. He's not running up the seam. He's, not doing a lot of contested catch kind of stuff here. With these catches you're going to watch, it's just him kind of leaking out, make the catch, turn up, get what you can. He's relatively hard to bring down because he is so big, but I wouldn't go Gronk-like in him as a pass catcher. A couple more of these catches I'm going to show you. We'll just wrap up here on these cut-ups. Same thing you saw here. Starts the block, gets out. Nothing fancy. I had to kind of reach hard to find a lot of catches, understanding, again, he didn't play very often last year. He was basically out the whole season, and they weren't featuring him a whole lot as a pass catcher the year before that. But he was able down here by the end zone, this nice little leak out kind of route here, where he just kind of gets clear, gets the defense bought into him blocking. A lot of these routes you see with him have success or built off of what he's done as a blocker, and they're so kind of freaked out by what he's going to do to him with that he's able to kind of break free from that. Similar play here. Starts out as a blocker, breaks free out to the out route, touchdown. Nothing too fancy. He doesn't offer a lot with this. This is the place that potentially I think could hold him back, frankly, from making the roster, where his blocking could be NFL ready, but his pass catching might not be quite there. And not always the NFL is tight end. You get to kind of utilize the fake blocking sort of to kind of free yourself up, as we're seeing him do on some of these catches. Here they got him as an H-back. I think this is another one where he's just going to kind of leak out a little bit to the out route on it. Hard to determine much of him as a route runner when he's doing this, because it's just a very simplified kind of route. I've got a couple of cut-ups here I'm going to show you that are his route running and what he shows from that. These are plays aren't necessarily that are going to him top side of the screen. He kind of rounds stuff out. He's kind of a little, clunky. He's not sharp with it. He's a big man, so it's hard to be when you're this size, right? But you can kind of see with this, he just kind of sets down. It's pretty easy to read as a defender what he's going to be doing on this if you're not playing zone and just manning him up. Because he kind of just comes down to a slow down point. Show you another one here. And they've got him actually aligned as kind of an outside receiver. As you see, he's got to kind of push off there to try to create any separation. He's going against a true corner here. This is going to be a hard pull for a tight end to be. The guy's going to be so quick. You're going to try to find a way to use your physicality. But you can see he's not a sharp, like you get with some tight ends where they run up the field, they can stop sharp and turn right around. Like a Jason Witten, even though he was never a fast guy, did that really well. Where he could get going full speed up the field, just come to that stop, flip his hips, and turn right around really, really quickly. I don't know that Gindorf has that necessarily in his game. Here as an H-back tight end again here with his route running. Just you saw there was his what he has as far as kind of his shake and bake. So watch his shake and bake here at the stem of the route. He's just kind of, corner's not really buying it. Corner's kind of all over that route. He's not a master route runner when it comes to this kind of stuff. Last one here on this cut up, so I'm going to show you on this. Gets up, and just kind of turns around. It's kind of clunky, right? And it's just a stop route that it gets the job done, but he's going to have to be doing this on the back of eating up zone coverage. And if he's got a guy manned up on him, that guy's going to be kind of all over him running routes like this a little bit. They didn't ask him to run a real wide tree, so maybe some of it's just based on what they were asking him to do. I think North Dakota State was trying to lean into Gindorf and doing what he did best, which is at the end of the day, blocking, run blocking, pass blocking. That's what that guy does. I think the opening for Gindorf is very, 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 very specific for getting to this team. And one of the reasons I choose these guys, not only the talent, but also potentially the opening here to make the squad. And we are looking at right now, of course, Noah Fant, and that $5.85 million. And I love the Cerebus. I love the 3 tight end looks from the Seahawks last year. It was a dynamic part of the offense, and I expect it to be so moving into this next year. But we also have to acknowledge the fact that you could potentially see them look to create some cap space here. You could move a Noah Fant, save that money, go get a Shelby Harris, have a little bit more money saved for a potential another trade down the line. Maybe that builds out a better overall team. That argument could be made. And if you're looking to who could fill that in, well, you would move Parkinson then, I think, to the H-back move tight end role of Fant. Disley would be your main wide tight end. And then your other wide tight end essentially would be Gindorf. And you'd have him in there, especially for what he could bring from a blocking standpoint. I think you could find a role with that. But his ability to get off the line, get to one block, have a feeling for the kind of, there's a timing of a running game as when you're doing the 2 blocks. When you do the blocker, you're told, okay, you're first going to come up here and double team on this, then you're going to peel down and get to the linebacker. And there's an internal clock that has to happen where you got to first get that first block laid right. You can't be too quick with it. You can't just throw your hands on the guy and then get down to the next one. You got to get the first block laid and then get to the second block, but do it within the timing to where by the time you get to that second block, you're almost timing it, especially if it's going at your direction, at the point of attack where you're at. You're timing it to where you're making that contact almost at the moment that running back's right behind you and off to the races, hopefully. And there's a lot of those on his tape with Gindorf where you saw where he would get the first block or no, oh, I can just kind of slide past this first block. It's the second one I got to get into to really lay. And he would get it laid. And he could stay with it and stay sustained with it. And he had a little bit of that high motor like Tavai did on the other side of the ball where he keeps going on the play where a lot of other players might stop because he's still looking to go. And he blocks with a tenacity and a force, which I think is what's going to help him potentially be a really good blocker at the NFL level as a minimum skill. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of tight ends I've seen through my life. Certainly is lesser now as they become more pass catchers than blockers. But there's been a lot of tight ends in my life that have been able to make rosters as undrafted rookie free agents because they're such monsters as blockers and even carved themselves out a pretty good pro career. So these are the 4 guys I've locked into that I think are the best ones to get there. There were some other names. There were some other guys I looked at, but I just didn't see necessarily the juice from those guys as being something that was, separating. There's the long snapper, Chris Stoll, who's obviously going to make the roster. I already know there's some jokes out probably on that one. But I just didn't quite see anybody else that was really jumping out to me that I thought past the practice squad was going to make much of an impact. All 4 of these guys, I could see finding eventually a role in the NFL to a degree. I don't think Bobo's ever going to start or be a great slot in this league necessarily, but a guy that can come in as a spot starter, a guy that, especially on the back of creating maybe a role as a special teamer, that's what's going to allow maybe some of these guys to make the roster too, like Bobo's or Landers, is what can you do as a gunner, as a punt returner? Can you get the field in that respect of things? Kind of it will be interesting to see how that plays out. But these are 2 guys in Bobo and Landers on the receiving side of it that I think are absolutely going to push Eskridge and Derek Young. And is going to make it not easy for those guys to just make the roster. I love where this wide receiver room is right now because it is not only so stacked at the top, but the depth is also going to be very tenacious. These guys are going to be, in kind of the battle for their life and their football lives in certain respects with these guys, which is just going to have to make them play that much better. And it's a breath of fresh air. We all remember last year in the training camp and preseason, how many of those backup receivers were coming in there, your Bo Melton types and whatnot, and who couldn't catch a cold. They were making the quarterbacks look awful because there were so many drops. I would guesstimate we might not see that quite as much this given year when it comes to the undrafted rookie free agents. And Jonah Tavai, one of my favorite undrafted rookie guys to watch, one of my favorite defensive linemen to watch this past draft. I can understand why he didn't get drafted. 6 foot, 290. Not a lot of those guys banging around in the NFL and having, even if they are banging around, not a lot of them that are having any kind of impact on top of that. So him not being drafted makes sense, but he was also, despite those limitations, so good in how he played at the college level. And at San Diego State and lesser competition, like we talked about Gindorf, you got to take that into account. This isn't the SEC that these guys are, trying to make this go in. But I still think it's very impressive, nonetheless, what he was able to put up from a production standpoint at San Diego State and do it all across that line of scrimmage. He would do it as a five technique as a defensive end. He'd do it as a wide 9. He'd do it as a 3 tech. He'd do it as a 1 tech. He'd do it as a 0 tech. You had him all over the place in that line of scrimmage, and he was able to have an impact kind of no matter where you lined him up. Going to be interesting to see once they put the pads on. That'd be one of the players above any others that once they put the pads on, him and Gindorf will be 2 guys that I want to see if maybe that's the point where they start to really shine, where that's where they're at their best. Gindorf's physicality and strength and power and ability to run block, I think is going to jump out to the coaches once they do that, especially at his size, 6'6", and easily 260, 265-ish, if not a couple pounds heavier than that beyond that. And those guys tend to be able to move guys off the line of scrimmage. So if you guys thought I missed anybody, do let me know. If there's somebody you want me to maybe tack on that we can add on to extra down a couple more streams here as we're leading into training camp, I'm glad to jump on and give them some consideration. But these were the guys that were my red letter guys. I do appreciate you guys watching today. Do please, if you like what you're listening to today, as always, hit that like button for me. I would really appreciate it as it does help this channel out and continue to grow. We just passed 12,600 subscribers on the road to 15,000 subscribers this year. So if you're not subscribed, come on and get subscribed. Love to hit that mark here before the end of the year. That would be absolutely tremendous. David Phillips, thank you for the $2 donation. I'm sorry I'm a little late on acknowledging the donos, but I did want to get through that initial long diatribe of a couple things I want to talk about on these guys. So thank you for that donation, David. Hope you have a good night. He says, thanks for all you do. I appreciate the thanks. I love doing what I'm doing, man. I love looking at these guys and diving into this stuff. And I, especially love doing this show as we're doing it. It's been so great to just keep this going through the whole off season with you guys. But thank you, David. Randall McDaniel with the $2 donation says, bro, it's hot as F here in Palm Springs, Washington. Yeah, we're 100 degrees over here today too. So I was feeling it. I went on a little bit of a walk. I was going to try to get a couple miles in. I went about 1.5 miles and thought I was having heat stroke. So I went, okay, we're gonna go ahead and wait till maybe evening time and go another walk at that point, because this is a little bit too much. So yeah, 100 degrees in Washington is too much for us. Way too much. I know you guys down the south get your 100 degrees days and it's nothing, but we don't like this up here. We don't like it. Hopefully you got AC in the middle. At least Midwest Washington State, at least Randall, you guys have the AC. Those Western Washingtoners, it's like 50-50. AIP, thank you for subscribing to the channel, man. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Nitro Hawks, as I'm getting to the part of the off season where the only thing I think about is football. That's how you know we're close, man. That is how you're close. Megan, it's good to see you in the chat. Rumbler Podcast. Hope you're doing well. AI in the house. Hey, AI. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good evening. Right here, going through a couple things. A little bit behind on my chat here, so thank you for bearing with me. Thank you for bearing with me. Robert Jorgensen says, any thoughts on Dylan Moses, the linebacker from Alabama? I watched him a bit. I didn't see a lot that jumped out to me with him that was substantial or that I thought was going to have a big impact. Both him and O'Connell of Montana State, the other undrafted rookie free agent that we drafted, both of those guys do have a more of an open pathway to making this roster than some of the other positions that they've looked at, because we have Bobby, Devin Bush, Brooks, and who is for sure slotted in there to be anybody else beyond those guys, right? Like everything else beyond that's pretty wide open. And anybody that goes out and has maybe the training camp of their life or really excels with an amazing training camp could go take over that basically fourth linebacker role in this team. I think you're going to want to end up carrying probably 4 or 5 middle linebackers on this team when it's all said and done. So, yeah, I definitely think that he's still a potential guy that could make the roster. I just didn't see a lot to his game that was jumping out or flash to me. He was just kind of another guy out there in the field in the tape that I watched, unfortunately. But he's got a potential path and road, I guess, Definitely has a path. Rumblers says, I know it won't be a popular sentiment to express to some, but I'm not rooting for Landers over Eskridge necessarily. I like both, but let's remember how rocky of a start Penny had at the beginning. Yeah, I just want the best man to win. And I'm still open with potentially Eskridge being ready to roll with this. But I also think if Eskridge has that injury, there's got to be somebody else there that can step in and us be able to not just have everything relying on him. He's got to be what he gives us now as kind of bonus. Rubber Podcast. Or can you tell me your? Oh, sorry. Gene Jimenez says he got some Dalton Stallworth in him. As Landers, I like that. Yeah, I'd go for that. I like that comp, like a little bit bigger Stallworth. Or I guess John Stallworth was the big one. It's just Dante. I think you think John Stallworth. Dante was a little smaller. Tim the Toolman Taylor, I'm actually worried about our defense this season. I think it's a valid concern, Tim. If the team gets sunk this year, if they are not an elite team, or if they have a hard time making the playoffs, I think that occurs on the back of the defense not playing well as the main attribute. I think the offense and the special teams are going to do their part and hold up really well. But does that other aspect happen? I don't know. I don't know if the defense does come together. They've got a lot of talent, Tim. And there have been a lot of resources placed into that side of the ball. It is very young. But whether it comes together or whether it continues to be like it was last year as a league worst crew, I think is a valid concern on your part. They got to prove it isn't. Brian Meyer says, keep Tavai over Robert Cooper. Must be something we don't know there. I can make a guess on this, of course, Brian, with this. It's one sort of guessing in the dark. But my guess would be that Cooper, because of how quickly he came out of here, that they saw something in it quickly that let them know that it wasn't going to work. Because when you have a position that Cooper was coming in for that is so, I'd call it almost desperate, the 1-tech, 0-tech role in this team that we need, you're in a beggars can't be choosers kind of situation, yet you kind of showed a choosers mentality with it. I would say that that's representatory of how bad probably Cooper looked, Brian, but also how maybe good Tavai looked, and what they saw from him and what he was showing on the other end of the scale of it. So it was one that I was caught off guard too with Brian. Originally I was going to do Cooper as part of this featurette, but when the team sees something that they don't like in a player, they will move off of him fast. They don't care. They've shown that in the past too, which is probably how you want your team to be when it comes to that stuff. Hey, sweetie. Brian Myers says it's going to be hard for him to show that stuff against NFL linemen at 290. It'll be an uphill battle. He's going to have to gain some more weight. I do think, Brian, this is where it can help with being a 3-4 team a little bit too, though, because, he can play shaded now for inside technique where you're in the inside shoulder of a tackle. And now there's positions and times where he's taking a tackle on in this defense in the scope of what he's doing rather than having to be a, 1-0 tech guy taking on the bigger guards inside at times. But that's going to be where the rubber meets the road with Tavai, is where do your 290-pound short arms fit into the NFL? I will say the motor, the quickness, the feel, the awareness, that stuff can be things that helps to offset those detriments, but they do still remain detriments, that's for sure. Meg says, I love the passion for this Tavai kid, but I can't see him fitting in myself. We'll see. Undrafted rookie free agents always have an uphill battle, Megan. Doesn't matter whether they're really talented or not talented. I mean, it's just an uphill battle to get it, and the odds are long. They are. That is for sure. Nick Doc says, wish we had kept Puna and Shelby Harris. Sigh. Sure like to see Shelby back. Puna, I don't know if he was as much a fit for this defense. I think he's better in a 4-3 than a 3-4. Lazy Dog says, woof woof from NorCal. Woof woof, Lazy Dog. Hope you're having a good night. It's good seeing the chat. Dave Phillips watching a Tom Petty band, Petty Fever outdoors in Vancouver, Washington. Catch you tomorrow. Thanks, Brandon. Sounds good, David. Have a great, hope it's a great concert. Petty cover bands, like certain bands, you do cover bands. It can be about, hey, is everybody a musician? Is everybody on, can everybody do the masterful parts of the songs that we have to do of this particular band? When it comes to Tom Petty, it's going to probably get pretty simple and quick real fast with that, watching a Tom Petty cover band. And that being that, how's the lead singer? how's the lead guy? Does he got some Petty vibes? Mark Capricorn, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Says, B, if I actually had money, I bet my Montana guy makes at least the practice squad, if not special teams. He is a Bobby Jr. in the making. Like and sub for this hard-working man. Well, I swear to God, Mark, I did try to go through the O'Connell tape as much as I could. It was a little bit of a bear going through it because there's not as much out there and available for me to watch through it on that, Mark, with online. So I had to kind of make up what I could. And with the tape I went through, so much of what he was just doing was just blitzing, and there wasn't a lot jumping out of tape on the tape I saw. It was a sample size and what I could pull out from him, but as I was kind of saying with the kid from Alabama, linebacker is the one position on this team outside of maybe zero tech where you've got the biggest opening to go make the squad by the need that exists on the roster. And so if he can go out there and be a great special teams guy alone, he might make it as a middle linebacker on this team. But it was just a lot of the snaps I got to see with him, Mark, were just him blitzing and then not doing anything as a blitzer. So it was hard to kind of come to that same, there's shades of Bobby kind of vibe from him. When Bobby was like a tackling machine at Utah and just sideline to sideline all over the place. He seems like a playmaker. I'll give you that, Mark. Seems like he's got nose for the ball. I think Doc says, Brandon, what's Pumpkin's 3-cone drill? Oh, she's a 3-2 in the 3-cone, man. And she is so quick. WTC says, do you think they're going to keep Matt Landers? I think in the case of all these undrafted rookie free agents, WTC, because you have a roster is starting to get as stacked as much as depth as it has on top of the star power, you've got to shine in training camp. And that's really where it comes down to. I make the estimation that these guys have the best chance of any of the other guys, of any of the guys that we brought in as UDFAs. But in all respects, it's going to be an uphill battle because of the fact that you are as good as you are. You have, just take the tackle position, for instance, you've got 2 starters embedded. You've got 2 backups embedded. You can go to a lot of other places and positions on this team. Wide receiver, 1, 2, 3, set. You've got a former 2nd-round pick there. You've got Derek Young coming back, who had a really good rookie year. It's kind of tight. It's locked up. It's tough. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Landers, but he is 4'3". He is 6'4". He does have a myriad of things that he can do on the football field at that size that gives him the ability to shine in camp, to be so undeniable at that point that they say, why we can't keep Eskridge? This kid's too good. He's too explosive. He's too much of a playmaker. If we lose DK, we can put this guy right on the outside and he can go out there and have some impact. So I think Landers has as good a chance as any of the undrafted rookie free agents, WTC. But even with those good chances versus the rest of the UDFAs, the chances are still very, very long because of the way the roster is put together. Robert, even though he didn't play for the Seahawks very long, Joe Jurvicius was really good. Joe Jurvicius was great. Bobo would be my Joe Jurvicius in this draft too, by the way. Of the undrafted rookie free agents. He's very, very similar in what those guys do. And Jurvicius was an outside guy. I think Jurvicius probably had a little more speed than Bobo. Even back then, I think you probably look at Jurvicius's like combine pro day, and he probably ran at least like a 4.6 or something. But Jurvicius was great. 2005 season, he was tremendous. I just wish we could have held on to him for a longer period of time. But he was able to parlay that into a decent contract, I think, with Cleveland. But man, that guy was a dog. Brian says, got a grill? Have a good time grilling, man. J.O. says, DK, Bobby, Bobo, and Parkinson in the red zone would be savage. Just throw it up. One of them is going to come down with it. I like it, J.O. Just a lot of fade routes. Nolan Arvance says, Bobo a Colby Parkinson replacement? No, because he's more of he's a receiver. Parkinson played tight end in college. He needed to gain some weight after college. And, their body types have some similarities if you go back to college with them. But Bobo, I think, I'd be surprised if he could really transition into being a tight end. He's more of a pure receiver, just body style wise. Connor says, I just checked, and there has never been no wide receiver in combine history that has ran a 4.99 and played in the NFL. I think that's interesting information, Connor. I might put a little bit of an asterisk next to that just a tiny bit in this respect of things, is that the combine only does offer so many prospects to come and test there. And that there's probably double, triple the number of prospects that are out there that are going to get tested by pro day numbers beyond the combine. So they're not taking in, all the prospects into account. I would wager to guess, Connor, if you took into account all guys that came in the league that tested out around a 4.99 as a receiver, there's been maybe a couple that have come through or somewhat near that. But this is why the 4.99 is part of the reason why he's undrafted, because the tape's really nice and his skills are really nice. But teams go, well, 4.99, you're not going to be good enough to get up and go and you just aren't quick enough. You just don't have enough juice. Robert says Bobo would probably catch 70 passes if Tom Brady was quarterback. He would, man. They'd run option routes all day, and Brady would love him. No. You want some lovies? Okay. I got you. You tell me about it. All right. Yeah. Well. Okay. Sajin, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Jonah the Whale, what's up? Oh, I got this in my ear still. I don't need that. Ben Dennett says, sure could use some Gronk-esque. I'll take a tight end with just Gronk-esque blocking. He doesn't have anything else that Gronk has. You bring me that, I probably can find a roster spot on my team for that kind of player, if he can be that. Megan says the kid belongs at Hogwarts. Yeah, that's true with that name. Noah Gindorf, you will be part of Gryffindor. Don, Ranger Power. Hawks Nest. Hello, Brandon and all. Hope everyone is well. Yes, I did update my profile pic and decided to keep my surname private. Sounds good, Don. Appreciate you jumping aboard. How you doing, man? Tony Wright says, good evening, Brandon. Noah Gindorf had ranked 14 out of rankings of 20 tight ends. In the draft, that was his spot in the draft. Makes sense, too. Because he didn't play hardly the previous year, so. And he wasn't exactly prolific at Tacoma before that. Mega says, question for you, B. If these players are as good as you say they are, why weren't they drafted? Well, I was trying to, with it, Megan, also kind of lead in to explain a little bit why they weren't drafted. So Bobo, I referenced the speed, Tavai, size, arm length, Landers, physicality through his route, physicality at the line of scrimmage, questions about his ability to get lateral, a la like DK Metcalf. Well, is he going to be like, he's super straight line fast, but he's super sideways slow, right? So Gindorf injured most of the year last year. Not particularly dynamic as an athlete or super fast from the tight end position. He's really more of the blocker type. So those would be my main reasons with all of those guys, as much as trying to say they're really good, let's put this in the right context, Megan, and what I'm trying to say with this. Because I think I'm setting this up, and I've said it a couple different times with it, that the odds are long that they make the roster. You get to the NFL, you have a good skill set. You get to the NFL as a guy that's as a fringe NFL roster player coming into training camp when you have a good skill set. There's something that you've done. You can't be a nothing burger and make an NFL roster just because you're 6'4" and a 320-pound pile of goo. You've got to have something that you have that's good. So I could sit there and concentrate on the negative of these guys, but I don't think it's constructive because we know what time of day it is with all of these guys, Megan. The odds are long. It's not good that they're going to be able to make the roster. It's going to be tough for each and every one of them. But what I tried to do with these particular ones is take a list of 25 guys that they've signed, 25 undrafted rookie free agents, and distill it down to what I thought would be the four most likeliest, if we can do that. As much as I can do that, without us actually getting to training camp and getting to pads cracking, and say, these are the guys that I think have the best chance. Doesn't mean that I think that they're likely to make the roster. I don't think I'm saying that. It's just that I'm saying that they have the best chance of those other guys, I think, of anybody else because of the skill and what they bring to play and their production in college, et cetera, et cetera. Delikey says, hey, Brandon, nice seeing you again. When does training camp start? Do you think the Arkansas wide receiver makes the 53-man roster or the practice squad? In the case of all four of these guys I'm mentioning, I expect them to bare minimum make the practice squad. Landers, I think, has the best chance of making the roster, but the odds are long on all four of these guys. They certainly are. And in Landers' case, and it's really buttressed. It's caused as much as anything by how deep you have as a team. Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Eskridge and Derek Young is part of the fray, and then you have Bobos and Landers and Tyjon Lindsey in there. And how does all that shake out? So it's going to be hard for those guys to make the roster, but practice squad within a little bit of a long-term potential development in their approach, absolutely, I think you could see that. But I don't think they're going to necessarily, it's going to be long. The odds on all four of these guys, even as being the best odds of the bunch, are probably at 5% down the line, I guess, if I'm going to eyeball it. little bit. Got Brendan Nelson in the house. What's up, Brendan? I didn't see your comment in here. Somebody said Brendan Nelson. I guess he must have popped in here. Hope you're doing well out there, Brendan. We got to get hooked up here soon, man. Got to get the B&B back up and running. It's about time. Oh, there he is. Brendan says, excited to be working with you again next month. Me too, man. Me too. I'm down to get started here this month. So let me connect with you here offline because I've been looking at the clock and be like, it's about due for us to get rolling back again. So I got a Wednesday preview show. Let's see if maybe this next Thursday we can start up, or if not this Thursday, we'll do the start of training camp, 27th. So let's hit me up though. But Brendan, thank you for your 22 months, 22 long months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. I do appreciate you, man. And I do look forward to this year getting it back up and running with you, man. Getting this going again. I think it'll be a lot of fun this season. Vegas says, question for you, B. If these sorry, I answered that one. Connor says, Harris had the 4th highest pressure rate last season for all defensive interior linemen, according to Next Gen Stats. He also graded well overall on PFF. I've been advocating for him to come back for a while. I've been too. I would certainly love to see him brought back. The team did not seem to be as high on what he was bringing to the table as far as a player, considering the fact that, with cutting him and then versus what you're going to then have to then pay again to bring him back into the fold, which won't be substantial, but it would all be kind of a wash when you could have just held on to him in the first place without ever having to, cut him. The team didn't seem to kind of quite feel that he matched up, it seems like, by their actions with the level of play we saw. I think it is a little bit also with I saw the same stat you did, Connor, with the 4th highest pressure rate last season, but let's also understand that he had really kind of a sample size with that because he was injured so very often, right? I mean, he was really in and out of the lineup and then played at a very heavily rotated basis at that point. Same thing could be applied at PFF, where you could get a good grade from that, but it's got to be a little bit with but he didn't play, a whole hell of a lot. You look at Shelby Harris on the bottom line as far as what he did from a productivity standpoint last year. So 44 total tackles, 2 sacks, 24 solo, 4 passes defensed. It was okay, right? It was okay. I think he's definitely one of our better linemen last year. I mean, considering our line, that was great. But I'm with you. We're both in the same place at the end of the day. I want the guy brought back. He'll help this defensive line if you did bring him back. Alan asks, what is my take on Lance Boykin? I don't have a lot of access to Coastal Carolina tape. I'm just looking at my notes that I put down on it. So, on some of these guys, if I got to dig through like the depths of YouTube to find some, I'm just going to go, let's wait till training camp on them with some of them. So I couldn't find much with it. Coastal Carolina has given us some players in recent years, but if I had more of the access to just easy tape on some of this, I'd look a little deeper with it. But some of it, you got to sit there and like watch through whole games and click and hopefully find here the spot. And it gets a little bit too time consuming on some of that stuff where I have to dig too deep, frankly. Jose Rodriguez in the house. What's up, Seahawks Jose Rodriguez? And folks, we got Seahawks Jose Rodriguez is running a great channel on his side of things here on YouTube. Do please subbed up to him if you're not subbed up to him. Rumbler Podcast is also in the house, so please do get subbed up to him. Help out the Hawks Nest family. Del Key says, Bobo's much faster on the field than he was tested. I would agree with that, Del. I think that's very, very fair to say. I don't think he's 5 flat on the football field. Ethan says, yo, Brando, you coming out to Seattle this summer still? I'm trying to look at maybe going to training camp the 3rd and then going to the scrimmage game down at Lumen. So I'm trying to put it together. It's kind of right now a little bit of a financial thing because I got to find like a hotel to stay at, and if I'm going to fly in, if I can kind of afford it. So I'm putting together the details of it, but that's where I'm kind of looking at right now as it stands, if I can pull it off. going to be about a matter of money-wise. It's just a pain in the butt. It's going to be a $500 trip going out there. Ethan says the All-Star game was lots of fun. Looked like it was a lot of fun. I loved seeing the Shohei Ohtani love the Mariner fans were giving him. He had to be feeling the love, you know. Herbicide in the house. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Ethan says yesterday was Washington State Cougar night at the ballpark, and I was kind of throwing up in my mouth. Too many Cougs for one evening. This is Landers of the UDFA I'm looking forward to seeing. He's a good player. Very talented guy. You know, and a guy that, you know, put up his best year in his last year. You love to see that from him at Arkansas, and, you know, a lot that he brings to the table. See, like Brendan, I DM'd you some stuff on Discord. Sounds good, Brendan. I'll look after that as I finish up the show tonight. Thanks for checking in too, man. I've been meaning to reach out to you. Just been putting the head down and grinding on tape and stuff. So, but it is time. Jacob says, what goes on? Everyone is done with work with a day off tomorrow. What goes on, everyone? I'm done with the work with day off time. Nice. Congrats, Jacob. Enjoy, man. The weather is so beautiful, man. Get out and get into the sun. Moana says, I wonder where Witherspoon would have been drafted in the Sauce and Stingley draft. It's a great question. I would expect... I would have expected, in my opinion, Moana, Witherspoon to go ahead of Stingley. I don't think that he would have gone ahead of Sauce because of Sauce's size and length as much as anything. But I think with Stingley, you know, he had his best year, I think, 2 years prior in college, and that the previous 2 years leading up to that weren't as good. He tested really well, which helped to kind of settle down some of the worry about him and his, you know, reductive play over the previous 2 years. And then you have Witherspoon at that point, if he'd been in that draft, would have been coming off his best year. So I think that would have probably allowed him to probably go higher at that point. And Stingley probably would have dropped down in the late teens. Travis says, hello, I won't be here long. Just saw you were broadcasting and popped in to say hi. What's up, Travis? Well, it's good to see you jumping on in, man. Thank you for doing so. Hope everyone's getting ramped up here for the year. We're almost 10 days out for the start of training camp. It all gets real. Real. Looks like we got, I don't read Chinese symbols, but I appreciate whoever was from China jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. Thank you for subscribing. Rumbler Podcast, thank you for becoming a member of the Hawks Nest. And again, folks, make sure we show love out there to our fellow Hawk Nesters, folks who've been in here since day one as they create their own channels out there. I love to see it. So, Rumbler Podcast, Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. We even got ourselves a guy reached out to me from Germany starting up his channel out there. It's Hawks, HWKS, I believe, Season, SZN. We got our German contingent out there doing his thing. So I'd love to see you guys popping these channels up, man. Just get it rolling, get going, and kick some ass and take some names. Mark, thank you for mentioning that. If you guys do like what you are watching, do me this small favor and go ahead and hit that like button. And if you can go beyond that, even maybe sub up to the channel, I would really, really appreciate it. Rain in the cut. Thank you for the $20 donation. You were amazing for that dono, man, and I appreciate it very, very much. He says it's time to get back on top. Nasty battles with the Whiners to come out on top. 13-4 wins the division championship, and it comes through Seattle. Whiners at Hawks. This is our destiny. It feels right, rain in the cut, doesn't it? It feels like the universe has got to get back to balancing, doesn't it? Hey, we went 0-3 last year. How about we go 3-0 this year? How about we beat them twice, and then they get a little bit of a feeling of hope, a little bit of a feeling of optimism, a little bit of a feeling of, oh, we'll get them this time. You can't beat a team 3 times, and then we get them at home. And what do I want? I want a replication of the 2013 conference championship. I want them at home. I want it at night. I want it mano-y-mano, and I want it for us to knock them out. close that Super Bowl window, be the final hand on top of that sill and slam it down and flip the latch shut and say, we'll see you again in 3 Niners. We'll see you again in 3 years, Niner fans, as you now have to go into a deep rebuild. But it would be an amazing year to go 13-4, but it would be the chef's kiss, Ran in the Cut. It would be the chef's kiss if you could do it on the back of knocking the Niners out in the playoffs, shades of 10 years ago. Also, knocking out the biggest rival. That always makes it feel just a little bit sweeter as you now hopefully step from there on your way to the Super Bowl. I would love it. It'd be a very close to a storybook-like season if we could turn our fate around in that manner this upcoming year. But I love the confidence, Ran the Cut. I love the confidence, and it has been a little while since we've had that kind of season. A lot of 9-7s, right? A lot of 7-9s. 10 is all right in the same place record-wise. How about we finally crack through a little bit? How about we finally push through with a nice, beautiful 13-4 first-round bye season? The road to the Super Bowl comes through Seattle. And we like our chances at that point, don't we? We like it when we get that first-round bye because we've had a mighty amount of success. And I don't think it's any small thing that part of the reason that when you were in 2005, you had the home field advantage. When you were in 2013, had the home field advantage. When you were in 2014 and had that home field advantage, you got to the Super Bowl. Because going through Seattle in the rainy, wet, cold weather of the winter with those fans in that stadium, it is hard to win. And I think as much as anything, it's a big key to us getting back to the Super Bowl is getting that first round bye Ran in the Cut. That is such a big part of getting back there is having that home field advantage. Because especially come playoff time when you got that, the house is rocking, everybody is, lit up and just going 100 miles an hour. It's beyond a regular season game, and everyone can kind of feel that. And I think there is that part of the intimidation factor that starts to raise a little bit more come playoff time when you do have that home field advantage like that. But I love where your mind's at, Ran. I love where your mind's at, man, and I hope you're right. And thank you so much for that $20 donation, brother. You're very, very, very kind for that. Alan, welcome to the Hawks Nest as a Pro Bowl member. I appreciate you jumping aboard. And again, all my members of the channel, we've been doing a pretty consistent Thursday show. We will be continuing to do that this week at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So if you're a member of the channel, be on the lookout at your community posts or patron of the channel. Look at your patron. I will be posting those times over in there, and we'll continue to keep that going on into the future. Ethan says, "Oh, I'll be at the scrimmage. Let me know if you'll be there on the 3rd." Yeah, I'm just got to figure out just the logistics, but I do want to come. So my intention is to find a way to get out there. I just got to find a way to pull it off now. Rand says, we have the personnel and schemes to cause some trouble. You made yourself not easy to beat. And that's the first step maybe to winning beyond being great or, producing so much. Be a tough draw for a team. Be tough to come after. Be tough to take down. And you're right. I think maybe a fixture reason as to why you are going to be tough to take down this year, and it's going to be an uphill battle for any team, is because you don't have super big glaring weaknesses, maybe outside of course, a little bit of the run defense or the defensive line. But I think 28 NFL teams might trade places with us with that being that one limiting factor you have really on your squad with all the rest that you have that is so good. But you have so many different ways to attack defensively and offensively. You can, it could be with your edge pressure. It could be with your secondary defensively. It could be potentially with maybe some pressure-based looks with the blitzers that you have on the squad. Offensively, it's how do you want it? How do you want it? Do you want it short? Do you want it long? Do you want us to take you apart with our tight ends? Do you want us to have us take the top off the defense with our outside wide receivers that are some of the best in the game in that? Or do you just want us to, get you with a death by 10,000 cuts with our slot wide receiver who can just eat you up all day long with 12, 13, 14 catches, especially if you're going to roll the double teams up to Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. I'm going to be dropping a short tonight on the channel after the show. As I was going through the tape last night and I was watching the Niner game, I was actually looking to put kind of a cut up together of Charles Cross on Bosa and just do kind of a short cut up of how he did last year in their matchups and their battles. But one play that jumped out to me, there's one point in time where DK Metcalf goes into his route and he literally pulls quad coverage from the Niners. So there's 4 guys covering DK on the play. And then DK breaks it out deep. And when he breaks it out deep, he causes one of the defenders to just almost slip and fall in his face. And then he still forces the final corner to hold him, even with the quad coverage. And I'm laughing at it and I'm going, yeah, this is, if we can pull some of this off DK, all of these people are going, when is he going to get to the 1,500 yards? Why doesn't he produce more? It's like, and in the cut up, it's funny, this video I'm going to show you is, I'm kind of doing it from a funny style because there's first the Saints game where DK goes into a route and he gets a try coverage. So he has three guys in kind of a triangle coverage right around him, just all of them kind of leaning to him in the zone. And then the play gets extended because Geno scrambles a little bit. And so DK gets open deep and ends up scoring a touchdown on the play. So I'm like, well, that didn't work. So then I go, so the Niners have to try the quad coverage. So the bottom line is that DK and Tyler get so much attention and so much of what they pull from coverage standpoint that there will be a ton opened up for other people. As long as Geno can remain patient, as long as he can remain accurate, and then just read the defense, what they're doing. And then it's whatever they do this way, we do the opposite to that way. They go that way, we go back over to this way. And there's really no place for you to adjust to stop us at that point. You can get it however you want it. And we can kind of be reactive off what you choose to do defensively and how we attack you. Rand says, especially on offense, we'll run it or pass it deep, run for 8 to 12 yards. Feels like 2012 all over again. Yeah, there's no place that you try to lean to offensively, Rand. It isn't the end of the Russell Wilson days at the end of his era where it was all bomb or nothing, right? Power game and then all bomb or nothing. Now you have an ability to work the short routes. You have the players in Jackson Smith that can work those option short routes that are so commonplace among so many of the great offenses that work in this league. Why the Vikings did as good as they did last year wasn't a good defense. It was that you said you could work Justin Jefferson in that Cooper Kupp role. And then you had Cooper Kupp before him. And then you have Amon St. Brown kind of operating with that Cooper Kupp role and how prodigious those guys can be, how productive, how many catches they eat up out of that slot. And again, when it especially comes on the back of those secondaries committing so much to the too high looks, to the cover two looks. Eventually I'm going to find some data on how often over the past 3 years the Seahawks have had to engage with cover two. I bet that they've had to deal with it as high a rate as any NFL team out there, because it just allows those teams naturally to bear in and bracket the coverages on Tyler and DK, especially on the deeps if they're both running deep. Ethan says, didn't Stingley go before Sauce? Nope, Sauce was the top 5 pick, Ethan, and Stingley, I believe, went 12. Spectre 7, totally off topic, but man, I cannot force myself to watch this Mariners team anymore. It's painful and it's pathetic. I've been hesitant to, obviously I haven't live streamed any Mariner games in quite a bit of time. I haven't done much on my Mariner channel as far as videos go. And I arrived at the place you were at about a month ago. And I think there's some Mariner fans who might rake me over the coals for this, but I really feel at this point in time, and investing the years I've invested as a Mariner fan since the early 80s and watching bad baseball, that the team gets to a place where they've got to start to kind of prove a little bit better, prove a little bit more that they want to try to win this, that they want to try to, go out here and actually, create a winning baseball team, and that it's not about profit margins. It's not about appearances. But you go out and you take the steps to get this done. I understand baseball moves slowly and that you have to develop things and that the microwave approach doesn't work like it can work in other sports. I've been pretty patient with Dipoto with that. But the fact that he's come to the place now where once again we build another team up of great starting pitching, pretty good bullpen, and then maybe not a strong dominant bullpen as recent, but it's good enough. But then you come back to the hitting and it once again becomes the hitting. And it once again becomes the hitting on the back of the same issue that has plagued this Mariner ball club for more than 20 years. You build a lineup that is way too dependent on the long ball and strikes out way too often for playing half of their games in one of the best pitching parks in all of baseball. Sometimes things just aren't that effing hard. And this is one of those places where they have made it that effing hard. Get guys that lay the stick on the ball, put it in play, that can run, that can play defense. That's how a lineup's got to be constructed. And they didn't change their way this offseason with it. And again, they go for these hitters that AJ Pollocks and Colton Wongs. And, they just didn't go hard with something that they saw was a pretty big deficiency. It was a big issue. So I'm at the place you are with it. I'm not saying I'm off bandwagon long-term with them, but I'm saying, look, you can't ask me to keep watching the same bad brand of baseball for 2 decades and tell me that I'm a disloyal fan at that point as an organization if I just don't really want to watch that anymore. It's bad baseball. When I was growing up, it was bad baseball if it was strikeout or home run mentality that you were bringing to the plate. But now because it's commonplace in baseball, it's just supposed to be okay for us as fans to watch. It's not. It's inaction. It's lame. It's just the same thing over and over again. So, I had enough with it a while ago on it. I don't think the season's over with. There's a time there, maybe they can catch fire. They are a young team and they'll be really streaky. They'll have some fresh legs probably early August when some of these older baseball teams don't. But this is really going to probably take an offseason to fix. And they've got to go out there, and to me, they've got to put the biggest contract offer out there to Shohei Ohtani. If they lose out to Ohtani and he goes somewhere else, fine. But they need to have on the record to their fans at that point that they put the biggest offer out there that exists of any other team. As much, as a kind of an olive branch to the Mariner fans, in my opinion. But we'll see how it goes. Herbicide says, wonder if Jamal Reek are going to be ready. I think Reek's going to be ready. Herbicide, that was only arthroscopic, the surgery he had. He'll be back ready for that. That's no problem on that. And he has said as much. Jamal is a little bit more up in the air. Pete sounds pretty reticent on him to think he'll be quite ready first game, Rumbler, Mona, so it would have been Stingley, Sauce, then Witherspoons, and Stingley went first. Did Stingley go first? Am I remembering this wrong? God, I'm getting old. Damn, the Texans, mate. You're right. God, I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting old. Things are flipping on me. Yeah, you're right. God, that Stingley pick is kind of not as... I should have ripped that one a little more at the time for going number 3 overall. Oof. It's making me rethink my answer, Moana. Sorry about that. Witherspoon probably goes the 3rd then. I guess. I don't feel very solid about this. So my head's a little rattled about the Stingley going 3rd overall. I forgot about that. I could have sworn he went later. God, I misremember things sometimes now like I didn't used to. Yeah, I think you're right, Moana. I think Sauce would have gone number 2. Because he was coming off the year he was, and he was getting the hype he was getting, and I think Witherspoon slides in as the 3rd then. So I take back my previous answer. Connor Sauce was the consensus top corner prospect going to the draft, though. Texans just like Stingley more. I guess that makes sense. I think you had Lovie Smith. And Lovey wants to run the cover 2, and cover 2 is going to be more press trail. But then, Sauce does the press stuff. Texans were weird on that one. I'd like to know what went into their thought process with that. Fei Wu Huang. I just hope our D-line holds up all season. Me too, Fei. That's the big question. The strength of your team is going to be offense. You can trust in that. But the flip side of that is, what is the weakness? What is the thing that concerns you? And your concern on that is, I think, all of ours. I think we're unanimous in this pretty much. Everyone, if you ask 1,000 fans, their biggest worries coming this year is the defensive line is going to maybe be the answer 990 times of 1,000 fans. It's valid. It's valid, man. Part of why I also think that there's still another move that they're going to make, Faye, is beyond what they've done with this roster, that they're not just going to stand pat and say, we're good enough here. We've done enough. It's fine. Ethan says, yeah, it was a great experience. It looked fun, man. I would have loved to have gone down and checked out the All-Star game this year. Things just got a little bit nuts this summer. Megan, thank you for the $20 donation as well. Very, very kind of you, and I do appreciate it, Megan. She says, first migraine-free day in 6 years on Saturday. Had me going out for lunch and seeing the new Mission Impossible movie. Loved it and loved seeing my favorite character come back after almost 30 years. Still exhausted. Well, thank you for the $20 donation. I'm definitely looking forward to checking out the Mission Impossible movie as well. They've seemingly gotten kind of better over the years and how they put those together. And kind of like what Cruz did with Top Gun. There's an understanding on his part for being in this game for so long about the level of care you need to bring to any given production, and that will show up if you really are trying to not just spit a movie out, but actually put something together that can be impactful. So there's some great stunts that look like in this. They do a great job with the whole motif. I love the nods back to the old school Mission Impossible. It's amazing the franchise has gone as long as it has. Cruz is amazing, of course, too, to keep doing it at his age. Some of these stunts and going through it. I think I heard he did like that jump stunt tons of different times, but they didn't just do it like one off. But glad to hear you're migraine free. And I look forward to checking out that too. Sucks it's split up in 2 movies. I always hate the cliffhanger things, Megan, where they do the movie and then it's like, you will see the conclusion next Christmas. Oh. It's like the Dune movie's driven me crazy in that respect. Rumbler Podcast is the Hawks Nest. We've still got slots available in the community fantasy league. Currently have 13 players, can go up to 20 players max. DM me on Discord, username @Poseidon to get signed up, y'all. Well, thank you for reminding me of that. I am going to this year, for the first time of us doing this Hawks Nest Fantasy League, I am indeed going to be participating this year. So if you're looking to jump in and go head to head with the Hawks Nest in the Hawks Nest Fantasy Football League, do please reach out to @Poseidon on Twitter. I was going to see too if I could maybe get you, let's see here. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and post into the comment section too, just a link to the Discord channel for the Hawks Nest Fantasy. And then you guys, if you want, you can reach out to Poseidon over there to sign up. So we've got a couple spots left up for those that might be interested. Feel free to jump in. It doesn't cost you anything to jump in. And then the winner gets a Hawks Nest hoodie at the end of all this. So not too shabby, too shabby. I'll get the, I'm getting posted here right now. All right, so it's there in the chat for you folks. Just be on the lookout on that. Just posted it up. And if we get another request, I'll post it in there again. But go ahead and reach out to him on that. Thank you for reminding me of that, too, on that side of things. And thanks for being the commission on that, Rumbler. Jonah says, hey, Brandon, thanks a lot for your hard work, man. I feel like I have been watching a year-long Seattle Seahawks season, laughing out loud, from the season of the draft to the offseason and now. It's been a fun ride. I've had a great time with it, Jonah. Things with this channel more and more form to the kind of what I want to do yearly during what period of time, and I have more of an understanding of the type of videos I want to run, given the time of years. And my hope was this offseason to kind of keep the content varied and differentiated, and maybe not the same way we get regular season, to kind of keep it fresh for you guys while still, trying to expand on this and keep bringing more to you guys. So I appreciate you liking what's been coming out. I've been having a fun time this offseason, just kind of whatever I can come up with as far as, I'm going to do a video on blades. We'll do a video on UDFAs. We'll do a video over here on anatomy of a play. I love the thought process of bouncing around between a lot of different video styles on my channel rather than just kind of getting locked in on one only thing, But thank you. That's been, I've had a great time, man. This has been a whole last year from the Seahawks season to this off season has been my favorite, funnest time in doing this channel. It's been fun to talk not only about the team and where they're going, but interactions on the channel and just how much fun I'm having kind of making and putting the videos together. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, did you see Lockett's wedding pics with DK and Russ? It was also mentioned in the article that DK is apparently dating a singer, which made me laugh seeing Russ in pics because he is married to a singer. I did see that. Yeah, congrats to DK. She is looks like a very, very, very beautiful woman. And it did, yeah. Tyler's wedding looked like it was a great little affair. Everybody was really sharply dressed. It was cool to see Russ there showing his support for a former teammate, and DK, of course, there too. I think we had Nino there, another good friend of Tyler's, of course. So, yeah, I did see that. It was nice to see. Congratulations to Tyler on that too. Hopefully a long, beautiful marriage. IO says, thank you for the long streams, Brando. You, my guy. Well, thank you, IO. I love doing what I do, man. I appreciate the kindness, but man, I love doing this. Going live like this with you guys talking this stuff is just, it makes it so much fun. There's something like I get to do the videos, which take to my creative side. I get to do these live streams, which gets more now to the interaction with my fellow 12s and get to talk into the depths of football. It really is kind of a dream for me being able to do this way. Appreciate you, man. Ran in the cut, another $10 donation. Ran in the cut. Thank you for that donation, but thank you for the double dono. You're awesome, man. It says Jackson Smith and Jigba will dominate. As much attention as DK and Tyler will get, it will open him up for big plays. Once that happens, we run right up the gut for big plays. I don't see how they stop us this season. I think you're seeing it as clearly as I kind of see it as well, and I don't think that this is one that takes a lot of like looking to the depths of football to see it for what it is. You have guys on the outside that challenge deep. You have guys on the outside in Tyler and DK that command double teams at as high a rate as anybody in football. If you're going to double the outsides, you're going to double the outsides and do it two at a time, not just one guy you're doubling on the outside who's your one true threat in offense, but two of your outside receivers and rolling the coverage in that way. That's just going to leave so much open space to the middle of the field, which will be impossible to cover. Impossible to cover. And every defense, it's often said, every defense in its schematic design has strength, and every defense in its schematic design has weakness. And we have the ability with our strengths, with our variety of strengths, with our strengths in different places and different positions on the field, to attack wherever your given weakness is. You can't protect your weakness. We can go and we can attack it. And that is how an offense becomes unstoppable. That's how an offense becomes prolific. I'm playing with the notion of putting together a video a little bit of talking about the fact that this is potentially a Seahawks offense that could go out there and set a record in the NFL for most yards in an NFL season. I don't know if they'll set a record for most points, but most yards, this team could absolutely do that. We talked a little bit about how already last year they were at 5,800 yards. They were a mere 1,600 yards away last year from setting an NFL record. And if you look at them through 12 weeks where they were really top-notch offensively week in and week out, where they were really producing week in and week out. And then after week 12, there was this drop, right? As the rookies hit the wall, as your offensive line started to pass protect worse, as your running backs got decimated, as you lost your slot wide receiver, and you got down to 5,800 yards. But through week 12, they were on pace for 6,400 total yards as an offense through week 12. So 1,000 away from that record, a mere 1,000 away. Can they get 1,000 yards better and maintain that? I think they can with the personnel they put together, with the second-year returns of these young linemen, with hemming up some of the weaknesses they have. But also beyond that, ran in the cut, it's that what are you going to do as an adjustment? Okay, we can attack you this way. You want to go light box? We can run it. You want to go and roll the covers to the outside? We can eat you up with not only Jackson Smith and Jig, but one of our three tight ends who collectively went for 1,000 yards last year. We can get you any which way. Any which way. Listening to one podcast that was talking about how the Hawks offense was so much of we're either going to dink or dunk you, or we're going to take the top off. And yeah, you don't have, when you got the ability to dink and dunk you or take the top off, you don't have to be wholly driven by intermediate routes at that point. It just comes down to just, your edge this way, we'll go that way. Your edge to this way, we'll go up to that way. And every defense is going to lead. Every defensive schematic is going to try to do something this way. You just go the opposite way. You don't have to hammer up against a wall and force something to happen because that's your philosophy. That's who you are. That's what you do. You simply just, you like Bruce Lee said, be like water, my friend. Fill to the glass, fill to the container, and you will fill it up. Your form will fit to whatever they're doing. Which that's to me a little bit at the head of the unstoppable nature of it. It's just not you having to try to guess out ahead. Like, I need to be Waldron so smart in my play call to catch this defense then with this bad play call. I can bring up Gino up to the line of scrimmage with the 2-play option that they have now, right? We all know it's pretty commonplace that the quarterbacks will go up with now 2 plays in their minds, right? And if they see this, it's that play. If they see this, it's that play. And they go up to the thing and they have some call at the line of scrimmage will be like green or black. Green means play 1, black means play 2. And he just reads what they're doing in front of him and goes to the play call of what he's reading. Now it's just simply literally just to attack the weakness. But ran the cut. Thank you so much for the double donation. The offense is the worries I might have about this defensive line, and that being the thing that holds it back. is as confident as I am in this offense and how productive it is going to be. I'm not saying that they potentially have an offense that's talented enough to go out there and set the NFL record for most yards. That's how special this offense can be. And some of the setting the new record yardage wise, by the way, is not just simply they're just that amazingly good. Of course, the acknowledgement has to be this is also partly because of the 17th game in the season. That record is going to go down. That record's not going to last. The Chiefs last year put up 7,000 yards, so they came within 400 of it, and nobody even last year, I think, looked at that Chiefs offense like that was one of the best Chief offenses of the last 4 years. But as far as yards-wise go, it kind of was. So I think it's well within reason, Rand. I do, man. I'm about ready to go out on that limb and say that they could definitely do it. Hawkso says, do you think a third-round pick for Glover Stewart would be enough? Let me look at Glover Stewart really quickly, a little bit more on where he's at. So 6'4", 315, 69 grade out of PFF last year. He's Indianapolis Colt. Let's see what his cost is sitting at right now. On the surface of it, yeah, you're probably in the right realm. You're probably in the right realm. I'm looking right now. 1 second here. Just want to see where he's at from. Glover. So Glover makes $10 million. Colts would save $9 million by moving off of him. Or Colts actually have, almost $10 million by moving off of him. You'd have to find a way to create the cap space to bring him on. But with that said, he's going, I think, in the last year of his contract, which may make him a guy that the Colts are willing to move at that point. Last year, he's a 69 overall. He's more of a run defender than anything else. This would be a zero tech you're bringing in. Former 4th round selection in the 2017 draft. 72 the previous year, so he's put up a good 2 to 3 years of pretty solid performance in this role that he has played for the Colts. Very creative. I love where your head's at with this one, Hawkso. 3 straight years of solid play. He's a pure run defender. He isn't giving you a lot as a pass rusher, but you're barking up the correct tree, I would say, by looking at a guy like Glover Stewart. We would have to create the room, because his cap offset, we don't have the space to bring him in. But he's not out of control, and you could always sign him to potentially a contract extension too, I guess, if you made the trade for him for a third. He says, I was literally shaken towards the ends of the final play, suspenseful sequence. Oh, you're talking to Megan, I think. Leland Kimball, thank you for the $5 donation, Leland. I do appreciate it, brother. This offense is going to be elite. Top 3. Defense only needs to be middle of the road with strength in a couple of areas, but they should be better than that. Well, I love your thoughts, where you're coming from, Leland, and I agree with you 100%. We're right along the same place. The minimum to me is top 5 offense with an easy spot that this offense can launch itself into a top 3 nature of things. It's got star power. It's got depth. It's got the offensive line put together, which is another thing you're looking at offenses. Where's that line at? Do you got your blind side protector? Do you still have some quality on the right side over there? You know, there's a couple more things that got to fit into line. We got to figure out where the center's at, who's going to be the right guard. But there really isn't very many questions coming into camp about how everything settles out and who is who and what player needs to play in what role. And boy, that's a nice thing to have coming into camp. So many certainties, so many things locked in. And you just have to feel like when that is the case, as much as anything, Leland, that's going to then lead to an offense that's going to be sensationally productive. And I keep coming back to that as well, that this offense is going to be great. I think you also touch on the fact that the defense just needs to be middle of the road. And it is so much easier in recent NFL history for those defenses that maybe have some holes on them, for those defenses that aren't built as strongly as the offenses. One of the biggest, best friends of a defense is having these prolific offenses, especially those offenses that are balanced, that can, slowly move the ball up the field and just keep eating up first downs and moving the chains and, controlling the clock. This is protecting the defense. This is allowing the defense not to have to be on the football field as often and be, exposed with their vulnerabilities as often, which should then lead for the defense to have more success. And so that's a best friend of a defense is an offense like this one that works like this one. It isn't the 2020 offense. Let's remember, because there might be a few people going, wait, why wasn't this the case though in 2020 with that defense? Why wasn't that defense helped by this prolific offense? And there's a point to this where, if you have an offense that's scoring just about every time they touch the ball, whether it be a touchdown or a field goal every time, you're going to force the opposition's offense to feel like it needs to kind of score to keep up at that rate of it. But the 2020 offense wasn't about controlling the football. The 2020 offense wasn't really even about running the football. The 2020 offense was about throwing really and letting it loose, letting it rip. And so I think that's where you have more of an offense now that can protect this defense this year in a way that 2020 offense kind of couldn't in the way that it was constructed. But I love your confidence, Leland, and I'm of like mind with you on this one. Top 3 sounds pretty good to me. Remember the time. The $1 million question is, why can't the Mariners figure it out? Seahawks, Sounders, Storm, and Kraken all have shown they are creating or having a winning mentality culture. It's a good question for me. Remember the time? Because I do think that a lot of the issues that have plagued them have been very similar in this 20-year stretch. Some of them they have corrected and fixed, being that you need to, spend more of an onus in developing your farm system and trying to turn that into one of the better ones in baseball. They've tried to do that in recent years in a way that they hadn't necessarily through this 20-year period. But the blind spot that exists for me, remember the time, when it comes to constructing a team to fit to the stadium that they play in. If you're going to play in an extreme stadium, if I'm in Fenway Park, I probably want a good amount of my hitters in the lineup to be right-handed pull hitters that might have a little bit of an uppercut in their swing, because you're going to be able to bounce that off the green monster so very often. Other balls that might die on the warning track or just in front of the warning track, because that monster goes up a little closer and up higher, you can just kind of pepper it off that wall. Or if I've got a left-handed hitter in Fenway, then have a guy that has the ability to go the other way and take advantage of that. Build to around your park. Red Sox have done that type of stuff, and the Mariners have just flat decided not to build around, their ballpark as far as their hitters are concerned. They have slow guys. They have guys that strike out too much. They've got guys that are too home run hitter centric. They've got too many home run hitting centric players that are right-handed. I mean, hell, if you're going to insist upon having home run hitters in the stadium and that's how you want to build your whole lineup, then do it with some lefties. Put 4 or 5 lefties in the lineup then that can do it. Because the right porch was built for Griffey swing. It's built shorter than the left porch. But instead you proliferate the lineup with a bunch of right-handed power hitters who want to yank everything. It's strange to me, remember the time. It sits at the head of the problems here at the forefront, beyond them not being willing to spend. Because there have been times in recent 20-year history they've been willing to spend on guys like Richie Sexton and Adrian Beltre, Robbie Ray. They'll spend some money here and there. But the issue really comes down to why are you constructing the team like this? Especially when you look at the last time you had success, 2001 came when you built the team exactly like I'm saying you should build the team. Was the 2001 team built on home run hitters? Was it built on guys hitting 40, 50 bombs a year? No. You had Boone on that was doing it, but I mean, you had some 20 home run guys, but it was really about average, getting walks, playing defense. So I don't get it, man. It drives me up a wall, but I don't have an explanation when you've had 2 decades to figure it out. Ryan Ball says, I think the team that will be able to stop this offense is, I think the only team that will be able to stop this offense is the Seahawks. This year is going to be fun. I'm with you, man. They can only stop themselves. Well said. Ran on the cut says, can't wait for the season. Got to order my throwback. I'm going to be getting I got to get a throwback this year too. Connor says, I could be biased, but if I'm choosing, I would take Witherspoon over Stingley. Stingley had possibly the greatest freshman season of all time, but went downhill from there and was injury prone. Succinctly put and wonderfully put, Connor. My thoughts are with you on this one. Even though I think in that scenario we proposed here, Witherspoon would be the 3rd guy off the board, I would have taken Witherspoon over Stingley coming out. I never like taking a player in top 5 selection point, right? I'm going to take a guy in the top 5 of the draft who, like you said, his best year was his first year in college football, which was 2 years ago. And the injuries and the play have been, as you say, downhill since then. And then he goes out this past year, doesn't play very well for the Texans overall either, in addition to that. I'm with you on that, man. That one's a one where it's hard because that freshman tape is so good on Stingley. He was one of the more dominant looking cornerbacks as a freshman that I've seen in college football, frankly. But he kind of was a far cry from that in the next 2 years of tape. Yeah, I would say Witherspoon coming off his best year. He kept getting better and better and better. And a guy too with Witherspoon that you look at and say, he's pretty new to football. It's not a guy playing football since he was in Pee Wee, even he admits, like, I was pretty late to this. Late even into high school. Megan says, the end of the movie left me wanting more B, but not like, what the hell? That's good to hear. And I'm okay with cliffhangers. Like, Dune did the same thing with it. It just sucks to wait to see the end of it and kind of have to sit on it like that at that point. Ethan says, let's get it, Brando. Greg says, Brandon, haven't watched much baseball in a while, but heard the home run derby was good this year. Would say it's better than Josh Hamilton in the 2008 derby. Yeah, maybe. I think Hamilton had a pretty epic shot in that derby that was like a 500-footer that was just nuts. But Julio just hitting 41 like he did and doing it like he was sweeping the floor. Just the effortless nature of him being able to send that ball out. I'm talking about the left field, fence and how hard it is to get over that fence. And he was just... It was like he was hitting a wiffle ball, He's just not even swinging full hard every time. He was just kind of bringing the bat through the zone with the perfect amount of upstroke lift to his swing and sending it out. Probably tired himself out with those 41. That's probably why he couldn't go out there and then win it. But it was cool. Stuff that I watched on it was pretty neat. The home run derby for me, Greg, does bring a certain amount of, I do start to get a little bit glazed over after a few minutes of watching it. But it's still always a fun part of it. Garth Knight in the house. What's up, Garth? And it's good to see you back in the chat, man. Sorry we had the snafu with you on the outside of it, but I do appreciate you jumping back in here, man. Garth with a $5 donation. Says, Brando, if you head west for camp, please hook up with Brendan for a jacuzzi stream. The fans deserve it. Highly requested, but will never be a fulfilled part of this channel, I would say, Garth. I'm going to sit pretty strongly on that one and say there's never going to be a time you're going to get me and Brennan in the same jacuzzi. I'm going to take way more than a $5 donation for that one. But appreciate you, brother, though, man. I do got to get over to the west side, though, for this training camp. I really want to go see training camp. Megan has been celebrating 20 months as a Hawks Nest member and Pro Bowler. Thank you for that, Megan, in addition to all your other support to the channel. Says, thanks for a great 20 months of friendship, B&12s. Well, thank you as well. Back to you, Megan. Thank you for all you do as a mod on the channel as well. Appreciate you. I do. Steele just got done watching the Wide Files AI episode. Very scary. Also, you look like his brother, Brandon. I'll take that, man. I'll take that. And I love the Y-Files. He does a great job on it. One of the hardest things you can do in realms of mystery and stories that are shrouded in a lot of information that can both be BS and true. It's hard to kind of cut through all that and do it concise and get to the heart of the matter on stuff and be able to do it that way. So I really liked the episode that he did recently on the Giants. It's one of the fun things has always been that's out there and that's existed in this kind of sphere is the open understanding that the Smithsonian has definitely got their share of some big skeletons down in some bottom Indiana Jones. You remember the old scene in Indiana Jones where after they have the Ark of the Covenant, it goes into the warehouse, into this dark warehouse, and they just end up putting it on a shelf in the back of this thing that it will just be lost forever in. It's a little bit like that with these giant skeletons the Smithsonian supposedly collected through the years. So he did a great job on that, but he does really good work, and to do that type of content is about the research you do and getting things right and correct, being able to peel away the BS that exists out there with the stuff that's grandiosely, built up a little bit bigger than it should have been. But it's great to see that he's getting some success on that channel. He's deserved it. Because that's hard. That's hard content to kind of break down and make palpable for people in the way that he is. Ethan Cuglietta, Geno Smith for president. I like it, Ethan. Who says no? Who says no? He's bringing worlds together, I tell you. Ran in the cut. Thank you. Another $10 donation from Ran. Man, I appreciate all the donos today, Ran. You are awesome, brother. He says, hot take. I think Diggs gets 7 interceptions. Look, we're of like mind all the way down the line here, ran the cut tonight. I did say at the end of that Diggs video I dropped about a week ago, I did say, look, I think this is going to be his best year as a Seattle Seahawk. I think if even just measured from, I think all the way around, his game's going to look at its best this year. If he can stay healthy. But I think he's going to have more interceptions this year than he ever has before. It's the combination of he's a year healthier from that injury, so he's ready to roll. He's still coming off a solid year, even having dealt with that injury last year. He gets to have some of the leadership load that was really bore onto his shoulders kind of solely on that defense last year with the young defense that he had. I think in a lot of respects, some of that gets offloaded, I think, a little bit now with a guy like Bobby Wagner brought back. But then also the new coverages and the different type of coverages you run now, the less of the predictability of you now Diggs only being in center field safety 80, 90% of the time. And instead now there's going to be times you're in quarters, or there's times you're going to be coming down in a robber route to try to take stuff away in the middle of the field. You know, you're going to get more of those opportunities to go out there and jump a route and make a play that you can't do if you're a single high safety. When you're a single high free safety, your job is to protect. You are the insurance policy for the defense. If this goes to hell, I'm here to at least minimize the damage. That's your job when you play that role that often. But now he gets to play in more of the multi-dimensional role where you move him all around the place a little bit defensively. And he has shown, especially on those robber type routes, those routes where he can jump the middle of the field. I did, of course, the play against the Raiders last year, but there's Raider, he has 2 interceptions, I think, in that game that are both in the middle of the field that he takes away. There's one against the Niners, I think, about a year ago, where he jumps the middle of the route again, and he does that same. So he's got an ability to kind of jump those middle routes in a way that is very, very unique and allows, I think, at some point or another for him to crack into that 7-8 interception realm. And the final factor that allow him to get there, I think, right in the cut, is your offense is going to be so good, you're going to force those teams to probably have to pass more than they run, which now gives them that many more opportunities to go out there and get that many more interceptions. D-Boy, what's up, man? I texted you up on the phone. I got to touch base with you about getting up there for training camp. Brian Myers too, check. I just put a link up in the Discord here for the Discord channel that you can get to reach out to at Poseidon. I'll post it again here before we sign off tonight as well. Ran the cut says, can't decide which throwback game to go to. That Bobby throwback will be goated. Oh, man, I know. I can't wait. I'm going to be so hyped for those unis. They're awesome. Brian Myers, who was the 4th UDFA I talked about? I talked about Noah Gindorf, 4th one. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, will Megan allow her brother on here to give us a Cardinals scouting report? I don't know, Meg. I don't think Megan's ever had her brother technically ever on here in the stream. Would be interested to see his perspective right now and where those Cardinals are going in this year, though, Garth, because it's going to get a little ugly if you're a Cardinal fan. But that's okay because it's normally really ugly if you're a Cardinal fan, right? I just saw this awful stat about Kyler Murray last year. Let me look it up here on it was so bad. Let's see if I can find this thing. It's hilarious. So, oh no, that's not it. 1 of 18. So the longest 18 passes thrown by Kyler Murray, he was 1 of 18 on last year. Get this right. Get this detail right. This doesn't bode well for our guys over there. So the longest 18 passes from Kyler Murray in 2022, Murray went 1 of 18 on these attempts, 613 total air yards, only 32 yards gained. His 5.6% is the lowest completion percentage for any quarterback targeting these distance since at least the year 2000. So, yeah, Cardinals situation, Kyler Murray situation there. Ever worsening, Garth. I'm almost starting to feel I'm almost starting to feel a little bit of sympathy for your brother, Megan. Almost. I'm like close. Maybe another season of them being bad. Noah, what's up, Noah? It's good to see you in the chat. TBF, I can't share this overly optimistic view. Skill players are insane, but line dictates games. So max 7-12-0, and the D will be only a bit better, especially looking at teams we play this year. I like it. Very sober-minded approach and very even-keeled on that side of it. I do think the lines are a very big part of what dictates football games, Noah. I do believe that, the 0 tech, 1 tech, run stuffing, nose tackle is definitely a problem. I also don't think that means your defensive line is completely crap either. And Jaron Reed and Draymond Jones are certainly functional, and your edges are certainly more than functional, especially with the depth that you've stacked over there at the edge. I would say as well, offensive line-wise, Noah, you have your 2 tackles coming back as second-year players after playing fine their first season. You'd expect leaps forward from them this year. You wouldn't expect them to play at the same level they played just at last year as rookies. I think Damian Lewis has settled in as a 71 on his side, and I don't know where it all factors out as far as the center right guard competitions are concerned, but you didn't exactly set a high water mark last year in your level of play from either the center position or the right guard. I was going back last night and looking at the San Francisco 49ers all 22 tape of the second game that we played them in Seattle. And I'll tell you, there are so many snaps, Noah, of Austin Blythe just getting his butt whooped and him causing a whole play to go to hell, just sucking at blocking. And I don't think we're going to be at that same place. I don't think that you come back this next year, Noah, and you play essentially the same you played offensively last year, this year, with everybody taking those second-year step returns, everybody taking those second-year returns. Cross, Lucas, Walker, right? Those guys taking those second-year steps to getting better, and then you improving the weaknesses you had on that line, and that you just remain essentially right where you were. The D-line is a little worrisome too, but it isn't just completely empty. And it could be the thing that holds us back. I have acknowledged it can be the thing that ends up upsetting everything and throwing things over. But if the defense fails for me, Noah, it doesn't have anything to do with the offense at that point. The offense is, to me, going to be explosive kind of regardless for the reasons kind of given. But I can understand, and I appreciate where you're coming from on that. I think there are some that are a little worried that that's kind of where this team could kind of fold in at and when it's all said and done. Ominous Jerry. Hey, Brandon, how do you feel about Geno this year? Do you think he was a one-hit wonder, or are we confident that he will repeat or continue his success this past season? I feel very, very confident that Geno Smith will continue his success this upcoming year. I think that he is going to show himself to be at minimum a top 10 quarterback. I think that he betters his stats across the board with maybe the exception of completion percentage next season. I think his touchdown interception rate gets better. I think he's going to improve. I don't know if he's going to go high above where he was last year, where he set franchise records in certain marks, but I do think that he is going to come out and at least be able to match his performance from last season. My reason is that if we look at what happens from a one-hit wonder, you look at something that he does that's going to go away. Okay, a defense saw you win this way. They're going to take that from you. Now you have to win this way. But when you look at the way that Geno Smith won last year and the way that he played the quarterback position, it wasn't on the back of just doing one thing or leaning to one thing as the majority of what brought the success. A comparison for this, Ominous Jerry, would be Russell Wilson. Why was not Russell Wilson's early success in 2020 through the first 9 weeks of the season sustainable through the back of the schedule? Why did it go from one end of the scale to the other end of the scale where it was literally like somebody hit the e-brake on our offense and you're hearing the tires grind and you're going, why? How did this occur? And it's because you had a defensive adjustment that could be made because the way you were winning in 2020, how you were opening up those big plays was very unique. And it was very much, you were hitting one note on the guitar, but it was a hell of a riff, you know? You were riffing on that one note, but once they figured out that it was just one note you were riffing on and that you weren't going to, for instance, that 2020 season, lean on the short passing attack, throw to the flat routes, throw to your tight end, hit stuff short and in the middle of the field. Well, then defenses knew that they didn't have to cover that stuff and that then they could drop with greater depth and take away those deep passes. And then that removed your offense. Last year with Geno Smith, so much of what he did was the antithesis of what Russell Wilson did. Both of them were very accurate as deep ball throwers. That is what they have in common. Both of them are upwardly mobile. That's what they have in common. But Geno has the accuracy on short and intermediate balls in a way that Russell didn't. Geno also had a command of the line of scrimmage that is not skill-based. He's getting a year older, and this is going to suddenly go away from him. He's got the old man skills in his control at the line of scrimmage, how he deals with the blitzes, how he reads formation pre-snap to instruct him on what he needs to do post-snap, where the read needs to go. He's right on all of those details more often than not, and that will breed continued success. That removes this was just a flash in the pan kind of situation where you caught lightning in the bottle for 12 weeks and you'll never get back there. The final thing is the work ethic with this, where he has done everything this offseason, ominous Jerry, to show you that he is trying to do everything that is humanly within his grasp to do to take advantage of the situation, to maximize this opportunity. He's working his butt off. He's being a leader. He's out there talking in press conference about having Eskridge and him meeting up later on, and they're going to work together. I mean, every indication has been that this guy has been all in. I mean, the day after the day after your playoff game, he was back in the workout room in the gym, working out, lifting, when he didn't have a contract, when he was going to be a free agent. Everything about him, and this is every indication about Geno this offseason, his work, everything about the way he played last year and his success should give everyone ultimate confidence that this is going to continue to sustain into this year. I feel very strongly about that. King Joa, honestly, if used correctly like they did in UCLA, Jake Bobo has great potential out of the UDFAs. He certainly does, King. He certainly does. Use him in the right way, and I think that he could find success. I have no doubt if you put Jake Bobo in the slot and you had him running in-cutting routes and slant routes, he would get open on those routes. He would get his share of catches out of those routes. Do you have the room on the roster to bring a guy in like that for that speciality in that way? I don't know on that. Because there's things that you can't do as well. The bubble screen, the fly sweep stuff, that tends to go in tandem with who you want as your slot receiver. So there's kind of this thing that he is missing for what you do like to have in that slot receiver. And when you look at the competition he goes up against, Tariq Young, D. Eskridge, I don't think Jackson Smith's going to make the roster, but just in D. Eskridge and in the other guys, and Tariq Young, both of those guys do have a little bit more of that to their game than he does. So that's going to be where is he good enough in running those routes to offset a little bit of the negatives to his game a little bit. But I did like him, King, and that's why I did want to feature him as one of the 4 guys to look at as the UDFAs here, because he was really impressive. And his hands are really sticky, really big catch radius, able to jump, able to box out guys, especially down inside the red zone. Love it. Lazy Dog says, last call, I will make for a thumbs up. Well, thank you for that call indeed. And yes, if you guys do like what you're watching here, do please hit that like button for me. It does help this channel out, helps me grow, shows up on their algorithm for other people looking for Seahawks fans. And we're definitely hitting in that realm now where people are starting to do their Seahawks searches here with the year on the cusp of occurring. Noah says, sorry, you're responding, Noah. My bad. J.O. says, Spanish explorers discovered giants when they came to the Americas. Mr. Mythos has some good videos about it. I'll check out Mr. Mythos. I definitely have looked a lot into this stuff in the past. And if you do look into it with some depth, you tend to find that there's a lot of evidence for this type of stuff, which just makes you wonder. It's like, why did you guys wash all this away? Why are you hiding the skeletons, Smithsonian? Where are the skeletons, Smithsonian? What are you doing? What are you doing? Brian, No, as I said, I hope this optimism comes to be, but as things are now, I don't share it. Other things is opponent. NFC East is harder than South last year, and AFC North is harder than the West. IMO. All fair points. And no, I think it's awesome where you're coming from on your standpoint of this. I think, I share a little bit of a different outlook on it. I think where it comes to defense, I'm a little bit more firmer fixed and agreeing where you're coming from with it. But I get where you're going from. And let's also acknowledge, Noah, no matter whether or not these teams take steps forward or not, it still is a tremendously young team. It is still basically year 2 of a rebuild, and it's hard for young teams to find consistency and to find that next level. And look no further than the Mariners this past year right now as a team that we expected to take that big step forward, to be a contender, to be a World Series contender. And yet they still look like they need another kind of year to let everything develop a little bit more. So I think it's valid where you're coming from, man. Mega says, don't feel anything but disdain, B. When the Hawks were sucking, he never let me hear the end of it. Karma has a habit of biting you hard, baby brother. Well, then I won't. Megan. Ominous Jerry, is there any skepticism that Witherspoon playing in the Big Ten didn't prepare him well enough for the NFL? We talk about Stingley peaking in his freshman year, but he did play against SEC receivers. Well, I think we look at, from that question, ominous, I guess we go, is there corners out of the Big Ten that are finding success in the NFL? And yeah, there's a great many of Big Ten corners in the NFL. To your question, I lean in a way that you lean in it in your question, where SEC guys, I'm certainly going to give them a little bit of a, gold star, if you will, for the level of competition that they got to play in that conference. It's different. It's better than anywhere else. There's no doubt about it. It doesn't mean, though, that there isn't other conferences where there's some really good football being played and some real good football players to be found. And I think if you're looking at the second toughest conference in college football ominence, I think you'd probably say it's Big Ten's probably your second toughest. If not your second, then your third toughest conference. So while it's a little bit of a drop from the SEC, it's not like the drop you'd get from like San Diego State games and who they're playing, or the North Dakota State games and who they're playing, right? It is another cut above those kind of places. No, I think it prepared him well enough. I do. I think he is absolutely prepared well enough. He's played for a couple different years. He's gotten better every season, ominous. He is new to football, so the improvement makes sense. Where you go, okay, he's starts out here when he gets to Illinois, not a 5-star guy, not really looked at by anybody, starts making himself, starts working hard, starts grinding, getting better and better every year. And then he eventually gets to this apex point of last season where he's really flying and it's really rolling. But I think that when it comes to Witherspoon, the amount of people that you hear, and I'll be dropping a Witherspoon video that I did on the members side of the channel. I'll be putting up there for everybody here in probably about another 4 or 5 days. I'll be dropping some of those videos. But you hear a lot about NFL legends talking about Witherspoon, ominous Jerry. Just go back to when we go through the draft process. If you type in YouTube and pros talking about Witherspoon and listen to the way they talk about him, listen to how much reverence there is in the way that they speak about this kid. You heard a little bit of that from JSN as well, but I think it was even more so there with Witherspoon. And where you hear these guys keep coming back to something that's almost indefinable in the way that they describe him. There's something just about his game that just jumps out to them in the way where they just, him. It was hilarious. You hear in the video I'm going to drop with Witherspoon it's on the members of the channel, but I'll be dropping it to everybody here soon, is you hear Rondé Barber, Hall of Fame corner for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, breaking down Witherspoon's game. And he's comparing Witherspoon and Gonzalez. And he starts out the process and he's like, yeah, well, I think, I think Gonzalez is a little bit better. And he starts giving his reasons for that. And then he gets over to Witherspoon and he's loving up on Witherspoon, telling you the good and the bad. But then he gets to the end and the host asks him, which one would you rather have? He goes, I'd rather have Witherspoon. And it's weird how he starts out this place that it makes you think that he's going with Gonzalez. But at the end of the day, it's like, I can't go past. And I kept hearing that from analysts over and over again. I can't deny. Yeah, I mean, there's this guy, there's something with him. I can't deny it. Carroll talking about Palomalu vibes off of him. I had a good friend, of course, who played college football, won a national title in college football, a safety, albeit it was 2A instead of 1A or, whatnot. But he did win it. He played with pros and went on and played in the NFL. And he absolutely was just, before even the Hawks drafted Witherspoon, was absolutely just in love with him. And he was referencing like like Carroll references Polamalu, who's a safety, and you're like, that's kind of odd comp. I mean, this kid's a corner. He was referencing Sean Taylor. He's like, yeah, it reminds me almost of Sean Taylor, the way he plays. I'm like, geez. So I come back to some of that, whether it's our opinions, go to what the pros say about this guy and what they see from him. And they are over the moon when it comes to Witherspoon. Brian Myers, thank you for the $5 donation. B, heard your take on O'Connell earlier, rooting for him. His pro day numbers would have put him higher than many of the linebackers drafted. Certainly the pro day numbers might have been impressive with him. I think athletically he can do stuff. I have to acknowledge, of course, as you heard on my opening thoughts of this, Brian, when I don't have a lot of tape to go off of, I am going off of sample size, and there are the prospects of those smaller schools that I just can't find as much tape on. But I also have to say that I went through a few of his games. I watched every defensive snap he ran out of those games, and there was not a lot of productivity that I saw on the field from those games I watched. It is possible that I just happened to catch a cluster of games from last season that were one of the few games that he wasn't good in, and every other one he's sparkling and shining and balling out of control. But it was basically every snap was him coming as a blitzer and getting locked up at the line of scrimmage. So I can't fade the funk. I can't lie. I can't oversell it. I just didn't see it there on the tape from the kid. And the pro day numbers might be wondrous, and he might be awesome in that other tape that's out there that I didn't see, but it just wasn't there on the tape that I watched in particular. And I tried, because he was going to be one of the guys, based on some of the recommendations I was getting from folks, he was going to be one of the guys I featured along with these other guys. But I got through 3 games looking at the cut-ups, and I had nothing to really go off of as far as, splash plays to show you. Just a guy getting locked up, So I hope so. And he does have, Brian, whether he's going to be impactful or not, he's got as much of the open door to getting on a roster spot because of the lean nature of the position as it stands right now. I mean, I will say that about him. And I could have just maybe missed maybe there's just the tape I didn't happen to get to see on him that would have maybe shown me a little bit more clear kind of, what he could do. But I wasn't seeing him in coverage, locking guys up. I wasn't seeing him coming downhill in the run game as a force. He was just kind of another guy out there more often than not, snapping and snap out. Thank you though, Brian, for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, man. Ominous Jerry says, agree with the Gino take. Thank you. Thank you, Dominus. And I do have a Gino video dropping. I'm excited about it. There was a members channel video that we'll be putting here again on the channel in about 4 days. I'll be posting these. I got a kind of a cluster of stuff I'm building up here as we get close to the season to kind of get you guys more hyped up. But really going into as well that leadership angle and Ominous, that how you can hear from the way people talk about Gino and other players talking about him, where he has really stepped forward and away from the quarterback position beyond arm talent, leg talent, the leadership aspect and ownership aspect of playing the position that you need to have if you're going to play the position great and if your offense is going to be insanely productive. And he has shown you that indeed is what he's taken on, I think. Leland Kimball, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Gino with 38 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. Ooh, I like that. That's some nasty numbers. And 300 yards rushing. I think all very realistic numbers, Leland. If he stayed at his same place he was through 12 games last year, he would have gotten very close to 38 touchdowns. And I think he was at like 200 yards rushing as it was last year, just on that nature alone. So another 100 yards is certainly within, reason. So 38 touchdowns, 12 interceptions has a very, very nice ring to it, Leland. It's got a very nice ring to it. That seems just about right. Thank you, Brian, Leland, for the donations. And Leland, if he throws 38 touchdowns, you will be the great Karnak of the channel this year. Lou says, hey, B, love the channel. Thanks for all the hard work you do. My pleasure, Lou, and thank you to you too. With all the weapons on offense and defense, this is going to be an exciting season. 12-5, home field advantage, Super Bowl bound. Go Hawks. Woo, I like that. You guys coming in hot tonight, and I dig that about you. Well, Lou, my cat said 12-5. I say 12-5. You say 12-5. 12-5 seems to be a pretty common denominator number that we are all kind of coming to for this team, saying that seems about right there, just about right to me. 12-5 feels right. 12-5 feels on point. And so I'm with you on that at that same spot. Is 12-5 going to be enough to get home field advantage? Maybe. And I would think it would be, but the Niners are going to get to feast against this division. You know, it could end up taking that 13-14 win mark to do it. But I'll feel perfectly fine with 12-5 if we can pull that off. I'll feel good with our chances in the playoffs at 12-5 if we put that kind of season together, man. But thank you, Lou. I appreciate you too, brother. Space has got Walker at 1,400 yards. Let's go. 14 touchdowns. Whew. I see 1,400 yard season from Walker too. And if he put up 9 touchdowns last year in a part-time role, why wouldn't he in a full-time role now put up 14 touchdowns if he could be fully healthy, or at least relatively fully healthy through this most of the season? Alan A., thank you for the $5 donation, Alan. I do appreciate it. He says, at Brandon, agreed. Geno Smith's pre-snaps on the line of scrimmage is straight goated. Thank you for noticing that as well, Alan. I mean, that's a big part of his game that stands out. And you talk about a guy falling off, you're talking about that defense finding a solution for him. But if he's gotten so smart at the line of scrimmage that he can read the blitz correctly, that he can adjust the protections correctly, that he can feel what you're doing from where you're bringing the pressure, that can then instruct him on where his first read needs to go. And a lot of times, if you're getting pressure, you only have your first or second read to go to. You're not going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. You got to go 1, 2 because the heat is already going to be to you by the time you try to go to read 3. So it makes it that much more important for the quarterback to be on it and correct in what he is seeing pre-snap. It was very rare last year for Geno Smith to get caught off guard with what he was seeing pre-snap to post-snap. If he was caught off guard, it was usually a guy blows a block in pass protection and he's got like a free runner at him that he's got to kind of figure something out in the moment. It wasn't because they confused him with their drops or they showed a heavy blitz look, dropped out of it, and he thought this guy was coming and the guy wasn't coming. Very, very infrequently. And I think it stood out as much, Alan, not to throw shade at Russell. There's other things Russell does well, but Russell with his control at the line of scrimmage and reading things correctly at the line of scrimmage was always a negative. That's never a point where he was an overall positive in that respect in his ability to do it. So it does stand out so clearly when you see Geno doing it so often at the line of scrimmage. But that should sustain. That doesn't leave him in an off season. That doesn't just magically just go away. He brings it. And we can even pull the thread to track back where he picked it up because Geno talks about his time with San Diego and playing with Phillip Rivers. And Phillip Rivers, the guy who was really the one that helped him master dealing with blitzes and reading line of scrimmage. And Rivers had to be that guy, right? Rivers had to be the guy that was super smart at the line of scrimmage because he had no mobility to go back on. He didn't have a super strong arm to lean back on. Right? He had that weird wonky delivery and the ball kind of got out and it eventually get there, and he was really accurate, but he was a guy that had to rely on his brain as much as his brawn. And Geno picked up those. This is where I give Geno so much credit on, Alan. He saw this guy who had this thing that he could do that was a hole in Geno's game, that he recognized himself. I don't do this well right now as a 26-year-old Geno when he went to San Diego. Because it's not really something that's in my bag, but got better at it. And Phillip taught him how to kind of get better at it. Just one little thing that he picked up along his track to get better and has stayed a part of who he is through this process, even when he wasn't getting a starter opportunity. But it was always still there, and it will remain here moving into next year. But I love his control at the line of scrimmage. There's the play we remember last year with Lions. Remember right before Rashad Penny went down, remember the big run he busted off against the Lions? That's Geno coming up to the line of scrimmage on that 60, 70-yard run there against the Lions for a touchdown. Geno comes up and recognizes the Lions are coming with the blitz to one side. He runs the running play back to the backside where they have a nice numbers game. And Rashad Penny's just so quick and how fast he hits the hole, he's gone. But it's the adjustment of Geno. It's not the run of Rashad Penny there. It's the adjustment of Geno Smith at the line of scrimmage to change to that play, to go to the weakness in the formation he's got to go to then attack it properly and appropriately. And a thing that no one's going to give Geno credit for that at that point throughout the year or much there, but it's something that led to a touchdown directly. It had nothing to do with him throwing the ball or anything else, or hitting a hot route, or laying it up just right. It was just reading something clearly at the line of scrimmage and attacking to a weakness, being able to adjust your offense to the weakness of the defense. And it sounds straightforward, but there are so many quarterbacks, as the previous one was like this, that are unable to do it consistently. Appreciate you, though, Alan. Thank you for that $5 donation. Very kind of you. Space says, Pumpkin told you in a dream 1,400 yards and 14 touchdowns. That sounds like her. She's very optimistic when it comes to running backs. Mr. Dog says, did JSN match up against Witherspoon ever? I'll go back and see if I can find some tape on that, Mr. Dog. I don't remember seeing any. But I think Illinois, I mean, they're both Big Ten. You would have thought they would have run across each other's path at some point. So if I can find them battling it out, I'll see. I think the other thing, too, with this Mr. Dog is we have to go back to 2021. So we'll have to go back there, and then Witherspoon's playing outside mainly. JSN's only playing slot. So I would reckon to guess if they were matched up, it was on a very small amount of snaps. Mr. Dog, you of course saw the cut up from camp where Jackson Smith ran a switch release out of the slot, and Witherspoon was on him. And Witherspoon got a little bit picked on the play, and JSN was able to get on top. But I doubt that they had many matchups in college. Alan says K9 just needs to lower those pads a little more and start trucking defensive backs. He's already making them look silly. Oh, he is. And yeah, I'd say that. He needs to learn to take the dirty three. He needs to not always need to have to dance back there. Sometimes just take what's in front of you. Just take the pre-slotted hole. But that's the growth that you get from running backs. That's the second-year returns that are going to be most readily apparent with a running back from the first year, where they're just kind of operating off instincts. Now he gets to operate a little bit more with the brain, a little more thinking than the second year, I would say. Rumble Podcast got a whole lot of members in the chat right now. Vibes. I love it. I love it. Space says JSN came around the corner and grew wings. Yeah, he did. I think actually it'll be interesting to see how Waldron uses Walker and Charbonnet for sure. Can't wait for the regular season. He's got a plethora of weapons to go through, man. Addicted Hawks, and it's going to be interesting to see the way Waldron tries to mix it up and utilize all of them. But it's I love to use this term. It's first world problems from Waldron's standpoint. How am I going to use all of this explosive material? Meanwhile, you got others out there with like a little square of explosiveness. Yeah, whatever, Shane. Robert Podcast, I think Derek Hall could be a high impact guy in his first season. Brett Coleman seemed to agree. One of the main reasons he took Seattle to win the NFC West. My personal comp for Hall is Cameron Wake. Ooh, well, that's a great, fantastic comp from the podcast. I like that one quite a bit. Both those guys kind of rocked up in the same kind of way, grown man strength if you were with him. Derek Hall's a really interesting cat. Very interesting cat. And he's not super, super raw like Boye Mafe necessarily was coming out. I think there's a little bit more refinement to his game, a little bit more of an ability to use his hands a little bit better than you saw. And Mafe wasn't bad with his hands, but just a little raw and rough. I do think Hall's a little bit more further along in his process. And you're right, Coleman, I think, had at least almost kind of a fringe first-round grade on Hall, if I'm not mistaken. And I had him kind of in that same realm, where he's right in the tween of being a late first to a second-round guy, where you looked at him. Because he looked like he could be a very complete player in this league. He can get you the 10 sacks a year and be a good run stuffer, which is, as we see with a guy like Darrell Taylor, it's hard to find both of those two attributes. You can sometimes find one, but not the other. He does have them both. If he can go out and ball out, too, that's the other part with him, Rumblers. I think he does get stuck a little bit in that Boye Mafe role this year because of the fact that there's so many guys in front of him that are a little bit more further along, having a couple of years in the pros ahead of him. I think that's going to make it tough at times for him to get the number of snaps to have, a huge impact. But those snaps that he does get, I'm expecting him to be a player with it. Space has got 12-5 too. Love it, man. Love it. Anthony Grogan, who do you think the 5 losses will be? I would say, let's take a look here. I think you split one of the games with the Niners. I think you lose on the road to the Bengals. I think the Ravens game on the road at 10 a.m. is going to be probably a loss as well. That's 3. And I would probably say you're going to have 2 losses that comes out of one of the games of the Lions, the Browns, and the Cowboys. I think one of those is probably 2 of those 3 games is probably a loss. And then the rest are probably wins. I feel pretty good about that. Yeah, I'm going with that. Ominous Jerry, I don't think Diggs is going to have that many picks because Julian Love is going to take so much pressure off him being the back end guy. Love can play box and free, but he's an underrated difference maker. Agreed. Love's really good. I don't think Diggs is going to have many picks. I don't know if Love takes necessarily. I don't know if Love impacts Diggs as much, Ominous Jerry, because he's more strong safety. He has played free safety, you're right. But I think with the Seahawks, they look at him as more strong safety slot, which means Diggs still remains in the free safety role at that point. I also think it's more of where I think the production comes from the picks for me, Ominous Jerry, is remember when, like I said, but when you got him in the cover 3, you're playing single high safety and you're playing center field safety all the time, which I don't think they're going to ask Julian Love to do as much as they're going to ask Diggs to do when he does it. But they played 35% of their snaps last year were in cover 3. Previous years, it was 70, 75, 80, 90%, even in the Legion of Boom years, if not higher than that. So they're dialing back that center field stuff that you have Diggs do. A lot of it comes on the heels of like the quarter half coverage. You know, where that interception I showed of Diggs against the Raiders, where he's in a quarter half, but he knows he can break it off because he's got some help on the back end. He's not the only single high safety to have to take care of business on the back end and being that safety valve guy if something goes wrong on the front end of the defense. So I think that's going to free him up for more picks, man. I do. I love Julian Love. You're right. He's a difference maker in what he brings. His versatility is unique in the NFL, but I think the Seahawks are looking at him as the strong side, as more strong side, strong safety slot. And if they were to have him play free safety at that point, Ominous, then that's to have Diggs freed up to move around down into more of a strong safety role, which would just give him that many more opportunities to go maybe make a play underneath and make a pick. I think Walker will be number 1, but wouldn't surprise me if Charbonnet gets a lot of runs between the tackles. I know Waldron had a huge grin on draft day when he talked to him on the phone. Charbonnet's a very talented kid, man. He's a good player, and he's going to find his share of touches in this offense, that's for sure. It's about the faith I have with Walker being just a little bit more of the difference-making talent that they want to get the ball in the hands to. You know, I see him at 225 to 250 touches this year in Walker. I see with Charbonnet, to me, it's more of 150 touches total, 125 to 150 touches. Still getting his touch, still getting his love, you know. Megan says, Pumpkin told me that Zorn is better than Craig in a dream too, B. Well, she'd only say it in a dream. She'd never say it in real life. So. CJ, Brandon, who is the best prospect coming out of college between Darrell Taylor, Boye Mafe, and Derek Hall? Derek Hall, Boye Mafe, and Darrell Taylor in that order. Mafe and Hall have more of a outlook of being complete football players. And Taylor might be a better pass rusher than each of them, but he's so much of a significantly worse run defender that you'd have to knock him down, not maybe significantly, but you would knock him down below each of them. Boye might be the overall most freakishly overall gifted, CJ, but Derek Hall is close to his freakishness while being more refined and coming out. Boye's got to reach that refinement before we'll know what he'll be as a player. Anthony says, Anthony Grogan, what do you think McIntosh will play in the offense and what 5 teams will we lose to? So just answered above on that 5 teams that we'd lose to. McIntosh is going to be hard to get a lot of carries. I think he slides into more of your DJ Dallas-like role from last year where you see him getting 35 to 40 touches. Maybe or go 50 total touches, 15 of them pass catches, 20 of them pass catches, 30 of them as runs, 50 touches total for the year. So he's just kind of worked in, but I think he could still find a pretty unique role in this offense with those 50 touches, being the third down back, being a bubble fly sweep guy, you know, kind of being a gadgety kind of player for us a little bit, just get the ball in his hands and let him go work. But I don't see him being a guy, Anthony, that's really featured. Not at least this year. Connor says, I don't think Witherspoon played a single game against Ohio State in any year he played. He might not have. I got to look it up for sure, but I don't remember seeing any footage of him going up against Ohio State. I watched quite a bit of tape on the kid. Megan says 13-4 if it all goes our way, 11-6 if not be. Ooh, Megan, super optimistic. I like that. Space Hawksnest, is there any way you could do something on Jamal Adams? I mean, I could space, but what am I going to do on him at this point? I don't have any tape to go off of and describing him and where he is, and I don't really know what to, where is he at on his recovery? Is he going to be ready to go this year full speed? What's the role that this team's trying to fit him into? I don't know what my angle would be on a video with him right now, Space has got us losing the Eagles in Seattle. That's possible. It's going to be a hell of a game. That's on one of the toughest stretches for us, too, on our schedule. No doubt about that. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you for the double dono tonight, Randall. I do appreciate it, brother. Much love out to you. He says, get a chance to listen to the Play Callers podcast. Really interesting listening to McVay, Shanahan, and especially Mike McDaniel, really trying to put playmakers in a position to make plays. Also, how the D has adapted. Chess. Well, thank you for the $20 donation. I got your thing queued up. I promise you I'm going to listen to it. I've been it's been honestly, Randall, just been trying to, grind out the videos and get stuff prepped up for the season a little bit since I got back from vacation. So I just haven't had as much time to listen to some stuff. But I do want to hear it when those guys talk or they're discussing shop, you want to listen. Because what they have to say is not only interesting to hear, but it's also stuff that's going to educate you on the game. And if something there's out there that's going to educate me, I want to hear it. It's going to give me a better, fuller rounding of my understanding of things. So, yeah, I do plan on checking it out, Randall, for sure, man. I just haven't quite gotten a chance. I got a little bit backed up on some stuff. I was trying to grind on some of the prospects for next year's draft, and it's always 24/7 with me, so, but I want to hear it. So please do send those when you do come across those, because we don't get a lot of the coaches talking like that about that type of stuff, man. You have to kind of really search for those kind of stuff to hear them just talk shop. But I'll check it out. Thank you for sending that to me, man. And thank you for the $20 donation. Hope you're staying somewhat cool over there on your side of things. Anthony says, thank you. Well, thank you, Anthony. Appreciate your questions, man. Have a good night, Lou. I think Docs, Brandon, love is really good. Love is really good. A t-shirt or coffee mug logo. Love is really good. A t-shirt or coffee mug logo. I could. You're saying I should do a Julian Love t-shirt? With that wording? I'm going to get my merch going this year for sure. Rumble Podcast, Hall and Walker's height and weight are almost identical, 6'3", 250-ish. What's downright terrifying is that Hall has an extra 2 inches on that wingspan. 34.5-inch arms equals violent hands from a distance. Very heavy hands on Hall. That is, I think, the forefront skill, what I call it Hulk hands on my draft video of him. He absolutely is Hulk hands. When he gets locked into that tackle, he is always jostling the tackle back. He's always initially on a play, putting a tackle in a position of feeling like they're having to recover and find their feet, find their strength, which is just a nice way from a defender on the edge to sort of set that tone, play in and play out, be it on the run or be it as a pass rusher. I like your comp there with Hall and Wake. Mine's always been the guy that was with the Baltimore Ravens. Lee, I get 3 hours in. I can't use my brain anymore. Edge. Big guy. What's it? I'm forgetting the guy's name. I cannot. I hate when I can't bring up names anymore. It just drives me crazy. Let me find my comp because it's going to drive me crazy. Derek. All right, yeah. So I had Terrell Suggs, T-Sizzle. T-Sizzle was 6'4", 6'5", so a couple inches bigger than Derek Hall, but I thought that they did win kind of in a similar fashion. I like your Cameron Wake, though, just as much as a comp. And he does have those long arms, heavy hands, and they're long. Strong hands and long arms. Docs, I saw a short video of Tariq Woolen running a 40-yard sprint the other day. Hope he is healing well. Wow. Oh, yeah, I'm sure he's doing all right. I got faith he's going to be just fine when it's all said and done. Just arthroscopic surgery, those things. Yeah, he just had arthroscopic surgery. It's got a lot of people really worried right now about Tariq Woolen. Like, guys, chill. It's arthroscopic surgery. This is rarely surgery that you're going to have a guy who 5-6 months later down the line is still going, oh, it's a bit gimpy here. My knee's just still not feeling. It's just arthroscopic. It's a cleanup thing. So he's going to be completely fine. Completely fine. It's a very, very straightforward kind of surgery to get. Ominous, Jerry says, I agree. The quarter half coverage could make this team so less one-dimensional. The secondary can be absolutely insane if we versatilize the scheme or the play calling. That's where to me the big key sits with this is that you've had a coverage that you wanted to run predominantly before that you'd run it at a 60-70% rate, which by the nature of it meant that you were predictable. And then on top of that, of course, the coverage was very predictable. You're going to drop into depth in your zones and offenses can then just pick you apart. A way to start to turn this around is to become more multi-dimensional defensively. You know, sometimes cover 3, sometimes cover 1, sometimes quarter half, sometimes you run some man-based principles, more opening up and a willingness to blitz a little more often. Take advantage of the talents of your really good blitzers in Jamal Adams and Bobby Wagner. You know, just what you do is create more of confusion on the offense in what you're doing pre-snap. That alone could help this defense out so much more beyond it taking steps forward from a talent standpoint or the young guys getting better. Remove this thing that's been a glaring weakness of your defense going back now 6, 7, 10 years. I mean, even back to Legion of Boom days, it was technically a weakness. You just had the talent and everybody was so good across the board that they could overcome it as a weakness. But now you haven't had that same talent and that weakness has still existed over this past 5, 6 years and teams have been able to exploit it. So I do agree with you. The less one-dimensional nature of this defense, the more that they can change things up. And if you look at their coverage, from last year and the way that they use their coverage splits, it was more split across the board. It was more evened up. It was like if it was a pie, the slices would be more evenly cut slices, which means that quarterbacks can't be as certain pre-snap just on what coverage you're going to run. And that's going to continue to bring some returns to the defense moving into the future, I think. Brian Myers, B&12s. Anybody see DK interview with Skip Bayless? It's on YT. Good watch. I didn't have a chance to see that one. I watched DK was talking with Terrell Owens, but I'll check out the Skip Bayless one. Word on the street is Richard Sherman, of all people. Mr. I'm better at life than you, Skip. Which would be the ultimate irony, however, is that Richard and Skip end up being the two guys as he settles into Shannon Sharp's position, maybe. I did not see that one coming if that's the way it's going to play out, but that is what we're hearing about some of the rumors out there. 360 bets, best things we can still do this offseason. Angel shopping Ohtani. Now you think we got a chance? Give your thoughts, please. I would be very hesitant to trade for Shohei Ohtani as a midseason deal, 360 bets, unless you could get Ohtani to agree to a contract extension. I do wonder about where this team is just at and how they're playing as well now. If not that that's not a move that would help you this year and maybe make you a contender this year, but it's almost like there's been kind of too much damage done at this point where even adding a bat like that at this point in time of the year may not be enough to kind of get the ground made up you need to make up with where you stand. If you could trade for Ohtani 360 bets right now and sign him to a contract extension, I would give up the prospects to do it and get him. Yeah, that would certainly be something I would be willing to do right now. I also have no problem with waiting into this offseason and just making a commitment here. 360 bets. You were the most profitable franchise last year, considering where and how small the payroll is compared to other teams in the NFL in Major League Baseball. It's hard to talk about Major League Baseball and football, folks, going back and forth. I'll tell you, it gets tough trying to slice between these two. when it gets down to baseball and the fact that you're paying a below league average amount of salary for your team, you're once again for a second straight season going to be probably the most profitable team in baseball. There should be nothing holding this baseball team back, having those 2 years on the back of that profitability, from coming back to Ohtani now and saying, we will give you more money than anybody else in Major League. You might like a better landing place like the Dodgers or maybe the Giants, but you're not going to be paid more. I think that they've got to, at the very least, show that willingness to put that out there to him. And there's no doubt that he's already got a little bit of a fondness for Seattle. He's trained in Seattle. He said he's been to Seattle in the offseason before. The fans were showing him the love. There was chance of, Shohei come to Seattle in the stadium when he was up to bat in the All-Star game. So everything makes sense for him to want to come here. I think he's going to want to stay on the West Coast and not go out to the East Coast, so he can still have fairly quick and easy flights out there to Japan if he wants to take them. So yes, they should absolutely go after him. And if not mid-season, then absolutely they should be at the forefront of having him as the number one priority going into this offseason. For the fans, to make the team better, he's an insane talent. He fills 2 holes in one. I mean, it's everything you can to go get him, I would say. But I wouldn't trade for him to just rent him $360. I'm not going to give up Logan Gilbert, another young hitter. Here's Ford, our catcher down the farm system. Here's this. We give up this huge, massive haul, and then you only have him for a half season. I don't like that for a team that's not really shown that it's putting it together this year. Docs, Brandon, did you catch Cliff Averill on the KJ Wright podcast? Oh, somebody was mentioning too about forget somebody's been. I'm still trying like mad, folks, to get players onto the Hawks Nest. So eventually what we're going to have to do, I think, is just get you guys out here to, do a massive wave at these players on Twitter or something like, go on Hawks Nest, because these guys are really hard to get brought into the fold. Did I watch the Cliff Averill? I did watch Cliff Averill podcast. He talked about being in the locker room with a concussion during the last postseason on the goal line. Wow. I did. Yeah, that was a crazy story in the way that he called it. He didn't even get to see the final play before the players were walking in, disgruntled back into the locker room. But brutal. And really the biggest, most brutal part of that Super Bowl to me is really not the final Super Bowl play. That's the one that I know gets stuck in everybody's head. And certainly KJ Wright's podcast has talked a lot about that with a couple of different former players. And we can feel the pain and how much of a raw nerve that play still is. But really where the pain comes into me is it's the injuries that defense suffered in that game. And you coming into it with Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas, and Sherman, all with major injuries, all with major injuries that would have had them probably sitting out football games if it was a regular season contest. And then you lose Jeremy Lane after getting an interception on the first drive against Tom Brady. And then you lose Cliff Averill to a concussion, as he was probably balling as hard as anybody on that defense when he went down to the concussion at that point in the game. So it's tough, man. It's tough. But KJ Wright's podcast has been awesome. He's doing a great job with it. A lot of respect for what he's doing. I like how he's asking kind of the right questions. It's not just a lot of fluff. It's not just talking about how hard it is for a player after they retire. And ask the questions the fans really want to know about. Don't ask the fluffy stuff. And I like that KJ is not doing that. Save the Geese says, first stream I've caught live in weeks. Let's go. Let's go, Save the Geese. I'm trying to get better a little bit about scheduling these at least 24 hours in advance so you guys can know and stand kind of on time with what I do with this. But appreciate you. Glad you're able to catch it. Space says, I want to know Jamal's current status of his injury. That's the part where we just don't know right now. Yeah. It's a little hazy as it stands right now, Space. And it's Carroll, the way Carroll talked about him, He just didn't talk about him. Oh, we'll be back game 1. We're expecting game 1. Everything's on track game 1. It was a little bit more of I sensed we're going to have to be a little bit patient with it. And I think the team's going to be pretty conservative with Jamal. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Randall. He says, they talked how offenses started to run more because the defenses have gone more 5 and 6 defensive backs and defensive line more built to rush the passer. Players on the D more positionless. All definitely great thoughts on their part. All definitely things that do add up, Randall, to what we see on the football field. I mean, hell, if I'm starting to see as an offensive-minded coach, Randall, these defenses starting to, push out in the league, these 2-man fronts, these 4-man fronts where you have 2 defensive tackles, and then you have the outside linebackers and wide 9 technique, where technically speaking, it's a 4-man front, but really as an offense, you'd look at it as a 2-man front. You know, that should, as any smart offensive coordinator, draw you instantly into running the ball. Not overthinking it, not going, yeah, but what if? You should be running the ball at that defense every single time, in my opinion. They're creating too big of a natural hole on the defensive line to not go and then take advantage of it. The positionless player stuff is definitely coming more to the forefront, I think, than ever before. And that just to me means, Randall, and to their point, I think, that it's only more trending in that different direction of things. The safety position with the Vic Fangio defense proliferating the league at every turn means now your free safety needs to be able to do strong safety stuff. Your strong safety needs to do free safety stuff. We've got a guy in Julian Love of where this could be going even beyond that. Is now as a safety, you not only need to play free safety, you not only need to play strong safety, but now you need to have some snaps down there in the slot in addition to that. Linebackers, we're seeing middle linebacker, will linebacker. There's some bleed between those positions, isn't there? It's not the same necessarily as it's been before, where it was kind of back in the days could be a little bit more differentiated in what those two guys were, kind of asked to do. So I see it across the board in that way, Randall. I mean, I think almost more defensively, I see the like you say on D, it is more positionless than the offense side. You just need guys with the versatility that can do a variety of things. But then that comes back to, too, the more you have guys that are positionless that can kind of do everything on a field, the more we get back to a defense being able to be able to hide things a little bit easier, able to make offenses a little bit more uncertain pre-snap about what they're going to get post-snap. And that seems to be a big part it's a part I harp on, but it's a big part too that I think defenses, as they go forward with offenses having so much slanted to their side, Randall, for success, from the way the rules are constructed to everything in between. It's all built for offense right now. So you've got to find those advantages where you can find them defensively. And a straightforward place to find them is to create exotic looks. You don't have to be about taking chances defensively, but just to create looks, to put players in different positions that make offenses have to really think about what you're doing post-snap with that player. And I think Seahawks are starting to take a step in that direction of things, which is nice to see, Randall. Julian Love is positionless. Jamal Adams can play, it seems like, between strong safety and even some will linebacker stuff. Down there around the line of scrimmage. Certainly in a guy like Quandre Diggs, he started out his career as a slot, then went to strong safety, and eventually became a free safety here in Seattle. So he likewise has played all over the place. Devon Witherspoon, outside corner, but absolutely can still play some slot. Kobe Bryant played slot, but can play some outside corner in addition to that. So they've already kind of built some of that up a little bit, which is good to see. I think Doc says, Brandon, yeah, Julian Love t-shirt might be popular. I'll see if I can maybe put something together. I got to just make sure I don't have his likeness or you get in trouble, I got to be, I can be a little bit, I got to finesse it a little bit with that type of stuff, But I'm going to get on my merch stuff now. I'm locking down right now. We've got, I'm in intense negotiations right now here with Underdog Fantasy. They reached out to me over on the email. See what you guys kind of think in the chat. But I think I'm going to jump on board this year with sponsorship from Underdog. So I'm getting that kind of locked up. And then once I've got that kind of figured out, then we're going to move on and get the merch set up here right before the start of the season. Start getting some stuff out there where you guys can check it out. So that's on my next go-to. Gunner says, yeah, but luckily Eagles have a difficult stretch before that game too. They play the Dolphins, Cowboys twice, 49ers, Chiefs, and Bills in 6 of the 7 games leading up to our game. Some great info there, Connor. I do like, too, the fact that you're getting to play the Eagles at home. That's going to be a hell of a game, but to get that at home rather than have to play that on the road, 10 a.m., that gives me a little more confidence in that game that's not going to be necessarily a loss. And where you're catching them at that time of the year, too, in addition to that. I just like that spot of where you're catching them not early on, but a little bit later. They've got some spots on their roster that's got some age to it, to where maybe now they're down a couple guys by the time you get to that game. Maybe you're a little bit fresher maybe by that point than they are. You got Brandon Graham there. You got Johnson right tackle, Kelsey, Fletcher Cox. There is some age a little bit across the board on that team. But they've got a little bit of a wicked stretch there too at the same time. Ran the Cut. Thank you for another $10 donation, man. I do really appreciate that donation. Very, very kind of you. He says the NFC Championship game comes through Seattle this season. Ran the Cut's feeling it, man. I love his confidence. We're lockstep on this one, man. Lockstep. There just feels something about this team this year, the way they've set this up. You've got that old-timey magic, it feels like, of that 2013-2014 season. And I'm not talking Legion of Boom, though you have maybe built up one hell of a secondary. I'm talking about the spirit. I'm talking about the philosophy going back to its base. I'm talking about this team going back to its roots. That is what's going to help to bring back the success. You have unrolled back out that old blueprint. You blew off the dust and you found that it could still work last year. Why not lean even more into it this year? And that's every indication that the team has shown you throughout this offseason is that's just what they're doing. We're going to fit to the old blueprint. We're going to fit to that blueprint that got to us to back-to-back Super Bowls that had us on the precipice of creating a dynasty. And if lightning can strike once by us creating those exact type of conditions, why can't it strike twice? And I love the confidence, Ran the Cut. The talent is there to get to the NFC Championship game. The talent is there right now even for this team to get itself to the Super Bowl. It's a matter of can Coach Carroll do some of his best work at his age right now in his development of young players, getting them to their top side and getting them there quickly, quicker than some other coaches can in order to maximize this team out this year. And if Coach Carroll's able to do that, this team, the sky is the limit. And Coach Carroll has shown that is his wheelhouse. This is where he is at his best. As you give him a young roster, you give him young, hungry players, and he will show them the way. Connor, the 49ers schedule is definitely not as hard. They do play the Eagles before our second game against them, though. No, they've got a pretty, workable schedule. Having the four easy wins in the division always helps things out when you're talking about just giving you some of those breathers in the schedule when you need it. I think Doc says, how many Georgia players did the Eagles draft? Sigh. Let's see. They got Jordan Davis from last year. They got Jalen Carter. They took Nolan Smith. They drafted the linebacker last year. And if I'm not mistaken, there's one more guy on that defense, I believe. I can't remember who it is, but I think I got one more guy on that defense. Run my podcast, not to spam, but after the last shout out, we now have 16 players in the Community Fantasy League. This means we have 4 remaining spots left. Please reach out to me on Discord if you are interested. And let me go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and just post on the back of that from Rumbler. So we're at 16 right now. We need 4 more to get ourselves into 20 people playing from the fantasy side of it. So if you want to be one of those last 4 people, I'm going to put the link into the channel thing right now. So check on you can see the link in the stream here. Go over to the Discord channel there and reach out to Poseidon about getting going. And no worries on spam, Rumbler. Let's get this filled out. It's all good. Anthony Grogan, do you think GSN can have a better numbers than no E or DK? And how well do you think our pass rush will perform this year around how well do you think our pass rush will perform this year? Anyone stand out? And I have a $100 bet Hawks beat the Ravens. Fingers crossed. Oof. That's a tough bet you took, Anthony. So it's not just the Ravens, who I think are going to be a very good team this year and come forward. I also think that I got a kid crying next door here. Holy mackerel, she is crying. I do not think that JSN can have in his first year, Anthony, a better year than Tyler or DK. Certainly, I think that he could potentially end up taking some touches away from Tyler, maybe as far as targets go. But I do think that eventually what's going to happen from this as the year plays out is going to be that I think that DK ends up getting more single coverage opportunities, which then when he gets more of those single coverage opportunities, I think that that's then going to create more chances for him to get more targets. And I think the team also is going to have a little bit of at the forefront of this of wanting to feature DK if they get those kind of looks. Because like I was saying before, you get so often those times where DK is, double, tripled, or as I'm going to show in this video tonight that I'm going to put on my shorts, quad coveraged, So he sometimes draws a lot of that interest, which then pulls, of course, Gino away, Anthony, from even looking to target him, right? You see double coverage roll to a guy, you're going somewhere else because you're going to think there's got to be a hole somewhere else in this defense if they're going to double this guy up over the top. I think that I see Jackson Smith being somewhere between probably 650 to 850 yards receiving on the year. I think DK gets well over 1,000, and I think Tyler's right around 1,000. So I think at the end of the day, he still is your third most productive receiver on the team, but they're all going to be able to work off of each other and how Geno's going to be able to run it, because wherever he catches the defense lean, you're going to lean back to the cover 2 looks. I'll go underneath the JSN. If you want to crowd everything up on short coverages and zone, we'll take the top of the defense off with Tyler or DK. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And so I think that that's the way that'll play out. I don't know if I would have put the $100 bet on them to be the Ravens. Because I love your emoji too, by the way, because you seem to be making your peace with that. Ravens are really good this upcoming year. The key for them is, can Lamar Jackson transition into this new offense? Can he move outside of the Roman offense that had him operating like Colin Kaepernick and actually play like a true quarterback back there in the pocket, where it's not all about him just running around with his legs? I'm a little skeptical, but I also like, beyond his development and what he does, what they've done to rebuild that team, rebuilding the offensive line, the Roquan Smith trade that they made, and he seemed to really come in there and settle the defense down last year after that trade. I think that they're going to be a playoff team next year, and going into Baltimore and winning at 10 a.m., CJ, it's going to be a tough pull, man. That's going to be or Anthony, that's going to be a tough pull, in my opinion. But I love that you got that confidence, bro. CJ says, I often see the Giants listed ahead of the Hawks in different power rankings, and my question is why? First off, we beat them thoroughly last year. We have more upside, in my opinion, and they have no wide receivers. I'll tell you, I'll see what the rest of the chat thinks on this one, but you know, with the voting and the way that it worked out on the offensive rookie of the year and the defensive rookie of the year, and seeing the way the Giants are just, it goes without saying they're better than the Seahawks and put above us on these lists. I like you go, where is this coming from? The Giants have a good defensive line. That's granted. They did lose Julian Love this offseason. I don't think that secondary is outwardly all that great. Their offense was very simplistic last year. It wasn't like Daniel Jones was back there like, oh, he's taking the steps forward. He's now a true quarterback. You know, he's back there running a basically the Lamar Jackson-like offense or Cam Newton-like offense, you know, where it's very kind of kitschy. Here's the other thing with this. That's the part that few people are talking about. And I'll tell you this, like if I'm doing a fantasy football draft, you know, I'm not taking Saquon Barkley. They can't come to a common spot as far as a contract is going to go. He's threatening holding out. Even if he doesn't hold out, is he going to play at 100% all the time throughout the course of this year when he didn't get his big payday, when he's had multiple injuries? There's some things about the Giants situation to me, and you spoke about the receivers, which is just another thing that you can add to the mix on top of it. I fall in line in the same place you do with this, where I say, how do you look at that roster and say that's a better roster than the Seahawks roster right now? How do you look at the division that they play within? Because they're going to have tougher stack of division opponents they got to go against than we got to go against, and still come out of the other end of that and say the Giants will be better. Not to say the Giants are bad next year, but they ain't better than us. They don't have a better roster on paper. They don't have an easier schedule. They don't have an easier division. But this is where I come back to going, there's some East Coast bias that always is still going to exist. And part of why I always tell my Seahawks fans, don't worry about the respect thing, because it's never coming. It's never coming unless you're hoisting Lombardi trophies. It's never coming unless you're putting together almost a dynasty-like team where it becomes undeniable that you're good. But that's okay. We don't need their respect. We don't need their roses. In fact, it's better when we get it's better than when we get a blindside them, isn't it? When they're doing nothing. Wasn't it great last year when they said we're going to be the worst team in the NFL, we're going to be competing for the number 1 overall pick, and we got to the playoffs? They didn't even know what to say. They're just, they were just in sheer confusion last year, weren't they? I don't know how Coach Carroll's doing it. Space says it doesn't sound like Adams will make it back by week 1. I'm reading tea leaves here, Space. I'm reading tea leaves, man. But that does seem to be what they're telling me too. I think Docs, man, I hope Sherman doesn't work with Skip Bayless. Sherman has to be patient and pick his next gig carefully. I like his podcast episodes with the Hawks players, by the way. I do too. Quite honestly, the Skip model, I'm a believer of this. And this is why I think folks like myself are able to have success in many others here on YouTube that are not media personalities or that are sometimes former players like KJ, and he's having some good success and he's going to continue to have some great success. We're no longer in the old model and the old guard. And I think Bayless came in and set the stage about 20 years ago for this new style of sports media that could exist, that had its run, but it was not a style that was ever going to sustain itself in the long term. It was flashy. It was emotional. It was hot takey. You know, it could be wild takey at times where you just listen because you can't believe that this person's saying this because it's so stupid or out of pocket. But there was only going to be so long that was going to entertain people. And they were going to get back to understanding that was really not a lot about having substance as it was having the flash. And that was really the whole model of the Bayless and the Stephen A. Smith and all that. And it grew out of, but as we're seeing with some of the death on ESPN that's occurring as well, is that I think fans are starting to get kind of wore out on this style. As I said, when it doesn't have a lot of substance to what you're doing, you can only go so long with that. And there is no substance to two guys just shouting at each other over a topic and sometimes getting personal. I will say this, if Sherman has a situation, a moment like Shannon Sharpe had with Bayless, where, Bayless went completely out of pocket in that one moment saying that Sharpe was jealous of Brady. And I mean, just, in my opinion, being completely disrespectful to Sharpe. I don't think Sherman would I think Sherman would slap the S out of Bayless. I don't think he would just sit there and take his glasses off and nod. But I think Sherman would also be smarter at this point. Not go to the old model, be part of the new model. The new model is YouTube. The new model is do your own thing. The new model is no more gatekeepers. Why go someplace where they're going to try to control what you say and to some degree probably, censor you when you can say whatever you want on your channel. CJ says Sherman would never work with Bayless, not after all their beef. I wouldn't think so, CJ, but I'll tell you this. Word on the street right now is nobody wants to work with Bayless, and they need to bring somebody in who is going to be a flashy enough name out there that it doesn't feel like they're just about to go circle the drain on the toilet. And one way to do that, it would be to bring in Sherman. And one way to bring in Sherman would be to throw a lot of money at him. And Fox has a lot of money. Seahawks Luger and Sherman's better at life. Yeah. You guys ever got the chance to see it? And some of the younger folks might not be knowing what we're referencing on that. There was a great Sherman Bayless interview back in the day where Sherman just went off on Skip. Completely it was like Sherman just got up and was in a bad mood that day too. He was locked and loaded. Brian says Sherman did an interview with Bayless. Might just be a great choice. It'd be perfect for Bayless. I mean, don't get me wrong. It'd be great for that particular show. And certainly would benefit Sherman to some degree. But Sherman's got, I think, a bright star in this future in this realm of things. And like someone else said above, I think he's got to be very careful with where he goes with it, I think Golden Tate had a great interview too. All right. I got some stuff stacked up I got to go check out. I'm backed up a little bit here. I got Randall's video I need to check out and a couple others I'm sitting on right now. Got some good stuff. Ominous Jerry, you going to get digs on them? All the players will start coming on. You going to get digs on? Then all the players will start coming on. Just watch. I'll try. Folks, I think if, like I said, I think what I'm going to have to do, Ominous Jerry, is just kind of enlist my subscribers on my channel and my watchers on my channel, and that what we're going to have to do is just kind of go, okay, hey, you're on Twitter. What I need you guys all to do is to tag this player and say, I need you to come on the Hawks Nest. We're going to have to get to that point because I've reached out on IM, I've reached out on Instagram. I've done all that type of stuff, and it's been just really hard to bring them in. And it's frustrating as hell because they're going to come into a safe place here, and I can help we can bump up whatever they need bumped up. We can, they got a cause, they got a charity, they got whatever, it's easy enough to put a ton of support behind that. And you guys always show up with any of these videos. So, we're going to have to do something, man, to get creative on this, Ominous. And I'd love to get Diggs on, and I will give Diggs credit, Ominous. He did respond back to me on Twitter. So maybe just the thing I need to do is just add him on Twitter and be like, come on to the Hawks Nest, bro, please. Please. Sherman Camera open up a restaurant, says Brian, in Bellevue. I heard that. good luck to them on that, man. Restaurants are really hard to run, but and it's all about location though. So getting in Bellevue's are pretty good. See, so the Bam Bam Slam breakfast. If they don't do that, that's a missed opportunity. A complete missed opportunity. TikToks are Cam and Sherm's play. Restaurants upscale. Was hoping they would have a sports vibe instead. Place would be jumping on game day Sundays. Wow. Yeah, probably not the profit margins on doing a sports place versus the upscale where you $75 a steak or something, whatever you're going to put it out at. So more of the profit margins in place on the restaurant. But yeah, that would be cool to have players foreign players just do a sports bar somewhere in the area. I think the Hawks Brandon, I'm waiting for that Hawks Nest Social Club t-shirt, coffee mug, or beer mug. Go Hawks. So that's my next thing, I promise, man. I've got the store created. I've got everything else. The only thing I need to go is get the logo reworked so that the Seahawk emblem is off of it, and I've got my own adjusted Hawk emblem on it. And then I'll be good to go at that point and get them printed up. So I've got the whole process set up. I just got to get that part done, and that's my next priority once I get this sponsorship thing kind of figured out. JL says, I think our offense will be smoking out the gate. I do too, man. I think they're going to be cooking from day one. Alan says, I think they're selling soul food there as well, though. Okay. Well, there are not a lot of soul food places in Bellevue, is there? Save the Geese says, I'm still shocked Seattle got JSN in the draft. I remember his pre-draft hype like last September. It's pretty shocking. And why you got him in that place of the draft, Save the Geese, really comes down to one important item here. And that this is where Seattle gets to take advantage of this. He didn't play last year. He had the hamstring injury throughout the whole year. So teams had picking in that top 15, if they're going to take JSN, make all of their assessment based on the previous season. And teams don't like to do that. Teams don't like risk when we're talking about the top of the draft, right? It's a small risk, I'd argue. He's likely to get every indication as you get back from these kind of injuries at 100%. But where this is the key on this for me, Save the Geese, is if JSN has a very similar year to the year he had prior, 1,500 yards receiving, comes back with 1,400 yards receiving again this year, I think there's no way that he doesn't get taken somewhere in those top 15 picks. It's that final year that he didn't get to go through that cost him in that realm. And his cost is our gain. But it doesn't mean, and none of it has anything to do with where his final landing spot is as a player, which is going to be as a very dynamic slot receiver. Is that player that production gave you 2 years ago is going to be what you're going to be able to get at the pro level. Not at the pro level, but you're going to get that kind of player in the slot, and however that translates. But a very big coup for our Seahawks team, Save the Geese, to get him at 20 where they were able to snag him. And the early reviews have been pretty tremendous about him. I mean, he was getting as much hype in the mini camps and rookie mini camps as anybody. Seahawks blue and green. Marshawn's very humble and hardworking. That way, he is so appealing. He is. Marshawn's got a great attitude. Brian says restaurant will be an upscale sports bar concept called Legion. Going to be upscale in Bellevue. I'll have to check it out. Be pretty cool. Maybe at some point see if I can stream out of there on a game day at some point, maybe. Legion's a great name, though. I love the name of it. King Bombers has been a while, but what are your thoughts on Mario Edwards Jr.? Good run stuffing help there, King Bomber. If you want to come in on certain early downs and go Mario Edwards Jr. and then Jaron Reed as your 3-4 defensive ends, and then, you've got Cameron Young as your zero tech, and then you're going to bring Draymond Jones in as the pass rusher when you got more of that. You can do that with Mario. He's rounded himself out into a pretty overall solid, I believe, run defender. Doesn't give you as much as a pass rusher really at the end of the day with that, but this is why you signed him for the lower dollar amount, is to kind of just fit him into that role, give you the depth, give you a pro who knows how to play. He's been in this league for a few years, has remained a pretty good run defender, I believe, for the last few years. Let me double check on his numbers. I want to make sure I'm Mario Edward. So last year, for instance, 72 run defense, but he only gave you a 53 pass rush from PFF. And this does match up to what you see from him on the tape. If you go to 2021, he had a little bit of a falling off in run defense at 47. Didn't play very much though. Had a lot of injuries in 2021, it seemed like. That you go to 2020, he had an outstanding year all the way around. 88 overall grade, 76 run defense, 80 pass rush. A little bit again on the sample size of snaps, but 2 of the last 3 years, he's been a very tremendous run defender. I don't think they're going to expect a lot from him as far as a pass rusher goes. I don't think he's ever going to really tap into the upside of player that the Raiders thought they were getting when they took him, I believe, in the second round. But we just need run defense, right? King Bomber. I mean, when it comes to the bodies on that line right now, we think we're going to get enough pass rush from the edge. We think we're going to get enough pass rush in those times we might be willing to blitz with Adams or Bobby Wagner. We're really looking at run defense. But him and Jaron Reed give you some of those early rundown defenders playing that 4-eye role in a 3-4 as you would in this Fangio-like defense, I guess. And he can be a plus in that range of things. Maze Guru says, damn, I'm late. Late, but worth the wait, brother. No worries. Dig Docs, Brandon, is the baby watching replay of the Patriots Hawks game? Bad joke, grown. I like the joke. Seahawks Blue and Green Pumpkin made some good guesses on the schedule. Only a couple of them I didn't agree with. We'll see if she is the great prognosticator here, Seahawks Blue and Green, you know? We'll see if she has got some psychic senses to her or not. If she does, it'll be awesome because you know that video is going viral at that point. But I'd love to see it. As I said that video with Constantine, you know, these cats are always half in, half out, right? Always between two worlds in certain ways. John Wirtz, the Shermanator would be a great drink to add to the drink menu. You guys they need to be consulting with you guys on some of these menu items because these are top-notch suggestions. The Shermanator sounds great, John. It's got to be a double though. Like it's got to be really strong, right? Can't be like a fruity woo drink. It's got to be something. It's got to be something a little bit of bite to it. Alan says, "Can OBJ stay healthy past week 8?" Hard to say, man. That knee's been reconstructed a couple times over at this point, and he hasn't played football in a year. And what we know about Allen on some of these guys when they've been away from the sport that way, coming off a major injury, they don't always tend to look like they did in their prime. Now, when he was with the Rams and he took them from the Browns, he did show that there was a little bit of the Browns not getting the most out of OBJ, that him being held down a little bit by the Baker Mayfield situation that existed there and his limitations. Certainly that proved to be a bit of the case, but this makes it hard then, Allen, to predict where OBJ will be throughout the course of the year. The Ravens have also done a relatively decent job, I think, with putting a receiver core together for the first time in a few years. That's probably the best that they've had there since Lamar Jackson has come along. Zay Flowers, let's not forget that they also drafted him. So you have Odell Beckham Jr., Zay Flowers, Nelson Aguilar. They've got some guys in place. Rashad Bateman, Devin Duvernay. None of those guys are amazing, but all functional receivers. And they've had some times that they've tried out some receivers out there that haven't always looked functional. So, I'm not sure if OBJ stay healthy, but I don't know if Allen, it's going to be the thing that the Ravens season also rides on necessarily. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation, man. I do appreciate it. Says, what's better? Seahawks young running backs or the Falcons? Tyler Algier went for 1,000 yards as a rookie, and they added Bijan Robinson. Feeling Atlanta wins the South. Randy's bold take. I like Randy's bold takes. I love it, man. And that's going to put a very big smile on the face of one of our resident Falcon fans, Tony Wright, who drops in the chat every once in a while, did today as well. I lean in this direction when I look at the Falcons running attack from my standpoint of this, Randall. It's a component that I think is built out of two things with the successes that it's had in the last year or two. Because let's also remember Cordell Patterson, who's gotten older and whatnot, was able at one point in time with this Falcon offense of the last 2 years just to line up as a pure running back and gash. You know, he did that to us last year, that's for sure. What I think it comes from is an offensive-minded head coach whose best forefront skill is probably his creativity in the run game. And then you add on top of that they have an offensive line that I think is one of the better run-blocking offensive lines in the NFL. And then they are also then on top of that, Randall, the team that is most committed, even beyond the Niners or the Eagles or any other team you can go find out in the National Football League. They were more committed to running the football than any team in the NFL last year. So those three things really then go, those three factors to me, Randall, then go outside of the running back talent that you have. So your question on who's better at the young running backs, the Falcons or the Seahawks, I think Bijan Robinson is certainly a generational talent at the running back position. And I think Tyler Algier is solid, and Patterson's getting older. Probably can't give him the kind of carries you've given him in the past, but he's still a third really strong cat to have in there. I'd still give Seahawks the nod because I don't think Walker is light years away from Bijan Robinson. I do think Zach Charbonnet is a significantly better back than Tyler Algier. And I do think that your combination of McIntosh and DJ Dallas probably is at the very least what Patterson is, if not maybe a shade better than Patterson at this point where Patterson is in his career, because he's definitely starting to wind down and get a little bit older. But they are stacked up at the running back room. They are one of the deepest running back rooms in the NFL. They're right there step for step with us. And if they do win that division, I will say, Randall, it will be on the back of them running the ball as well as they do, because they are so unique in the amount that they run it. They're unique in the way they attack in the run game, because it's all over the place that they'll come at you with it. And I like your bold take. I'm very pulled. I'm very, very pulled here, Randall, to agree with you on Atlanta. Tony's been trying to talk me into it here for a couple months. And looking at the team, let's also acknowledge, Randall, that they had a really good offseason with some signings where they were aggressive with some signings. Calais Campbell, these kind of guys you brought in. I think they got Jesse Bates. I think it was from the Bengals, really talented safety on top of that. So they're putting together a pretty good ball club, and that's a division that's wide open. I do wonder with where Tampa Bay is going to be. The thing with Tampa Bay is the quarterback room, where you're just like, yeah, but that quarterback room, no matter how good the rest of the team is. Okay, you're getting Ryan Jensen and Tristan Wirfs back on the offensive line, but your quarterback room is still your quarterback room. It just doesn't seem like, that seems like the part of the team that's going to just keep them from, that would be the part of the team that would keep them from winning the division, I think, Randall. So I agree. I think I do lean to where you're at with it, where if I say who's the team that I'm going to take in that division to win the division right now, I might get to even Tampa Bay as the last team. I might be more on board with like the Saints or even the Panthers in that division, as being potential teams that could overtake them. It's open, but the Falcons got a good chance as anybody, man, and you bring up some really good points as to why. Seahawks, blue and green, how many guys who were injury prone early in their career turn around and become an Iron Man later? Not many. Not too many, man. Not too many. Usually if you're going to be injured, you're going to probably stay injured. And if you start especially going in that direction where you're gaining momentum in that direction, it's hard to uncoil it. I could bring up a couple names, but your bottom line stance on it is correct. King Bomber, a lot of the Giants are better than the Seahawks. Rumors is, I think, extremely reliant on Daniel Jones and Brian Daboll in year 2. They are. Yeah, they are. And they've certainly paid a butt ton of money to Daniel Jones for not a lot of great performance in his time there since being drafted. But yeah, it's Brian Daboll being given a lot of credit as kind of a mastermind type is certainly a big part of this as well. But I do think a bit of the factor comes in King Bomber is a bit of that East Coast bias. Just a little bit at least. Seahawks blue and green. That's why it's a definite that Penny will be out mid-season for the Eagles. It's a good chance of it, man. If I was betting, man, I'd certainly be laying my money down on that. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. And Randall, thank you for all your donations today. I really do appreciate it, man. Saw Tyler Lockett got married over the weekend. Could have sworn that happened 2 years ago. Mandela effect in full effect. And it's also getting older, Randall. I have the same stuff happen where I'm like, that definitely happened at some point, didn't it? But, they got that CERN machine cranking out there, sending us into different timelines every other day. So certainly is a possibility. I kind of thought he'd gotten married too prior to this, but maybe it was just Randall, the engagement was announced really long time ago. Or we're going through different realities, man. One of the two, It could be either or at this point. It's a 50-50 game. Thank you, though, man, for all your donos, brother. I agree. Seahawks blue and green. K9's going to have a big year. Big year. Dick Docs, Brandon, yeah, I think of Skip Bayless as almost a WWE wrestling commentator type of guy. Hope Sherman lands a good gig. Me too. And to me, Sherman's got more to offer than what a Bayless show is there to offer, which is a binary choice of 0 and 1s without a lot of room for nuance. It's again back to just the thinking of the sports fan of only being able to keep two things in their mind at once, I guess. Something that I rail against quite hard. Let's exist more in a gray area of nuance. Let's speak less in absolutes. And that's all, of course, Bayless does is speak in absolutes, which is your probably WWE wrestling commentator references. That definitely does exist. And his time's come. Skip had a great run. He had his effect on the sports world as far as analysts and commentators go, but I think his takes and his ways are kind of wore thin. Seahawks Blue and Green, ESPN must be going under with all of the layoffs. I don't know if they're going under, but they're definitely not looking good right now. And Disney, the owner of that, isn't looking good either. So it's all a little bit dark as it stands for that corporation. Megan says, I say, let the media think we're crap. Let them underestimate. Me too, Megan. Let them wonder why we're so good. We 12s know the truth and will crow loudly when we're proven right. Beautifully put, Megan. Wonderfully put. And I agree with you on that 100%. Let them underestimate us. I don't need credit from them. You can give us the credit when we raise Lombardi, but keep selling us short. Keep us in that underdog role. That's when we're at our strongest. Seahawks Milgren, I've lost interest in ESPN probably because I can't stand Stephen A. and Molly. I have too. They lost me probably 13, 14 years ago, It got more into this commentator stuff and less in about the, stuff that it used to be a little bit more about, It got more into hot takes and angry emotion and yelling at each other than it got into just, talking about some of the beauty of the sports that were out there. And, like, this guy he doesn't got the heart or the will to do what you need him to do. And you're giving him $45 million. And you're like, oh God, it's a lot of that. And it just starts to sound just the same over and over again. You're just finding some different sport from some different player with the same kind of take. Yeah, it's gotten old. JL says, you can't say I'm better at life than you and end up working the same job. It definitely, yeah, you're right. That's a little bit tough if you say that at some point, That's one of those statements you're going to make if you're Sherman that, you got to make that one carry through. Brian says ESPN layoffs all due to Disney losing money. I think that's a big part. I think that's the biggest part of it, Brian. You're right about that. I think ESPN losing its way a little bit as well and not understanding its core audience in the last 15 years has been a part of it as well. I think each of those kind of contributed to it. But you're right. Disney's the overarching one with the dollars. They're the purse strings here. And Disney has had a pretty horrific run of both their plus and their movies and all that has been pretty rough as far as the returns go on those in recent years. Team Bomber says, imagine Quandre would be dope. We need Tariq on the show for real. I've definitely reached out to Tariq, man. And I will reach out to Quandre. I agree. It's a part of this channel that I would really, as much as anything, love to bring a little bit more now as a different angle to bring in. I love doing the Chad Brown interview. I have a lot of faith that if I did an interview, that I'd be able to ask questions that other people aren't asking of these players and get to some depths that others aren't able to get to because of that. But we got to rope them in, man. That's the only thing that I got to figure out my rope method. Dig Docs, the Bam Bam Slam. That sounds pretty yummy. That does sound pretty yummy. But 6 strips of bacon, 3 eggs, couple strips of sausages. Megan says, we'll expect to see some Aussie 12 merch in the shop B. I'll get it in there. We'll get the continent on there, and then get a little bit of the 12s. I could put something together with that. Brian says, I know at least one 10 a.m. game at Legion. Oh, yeah. Dig Docs, Brandon, fingers crossed on your merchandising being a big hit. Start a little cult following in Seattle. Love it. I'm going to get it going this year. That's for sure. It will. And what's nice is I figured out all of the I've got the Etsy and the Printify and all that stuff set up. So all the hard work's done with it. I just got to get I can't use my logo selling shirts because the NFL would eventually break down my door with federal agents and say, you're under arrest for using NFL merchandising. You're going to jail, you son of a bitch. Rain in the Cut. Thank you for another $10 donation, man. Hey, very, very kind of you for all the donos tonight, Ran. So much, man. And he says, when the Whiners come into Lumen on Thanksgiving, it'll be the last shot at the division as we roll on to the Super Bowl. I like it. We're going to put the lights out of the Whiners on Thanksgiving. Sounds about right. Fits nice in succession with what we did a few years ago when we had, of course, Russell Wilson and Richard Sherman chewing on turkey legs center field after we just beat the pants off them in that game. So how about we do that? You know, history maybe doesn't repeat, but it certainly does rhyme, doesn't it? So a little bit of rhyme in this year with that Thanksgiving game. I love that we're the last game of the day too. Like all the eyeballs of the nation will be upon us. You want the one spot where you got all of these analysts and all these pundits saying the Seahawks will be all right, but they're not going to be one of the best of the best. You want to have a game that's going to put that stamp out there. One of those games is going to put the rest of the country on notice. You got to pay attention to us. You can't forget about us. Hey, we're here and we're going to be a part of this contending status. You better start thinking of us in that nature of things. That's the game where you can go put that stamp. That's the game where now the work you've done throughout the season, the wins you've amassed throughout the season, and now finally getting over the top of the Whiners on top of it, finally we'll make those people nationally go, okay, we got to give them their props. We got to give them their just desserts. You know, I love where you come from, Ran. I love it, man. Woo! Thanksgiving game's going to be hot. Seahawks Blue and Green, the fact that there were run-on receivers after we picked JSN shows you other teams were targeting him and where we took him. Agreed. I 100% agree with you that if you did not take JSN, that the Chargers were going to take him as the next pick behind you. That's who they were going to look at. They already had Mike Williams and the California guy, I can't remember, who's their other outside receiver. They had their outside receivers. JSN would have worked really well in there on top of Palmer. Even the kid they got from Tennessee a couple years ago, Palmer, he's an outside guy. They really needed more inside guys in the slot as far as help goes. So I agree. They would have jumped all over him. Those teams were just trying to utilize that. He didn't play last year. He's going to drop a little bit. How far can we allow him to drop before we finally pull it? You know, can we make sure we're maximizing the value of our JSN pick by making sure he's getting the full length of his drop from that final missed season in college football to where we can then strike at just the right time? And the Seahawks were at the forefront of this, picking him right as far as he was going to drop, basically. And a great selection, great value, as was the case throughout the whole entire draft, of course. John Wirtz says, Tavai is very impressive tape. Get that dude on the field. I could see him finding his way on the field, Wirtz. John, of these guys I looked at undrafted rookie free agents wise, nobody had more splashes of tape snap for snap than Tavai. Nobody was showing up on tape over and over again. He's moved all around that defensive line of scrimmage. There's a lot that goes up against him being he's undersized. He's got small arms. He's not the heaviest guy out there. What's his position? But he's just a football player who knows how to play, and he's going to go out there and make plays. If that was to, by some measure, just translate to the NFL where just you're seeing again, that wouldn't shock me because that's what he was showing you on tape over and over again in college football. That's why he's getting 90 graded by PFF off the tape they're watching this kid last year, because he's splashing just so often on the tape. Very impressive is right, John, and he's doing it in a variety of ways from a variety of different positions along that defensive line. King Bomber says, I do think he might be the guy to help the line. Hopefully it is good enough. Amish Jerry, Gino, Zach Charbonnet, DK Lockett, JSN, Fant, Colby Diss. Is that not a top 3 offense in the NFC? Philly doesn't even have a lineup like this if we're being honest. They don't. I don't know that there's another team as stacked offensively. There is no team stacked as offensively as we are. And I think it should give you ultimate confidence that this team should be a top 5 offense, if not a top 3 offense. It's got too much strength across the board. It's got too much depth across the board. It's got the modernized system approach from a schematic design standpoint where we're not running a 1980s offense anymore. We're running a 2023 offense. We're running a forward-thinking offense. They've taken off the things that were detriments and things holding their offenses back from 15 to 20. and found a way to not just upgrade the talent, but upgrade the scheme. And all of that should lend itself well to being a top 5 offense, in my opinion. King Bomber says, also, have you seen the post on Uchenna Nwosu's pass rush about how like 25% of his pressures were meaningful, where he made a move to beat the lineman while the other 75% were given? Where the other 75% were given. The pressure stuff can get a little bit arbitrary, King Bomber, in the measure of it. He was at one point through like 6 weeks, according to Next Generation Stats, like leading the league in pressures. So maybe that's where some of what I called that empty pressures, that other 75% were there. But I would say he earns his pressures. I mean, he gets quick pressure. He gets high. He can also get there by the high effort, high motor stuff too. He's not relying on just one way or the other. But 25 seems a little low. I can see it maybe being more closer to a 50-50 stretch of things, but to my eyes, he played much better than that. Whereas 25%, that almost leads you to believe, King Bomber, that's like, well, he's sort of just lucking into his pressures. They just left him unblocked and he went and hit the quarterback. Where it seems like most of his pressures were pretty well earned. Random McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation, man. Appreciate all the donations tonight. Says, I work with restaurants. Cam and Sherm's restaurant is a bad recipe. Huge space, high rent, and out-the-box menu usually don't work out. Out-of-the-box menu usually doesn't work out. Name only goes so far. Agree with you on that. I've had a little bit of history in this and that. I've once managed a restaurant because I had to come in and help save somebody's butt even though I'd never managed a restaurant. I just got asked to do it. It's a tough game, and it's really hard even for patrons who'll come in there and be like, wow, this place must be earning money hand over fist. But the overhead is insane in restaurants, and it's only gotten even more extremely insane the last couple of years of the pandemic and stuff. So they've chosen a tough business to crack to get in there. I will say the thing that will help you with the Randall is location. Being in Bellevue with the type of money that exists out there, maybe that opens up that a little bit more for them to find the avenue for success there. But you're right. Outside the box menus usually don't work. Huge space. The rent's going to be insane there. So your rent easily, I'm sure out there, it's probably, what are they at? Bellevue is going to be 10, 15,000 a month. Your heat and electric's another 7,000, 8,000 a month. Your overhead for 25, 30,000 as far as food costs go. You quickly get to like 80,000 a month in overhead, to put it in perspective by how much you've got to then sell as far as number of dishes go to offset it. But I'm sure they've taken some projections here, Randall. I'm sure they've had some kind of professionals down there to give them some indication on this a little bit. But you're right. I was surprised to hear restaurant, because that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. Then the pandemic's only just made it so much harder to find success. It was already uphill battle as it was, Megan says, fruity woo drink. Now that's stuck in my head, B. Thanks, B. You can't have a Sherman drink that's all woo-woo, man. No foo-foo stuff. No fruity foo-foo stuff. J.O., to drink the Shermanator, you have to take one shoe off and spike the glass on the floor when you're done. And then you have to say, that's when you test the best, that's what happens. That's the finishing. You have to say the finishing phrase. You have to say his custom phrase. When you're going to try me with the sorry ass drink, that's the result you're going to get. Dick Doc says the Bam Bam Slammer might be a fun shot type drink. I go the Bam Bam Slammer. I like that. The Bam Bam Slammer's got to have 2 shot glasses though. The Bam Bam. 2 shot glasses full of one of Jaeger and one of the Fireball. We'll do the combo. JL says, and then yell at the bartender, don't ever test me that sorry ass drink like that. That's the way you got to do it. Just the bartender all night getting berated for no reason, but it'd be hilarious. Like somebody's making him a drink. He's like, I want the Bam Bam. Oh, I want the Shermanator. Oh, hell. Okay. Say it. Drink it and say it. I know what you're going to say. Go ahead. Do it. Get out of your system. John Ward says Tavai looks like a poor man's Jalen Carter. He's got a little, he's much lighter. He's probably got about 35 pounds less than Jalen. He's got about 3 inches of length on the arm and a good probably about 4 inches of size. But other than that, he plays with some similarities to him. You know, both of them can win with power or can win with some finesse, I would say. Both of them with pretty strong hands and good power. But there's definitely a difference in the physical profile. Pretty substantial. Pretty substantial. Bad to Doc's question: how huge would the bouncers be at the Legion? Just joking. It's got to be bigger than average. You got to go big. There's a big secondary. You better have big bouncers. She's going to call it Legion, especially. Connor says Algier was pretty underrated last year. He had 1,000 yards rushing with a 4.9 yard per carry average and had an elite run blocking O-line, but also had the highest stacked box rate in the NFL. I would give the edge to the Falcons. That's fair enough, and I think they're very close to us as far as a running back room. I was not aware about the stacked box rate. They had the highest rate on that. Makes sense because the quarterback position was so limited. You're not worrying about Desmond Ridder or even worse than that, Mariota really taking the top off the defense. And he's a good back, is Algier. He is. I feel my gut is he's had a lot of that success. He's a hard runner, strong runner, but a lot of the success did come from that elite run blocking O-line. But he's not a bad back either, I'd say. Alan says Locke has had 2 wives. Just kidding. Megan, I don't want validation after we raise the Lombardi, as it will just be the false and back to the same in the new season. That's true. I don't need the validation either. They can give us credit or not. The thing is that raising those Lombardis is that any argument or debate they want to get in and get shut up. We won the Lombardi. Now you have to shut up, you know. You can talk all your noise about how it won't be as good this year, but we won last year, didn't we? We were the best team in the football last year, weren't we? Okay. You know, I just like that part of it. They can't go to any kind of real excuse. Grug, this happened a while ago, but the players did an opinion poll on who the top 5 corners are. It goes as follows. Tariq Woolen, Sauce. Tariq Woolen at 5, Sauce at 4. 3, Jair Alexander. 2, Darius Slay, and 1, Patrick Surtain. I think the players are being pretty fair with that list, too. Slay was really good for the Eagles. He's been really good for the Eagles since coming over for the Lions. So you got to give that guy the props, and Jair Alexander definitely gets forgotten a lot about he's in Green Bay, but another very, very good corner. I think it's a solid list, Grug. I'm okay with that list. Henry Mars, how you doing? It's good to see you in the chat. Hans Van Wyn says, go Hawks. Hell yes. Go Hawks, man. BK voiceover. What's good, Brando? What's good, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Back from down under. And ready for some Seahawks football. Do you think we see an Uchenna extension before preseason? And if so, what do you think the numbers will be? I don't think that we see an extension for Uchenna Nwosu because I don't know that it's really in the Seattle Seahawks' best interests or that there's really a reason for them to give the extension. If you were to go to an extension with the Uchenna Nwosu, he's going to command over $15 million per year. And you can certainly structure the deal in a certain way to technically save some money on this year's contract, the 1 more year remaining that he is under contract with the Seahawks. But I don't think with the new money that you're bringing to the table, it's going to be a significant saving, BK. I think it's going to be pretty close to the numbers you're already paying him this year as far as the cap hit goes. So from a Seahawks standpoint, why do that deal? Especially on the back of you've just drafted 2 second-round pass rushers, 2 second-round edge rushers over the past 2 seasons who you're looking to fit out there as your starter. And then even beyond those 2 guys, BK, you have another year of club control with Darrell Taylor after this year. You have 2 years of club control with Darrell Taylor. You only have 1 year of club control with Uchenna Nwosu. If I'm the team looking at that with that situation and as it stands, understanding I don't save a lot of money by putting him on that contract extension, I say, I'm going to let him play out this year, and then I'm going to just move on. I'll get another great year of production, and then let's call it good, in my opinion of it. So if you saved a lot of money, maybe it makes sense. If you didn't have drafted a second-round guy in Derek Hall this year, maybe it would make some sense. But if you sign to a contract extension, BK, that means you're committing into the future of probably then having to have one Boye Mafe or Derek Hall sitting on the bench. And that doesn't bode well to them as their pick, that they were a good selection at that point, I would say. And you're not taking advantage of their really rookie time when they're cheap either on top of that. I've thought about this a lot. I can't come back around to thinking that the Uchenna extension's coming in. It wouldn't shock me if it happened. They can make an argument for why it makes sense, but there's better places, I think, to try to go out and spend money. Just let it ride out one last year. Henry Mars, when does the season start? Right at the start of September. We got training camp on the 27th of this month, so 11 days. Connor says the offense is stacked, and I think one thing that gets overlooked is the tight end room. Seahawks tight end room had the most yards and highest EPA compared to all other NFC teams. Tremendous tight end group, Connor. I call them the Cerebus, the three-headed hellhound that guards the gates of hell. And that is what they do. They guard the gates of this offense, and they were tremendously productive last year. 1,100 yards, 9 touchdowns receiving. I think over 100 catches, if I'm not mistaken. They were tremendous. All of them were tremendous. Not just one or two guys, but all three of them. They have the deepest tight end room, I think, in the NFL. All of the guys offer their own kind of little skill set to play that I think has an impact. And I'm expecting them to be a big part of the offense again this year. It gets a little bit minimized, I think, with Jackson Smith and Jigba's appearance here, because I think that does draw you to Connor more three wide receiver sets, but they're still going to be a big part of the offense. And when I talk about this offense maybe being an offense that could go out there and be set a mark for the most yards in NFL history, not that I'm guessing that's what's going to happen, but that I could see this offense with its talent doing that. You get 1,000 yards from DK, you get 1,000 yards from Tyler, you get 800 yards from Jackson Smith and Jigba, you get another 1,100 yards from your tight end room. Just those core of those players, that alone, what does that create for you at that point? Almost 4,000 yards right there. And you've got to get to 7,000 yards for the record. I haven't even factored what you do on the ground. I haven't even factored then in the rest of the receiving core. I haven't factored in, none of that. So, they're going to be a big part of what the Seahawks do this year, Connor. And just part of what makes this offense so unique is there's so many ways it can attack. Not just with one tight end, not just with two tight ends. We got 3 legitimate tight ends. Not just one receiver, not just 2 receivers. We got 4 legitimate receivers. Not just one back, not just 2 back. We got 4 running backs. It's so unique that the offense is structured in this way. Vaughn says Jamal Adams is the key to the Hawks year on defense. If he plays well and stays healthy, we could be a top 10 defense. I love the confidence, Vaughn. I hope you are correct on that. I think to get the most out of this defense from a standpoint of being creative, for being able to blitz at a higher rate than you've been able to blitz in recent history, which I think will help to make you more effective defensively, to give you a defender, Vaughn, that's down around the box, is an 8th defender in the box to help you in the run game. Jamal Adams is a very impactful player, and he brings a skill set that could help clean up a lot of the issues you had on the defense last year. Not solely on his own, but part of the solution along with a couple of other players. I think he is a big key to this team as well this year. If he can come back and provide that role, he provides a skill set you just can't find in other players. We'll see if he can do it. We'll see if he can get healthy enough to go out there and roll in that fashion. Henry says he was going 3-0 in preseason. I love the confidence, Henry. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Henry, camp starts on the 27th this month. The 27th. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Your bet is $35 to $50K a month in rent? Well, it is Bellevue. I'll give you that. It is Bellevue. That's, the prices is going to be insane. But yeah, that's where you just get crazy town with it. Where, okay, let's say it's $40K. And then that means, your food costs are going to be probably $30K. So now you're $70K. Your hell, just your, mats and towels, stuff like that will cost you $4 or $5 grand a month to keep washed and clean. You got your heating bill. You got the employee costs, which is probably another $25,000, $30,000 for cooks and bartenders. I mean, you get to a place where you're at 80, 90,000 a month in overhead. I got to make 100,000 a month, and think of all the work that goes into getting that 100,000 out, so you can pull basically a $10,000 profit every month. I would think for guys that have made millions in the sport, it wouldn't be as great a business venture, but I'm sure they've got some backing and they've done the math on it. I don't think they probably just did this willy-nilly, Randall. But I'm with you in that it just on the surface of it doesn't make quite a lot of sense why you do it that way. Megan says, your Aussie accent is still pathetic. All right then, it's your little down under. I can't get I've not been able to onboard any new accents lately. I don't know. I'm accent stuck right now. I've been working on my Ventura and my Jack Nicholson, and I can't quite get them right. Henry Myers, Tyreek Smith's an edge too, right? He is. He is on the outside looking in on this battle, but he is part of the discussion. Vaughn, if Derek Hall ends up being a poor man's Nick Bosa, I'll be happy. If he sits, then I'm not. That's fair enough. I don't think he'll quite get to Bosa level, but I think he'll still be a good player. Randall with a $2 donation says, this is Taylor's fourth year, was a second-round pick. Indeed, this is his fourth year, Randall. But the news came out this year, this offseason actually, and I heard it from a couple different locations, that the first year that he was injured, being that he didn't play at all, does not count. He does not get a league accrued year at that point for that season that he was injured. So the Seahawks have still 2 years of club control on him, Randall, beyond this season. And this was confirmed, like, for sure. Henry, our offense is why I think we can win 14 games, very few 3-and-outs. A quarterback that completes 73% of his passes. Good third down conversion equals 14 wins. Oh, they definitely would get to that point. If they got him up at 73% completion percentage, that would be amazing. But you're right. This is going to be a team that moves the chains, controls the clocks. There is going to be very few third and outs. I think even less so than last year, because now you have the greatest helper of third downs, which is the slot receiver. Slot receiver that can get open at times at will. And that this helped out the Lions last year with Amon St. Brown. They had the least amount of 3-and-outs in the entire NFL. The best third down conversion in the NFL, because you got a slot guy that can get open at will. You know. And thank you, Randall, for the $2 donation. But we definitely do have another year of club control on Taylor, which is awesome for us. As I say, he's a great asset for us to have right now. You're looking at him as maybe a puzzle piece that you could, package together as part of a trade to bring in a real impactful defensive lineman. You're offering that team that trades for him 2 years of club control. If you're doing that, prior to the season. So I think that could be very valuable for us to eventually be able to move him in that way if we need to, Randall. Versus him coming into this being the last season for him, right? Or you just get 1 year and then he's gone. Y2K, I'm pumped for Dune Part 2 as well, man. Trailers look good. Trailers look real good. Mega B, how much longer are we going to go? 2:30 p.m. here. Need some food. We're just about to wrap it up here. We're going to do a couple more questions here, but I think we'll probably put a button on this one. We're 4.5 hours in. I think we've probably gone down the trail. Mega says, B, was that English? I had no clue, but if you spoke like that down here, you'd probably get beaten up. I'm one of you, down here just doing what we're doing, I can't do the accents past 4 hours in the stream. I always end up like, it all just runs together or just gets, yeah. It's not quite as sharp on that respect of things. I'll get my Aussie accent eventually though, Megan. I'll get that thing nailed down, at some point down the road. We'll see. But let's get the last questions, comments, concerns on in here and discuss it here. Wyatt Jelinek says Corey Trice, cornerback, could be as a steal for the Steelers. Well, I tell you, Wyatt, what oftentimes creates steals for any given positional group is that you get a positional group that's the deepest in a particular draft of any other positional group. And the argument very much could have been made, Wyatt, that this was the year where you had as deep a cornerback class as any other position in this draft. And when that's the case, there's going to be so many guys to pick through. There's going to be some diamonds in the rough that get lost out for certain weird reasons that shouldn't be. Corey's gotten a lot of hype. A lot of people love him quite a bit. Steelers have had a pretty good track record, Wyatt, with drafting cornerbacks. It seems like cornerbacks, defensive linemen, wide receivers, these seem to be positions that the Steelers tend to have a very good, a good feel for overall, it would seem like. So he could definitely be one of those guys that is that diamond in the rough types that you're able to unearth. It was such a deep class of cornerbacks. There were so many of them. I think I scouted like damn near 35 of them throughout the process. And there were some legit guys within that. Megan, don't you dare. Even Pumpkin is looking at you like, Dad, just don't. I'll nail it. I'll nail it at some point. I'll tell you that. I'll get it at some point. All right. Well, I think we've got everything else finished up here in the barrel at this point. Another great show from you guys. I'm very hyped up for these undrafted rookie free agents. The Seahawks signed 25 of them. They've shown that they're great recruiters, great at bringing guys in. I think it was quite a coup by John Schneider to be able to get 25 guys to agree to come to the Seahawks team with this roster in the shape that it is. To get two receivers that have legitimate talent in Bobos and Landers, who could have looked at other NFL rosters that were less stocked up at the wide receiver position and said, this is more of an open route to me making the team. Something in the Seahawks sales pitch, something in what they described as their opportunity to come here and play, brought those guys up to the Pacific Northwest as opportunities and possibilities on this roster. And it's going to just make this receiver room that much more deeper than it's been in many different years here. And it has so much more potential than it has had in many different years here. So I like these guys. These are my top 4 guys. There could be a couple other guys you mentioned. You guys have mentioned some names in here that I might have kind of just glossed over a little bit too much. I tried to give everybody a look, but these were the names that really stood out to me as guys who I think are going to make the most noise when we talk about training camp starting up 11 days from now and maybe finding a role in this team. And if not now, not now this year, into the long term as practice squad guys that'll be, developmental guys who can maybe make some noise even a year from now. It'll be interesting to track these guys. And as we've seen with our Seattle Seahawks, as I talked about at the top of the show, there's maybe been no NFL organization that's existed over the last 10 years that has been as embracing of undrafted rookie free agents as the Seattle Seahawks, that's been as open to bringing those guys on and truly giving them an opportunity to not just make the roster, but to come in and find themselves a starting job if they earn it. That's what you got to love about this organization is it doesn't matter where you're drafted. It doesn't matter how much money you made. It doesn't matter if you're this great keynote free agent. He who is good enough, he who is the best is the one that is going to play. And that is the way you would like every NFL team to run, ideally as a fan. Don't mark people out to spot. Don't put a guy in a spot because you think down the road he'll develop into being a nice player. Who's the best for the here and now? Today is about what have you done for me lately? It ain't about 3 years down the line. If you got the best player on your team ready to go right now, draft position shouldn't matter. Money shouldn't matter. Who is the best should be who carries the day. And if you build your roster that way, if you have that philosophy that deeply rooted in as it is here in the Seattle Seahawks, I think that's how you go back to finding the ultimate success. Because it resonates through the locker room, not only is that everybody gets a chance, but that you got to be on your P's and Q's, that you better be every day giving it all you got because there's a guy breathing down the back of your neck trying to take your job. And if he overtakes you, we're giving it to him. Don't think that you played here a couple good games. That means that we got to now give you that spot and just decide that it's yours. You got to earn it and earn it every day. And the former players used to talk about this ad nauseum in a way that make you kind of surprised at times. Like, God, that guy's a star. Why is he talking about how he's got to worry about the guy behind him? It's because you fermented that type of philosophy throughout your whole program. They could feel it. They could sense it. They could touch it. And I think that has now been renewed here over the last 2 years, going back to the base philosophy, unfurling back open that blueprint and trying to tap back into it once again in the neighborhood in the way that you once did. Ski Nation's up. Time to catch up on the stream. Sounds good, Ski Nation. We're just kind of wrapping on up. Vaughn says, keep up the crispy content. Thank you, Vaughn, man. I appreciate you watching. All of you guys watching. Great, very kind comments today. You guys are always as amazingly encouraging. I really do appreciate, above all the support and everything else, you guys are always encouraging, always positive. You make this very easy to be excited about doing this and having a fun time with this. Appreciate the chat, keeping things even keeled and just keeping the discussion lively and on point with it as you guys ever do with that. So thank you guys. Another fantastic stream. You guys brought it as you ever do. Appreciate all the donations. Randall McDaniel, Rand in the Cut. Thank you for all the donations. Alan, Brian Myers, Leland Kimball, Garth Knight, you guys are amazing. Megan, appreciate you as well for kicking in as well as you did. So thank you to guys, all the donations as ever on the chat. The new subscribers jumped aboard. We're now firmly on the road here to 15,000 subscribers. We got it in the crosshairs. We're right on track for this. So, man, we hit that 15,000 mark this year. I'm going to be so stoked that we were able to do that kind of growth, because it means that we'll have the biggest growth this channel's ever seen here in this 4th year, which is just what you would hope to happen, and it's because of you guys out there. Thank you to all of you for that. You guys have been amazing. It's been the quiet time of the off season here over the last 2 months, but you couldn't tell with my chat because you guys have been on it. You've been tapped in. You guys are bringing stuff that I'm not aware of. You're giving me some suggestions that, hey, if you consider this, it's what you guys always do, and what I love about you guys. You keep me rolling. You keep me thinking. You keep me on it, and I appreciate you for that. I'll be back this upcoming Wednesday. We're going to be doing the full training camp preview. I'm going to be breaking down the positional battles that you need to be aware about. I'm going to be breaking down what the Seattle Seahawks are going to need to be working on both sides of the ball to clean up, to get themselves ready for preseason, get themselves ready for the upcoming season. So we're going to go fully into a training camp preview here on Wednesday, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Please come back on in and check that on out. On your way out the door here today, please hit that like button. If you're not subscribed, come on. What are you doing? Get yourself subscribed. You know you're going to eventually do it anyway. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I thank you guys. But I hope you guys don't ever forget, even in the couple days I'm gone, don't you forget. You might just be going to a Super Bowl this year. Get hyped. Get ready. And prepare yourself. Above all else, don't you forget. Go Hawks!